We are live at Coletco for, golly, that's fast, Mike. How do you get on there so fast? I can't even say, Mike and Matt says, hi, so fast. I don't even have time to say we're live. Golly. Y'all deserve some sort of Olympic gold medal. Holy mackerel. And he was first on Facebook. What a dedicated person. Speaking of dedication, I love brownies. Man, I have found a deep cut Pantera song that I just absolutely love. I've got a deep cut Pantera song that I found, everybody, and I just in love with it. It's in my head. I'm probably going to be singing like Phil Anselmo all night. Perfect for metal night. All right, everybody start hitting the like button. No nuts in my brownies. Shedding my skin. Shedding Skin. Shedding Skin by Pantera. Man, that's a good one. Holy moly, I had never heard that one before. I don't know if that's a deep cut or not. There'll be some fans be like, yeah, that's not a deep cut, Chad. Oh my gosh, though. I mean, it makes you want to get mad at somebody. Reminds me of like Stone Cold Steve Austin or something. Yeah, that's on Far Beyond Driven. There it is. There's the lyrics. See, he kicks in. It kicks in. Let's see. Right there. I think right there. That's when he starts singing. Carried away, had no shame to suffocate. I think his voice is just like incredible for for a metal voice. Oh my gosh. You were sticking to me. I peeled you away, bled for days, swallowed eyes. Yeah, it's amazing. That's a good one. Peeled you away. I think if I could sing like somebody, it would probably be Chris Cornell or then like Phil Anselmo. Who we mad at? I don't know. Whoever he was mad at that song. Crates. How many crates? Well, I think we still got to unbox it. Ed is working on it. There's like 7 boxes here, though, right, Ed? Yeah. Yeah. Jerry, there's going to end up being about 5 crates, probably. 7 boxes is probably like 5 crates. NWA. I can't do any NWA. Easy. Straight out of Compton. I could probably do Ice Cube better. My voice is deeper for Ice Cube. Straight out of Compton. I can't do the rest of it. I don't, you know, that's too heavy for here. That's the only one I know. Well, Straight Outta Compton and F the Police. That's the only two I know. I think I listened to that album. I listened to that album, though, when I was, we had an OG one time. I was like, I better listen to this because I'll probably never have another one. I think we've only ever had one more since then. I think we've only ever had 2 OG NWAs. That's how rare they are. All right, almost done sharing links. We'll get started here. Chad was talking in a weird voice. I was trying to read and sing the lyrics. Yeah, there it is. Straight Outta Compton. I'm a crazy guy named Chad. I throw you away. I throw you away. Went for a day. All right. Back to reality. I got to get out of my Pantera phase. Oh, man. Man, I got a lot of stuff to order. This looks like G's handwriting. Shout out to everybody in the world. Shout out to everybody in the world. Let's get started. Jerry, I was just looking at those sticky notes. I did get Ray LaMontagne. I did that one from memory, Jerry. I got Ray LaMontagne, and I knew that one. And I did order more Billy Joel's. I got them from the cheaper place, so I don't think they're going to be here by Friday, but I thought that might be okay with you. Check on PMs from Courtney Duncan. Check on PMs from Jerry Stone. Yep, I got it all right here. These just were on my desk today, so we're always a day behind with with sticky notes. But I did get Ray LaMontagne. It should be here tomorrow. I'll check on the others because I have a sticky note now with the list or with your name on it. Okay. First auction. AC/DC Flick of the Switch. A 1983 USOG. Specialty press. Original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. $15 start. Here it is. AC/DC. First metal auction of the night. Let's go over here to my phone and pull up our private group. It's your private group just as much as it is mine. Paul McCartney's playing at the Pinnacle in Nashville. Now, the thing about the Pinnacle in Nashville, I told y'all Paul was announcing a new tour. The Pinnacle in Nashville only holds like 4,500 people. I was like, oh my gosh, that's going to be a tough venue to get into, I have a feeling. I hope not, though. All right, where's my new flip video? Jerry, yeah, that Bruce, did you not already buy one? Jerry, are you Are you positive? I'm sure you are. But are you sure you didn't buy one from us already? I had 2 last week. Yeah, I can get it. They're in stock. Yeah, I thought Paul would be playing like at Bridgestone or Nissan, or Bridgestone or yeah. So I was surprised. Rush Permanent Waves. This is the Super Deluxe box set. Rush Permanent Waves is a 40th anniversary, 2 CD, 3 LP, 12 unreleased performances, 40-page hardback book, exclusive bonus items, $139.99. Jerry, I will get you a Bruce Springsteen as well. Please make it's in his reminders, but please make a double sticky note reminder for Bruce. And, okay. Jake says he's got to turn me down. Okay, we have Beastie Boys music. Beastie Boys is a 2 LP, $34.99. Beastie Boys music. Black Flag Damaged is $29.99. AC/DC's an OG, 83 US OG specialty press with the OG inner sleeve. It's only at $16 with Dave Connor. It's a nicer VG Plus. It is AC/DC. It does have the original inner sleeve. First auction of the night right there. And we have one bid with Dave Connor for $16. Over here, we got Disney Ultimate Hits Volumes 1 and 2. This is $29.99. Green and blue vinyl. Also Kiss Psycho Circus. I've got one copy of that left for $33.99. A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant. A Perfect Circle, $39.99. That's Eat the Elephant. We also have Ghost, if you have Ghost. This one's available for $33.99. And I've got Ghost Prequel. And Prequel is sold to R.J. Myers. There's one left. R.J. Myers, thank you. First sale of the night, technically. He got that over from our flip video. Dave Connor, you're about to get AC/DC for $16 if there's no other bids. He's probably like, that's okay with me. Please go ahead and end it. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Led Zeppelin Coda. Led Zeppelin Coda, gatefold jacket, very nice. The last album had unreleased tracks, very clean. It is OG. Led Zeppelin Coda, a $25 start. It's an original Columbia Record Club. That's at $25. We got Smashing Pumpkins. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $114.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. The streak may die this week if no one buys that. Modest Mouse. This is a long drive for someone with nothing to think about. That's a 2 LP, $33.99. A Perfect Circle Emotive is $46.99. And Ghost Ceremony and Devotion. This is also sold to R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Myers. That is sold to you. So we got AC/DC and Led Zeppelin for our first couple auctions. AC/DC is OG and so is Led Zeppelin. AC/DC is a US OG club or retail. And code over here. We're going to end up having about 5 crates of new vinyl. Ed is working on them right now. We will have new vinyl. It'll be here in about 30 minutes. Because by the time we go through these warm-up crates and we tag last night's vintage discount crate, it'll be about time to start with brand new stuff. I hadn't even opened my Monster Energy drink yet. Paul McCartney on tour again, Ed.
Really?
Yep. Announced it today. He's playing at the Pinnacle in Nashville.
Oh, man.
Yeah, which sounds both cool but also bad. Thank you, G. G is heading out. Chad's drinking some Monster. Ed's shirt says 33.45.78. I like that. Those are revolutions per minute, rotations per minute. I'm in my standard garb, gray shorts, black shirt, gray sneakers. I could one of two things, be going to the gym or robbing a bank. AC/DC's at 20, Led Zeppelin's at 25. And anybody else here on this crate? We had a Perfect Circle Emotive, Modest Mouse. We have Smashing Pumpkins. We have Ghost, A Perfect Circle, Kiss, Disney, Black Flag, Beastie Boys, and Rush. That's what's in that first crate, okay? Craig says he wants a shirt that says 16, 33, 45, 78. Don't forget about the coveted 16, let's say 156, the coveted 156 RPM. All right, here we go. John G and I are all matching in Metal Night shirts tonight. There we go. All right, so here's what we have here. We got Cabaret Voltaire, which is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. Over here, we have Kiss, Ace Frehley. This is also sold to R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Myers. That's sold to you. And I have one Ace Frehley left, 2014 remaster. So AC/DC got up to $25 of Danny Tardif. And now Led Zeppelin is at one bid for $25. And that's Luke Rosenberger. We're about to sell both of those. Both auctions are at $25. OG VG Plus, OG EX are better. Both $25. Rush is a live unofficial. Roll the Dice, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Everybody do me a favor and please hit the like button. We need a lot of people on for Thursday Night Metal Night tonight. Only $194 right now. We need to get that about $294, $394. I mean, Ace Frehley is sold to Brad Waits. We're now officially sold out of that. All of a sudden, AC/DC's getting new bids. Rush, live in Wisconsin, sold to Brent Robley. Agenda for tonight, we're going to go through this crate of new vinyl. We're going to go through the flip video from the group. It's going to be pretty pesky, but I'm going to tag everything live. Right after that, we'll start showing our newest new vinyl. We've got great metal auctions tonight. Laura's working on the hot picture. I've already got a crate right here next to me. It was posted in the group. It's got stuff like Cinderella, Queensryche, Keel, Tesla, Judas Priest. It's got a lot of stuff I'm going to be doing for the first hour. A lot of 80s hard rock and a lot of 80s hair metal. And then after that, we're going to get into the 7 o'clock serious stuff. We'll be selling off all that and the rest of this crate up until midnight. At midnight, I'm going to transition to CD mode. And we're going to do about an hour and 40 minutes of CDs like we did last night. And at that point, that's when the shipping department wants to shoot me. We have the very best of Electrolight Orchestra. $34.99. $34.99 for ELO. That's Don't Bring Me Down. We have Live Throwing Copper, the 25th anniversary edition with bonus tracks. Now Zeppelin's at $26, both with Scott Dwallow. No. Brian Thurman bid $26 on AC/DC. Danny Tardif, you're out. Danny Tardif, you're out on AC/DC. Let me know if you want back in. And now Zeppelin's at $26, and that means somebody else is out. Luke Rosenberger, that means you're out. We're going back and forth on these. First two auctions, that's it. We have Stone Temple Pilots Blue Vinyl, $39.99, $39.99, and Metallica Garage Inc. That's a 3LP. That has got Whiskey in the Jar on it. It's worth it just for that. And Am I Evil? And then I have that discography batch from Nothing, Dance on the Blacktop, The Great Dismal, Guilty of Everything, this album, and Tired of Tomorrow. Those are all $33 each. Live, Mental Jewelry. Live is $33.99. The demand for their albums is at an all-time high, I would say. Kiss Dynasty is sold to Jen Cast. Thank you, Jen, on Kiss Dynasty. John just delivered an absolute solid batch of vintage stuff. And then far as crates, David Saunders first, though, on Metallica. Metallica's $59.99. JetBlue, if you want one, that was my last copy. I can have you on a waiting list. $59.99. Speaking of crates, Paul's marking stuff. Laura's going to be marking stuff. And John just delivered 4 crates. I see the Flesh Tones. I see Pet Sounds. I see great stuff he's always marking. We have a Perfect Circle 13 step. Those are $39.99. Ghost and Festicism. That's sold to R.J. Myers. That got his 3 Ghost and Ace. And then here's another Ghost. $33.99. Sabbath Volume 4. Black Sabbath 2012 remaster. That's $33.99. Van Morrison Moondance is $34. Rush Subdivisions $36. Ministry Psalm 69 is $29. And then the other 2 Metallicas, and I think literally the only 2 I have in stock, again from this week, Kill 'Em All and Master Puppets, $29.99 each. All right, Scott Dwallow, you get Zeppelin for $26. Thank you, that's sold. The Rush Unofficial is $29.99. The Rush Unofficial is $29.99, and AC/DC. Those are some competitive first auctions. I can tell it's Thursday night. That is sold for $26. Thank you on that. We got some great stuff here. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Let me do one more thing. So everybody on the flip video got what they want. Thanks everybody for that. One second, please. All right. And then John Bobing wants Rush. So to John Bobing. John just handed me this. He said, go ahead and run this for auction. Jeff Healey band, See the Light. This is a USOG Jeff Healey band. It's very clean. It's very nice. It has the original on her sleeve. It is OG, and that's a $25 start. Kill 'Em All is sold to Jason Wilski for $29.99. And now the only other Metallicas I have in stock from previous nights, I got the new remaster of Load. $44.99. That's the new remaster of Load. $44.99. There it is. Jeff Healey band's up for bid. $25 start. And we have an auction going up right now. And what better than Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comet. Ace Frehley is going to go up for auction. It is an 87 USOG direct metal mastering. It is a VG Plus copy. And we're going to start Ace at just $25. Frehley's Comic. Frehley. I say Ace Frehley. That's going to go up for a $25 start. I'm going to keep this crate right here next to me for the rest of the night. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's going to be a great night here at Coletco. It's going to be a fantastic night here at Coletco. There's our next two auctions. I am still got some congestion, so I might mute my mic ever so often. And I'm going to do that right now before I bring over the next crate. All right, I'm back. That felt so much better. So what I did last night is I posted a $6.99 and $9.99 crate. And with the absence of Tanner this week, we better go ahead and tag this live. I still got one to tag from, I think, Sunday that we hadn't done yet. We'll go ahead and do this one right now. John's heading out. Thank you as always. He has his metal shirt on. He's rocking the Cryptic Death Metal shirt. The guy who sent those, Craig, just asked if everybody was wearing them. I think most people are. We have JetBlue on Metallica. Thank you. Does anybody else want a remaster of the 2LP Load? Ace Frehley's at $35. Jeff Healey, just one bid with Michael Baker. We're about to sell it for him for $25. Let's go ahead and put this up right now. Let's open up my video. And this could get, this is going to be a little tricky, okay? A lot of the stuff in this crate's already sold. So bear with me for about 5 minutes as we get rolling. And I'm going to figure out who got what. And we'll go from there, okay? So I usually start right here by doing this. And we got the Lonesome Strangers, Hearts and Minds, Kenningston Market, John Fred, Canned Heat, Nitty Gritty, Foreigner, More American Graffiti, Uriah Heat, 3 Genesis, Argus, Joe Cocker, Scandal, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Don Williams, Solace Marner, Wishbone Ash, Dreamweaver. And then there were 3 Genesis, Canned Heat, Air Supply, Land of a Thousand Dances, Moment Soundtrack, Focus, Outlaws, Joy of Cooking, Cream, Jay Giles, American Graffiti, Don Williams, Jason, BTO Nielsen, Mellencamp, Wright, Vassar, Clements, Who, and More American Graffiti. Wow. Okay. Jeff Healey has a new bid, and Ace Frehley is a final call for $38. And Load is $44.99. It's a 2LP remaster, $44.99. Okay, there's that. If you want it, just let me know. And no Jackie Blue on this one. So we got Gary Wright, and this is $9.99. And like you just heard me say, a lot of these are already sold. But this gives you an idea of some of the kind of records that's in the flip video every morning. Maybe why you should join our group, and maybe why you should set a timer. Just tell your reminder, tell your phone, say, remind me at 9 o'clock to check a whole lot of records. This one sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike. That sold to you for $9.99. Also $9.99 is More American Graffiti, and this is also sold to Mike Bartlett for $9.99. Also $9.99 is Foreigner. Inside information. Now, you might want to pay attention because if some of these hadn't been claimed, then they're going to be available. Melissa Bailey got Foreigner. That's sold to Melissa Bailey for $9.99. George Thorogood, and this one was called Maverick, and George Thorogood is $9.99. George Thorogood is $9.99. I'm halfway through. I don't see any claims yet. George Thorogood, $9.99. First read-through, I didn't see any George Thorogood claims, so I believe this is still available. It's in shrink, and it's very nice, and it's just $9.99. Yep, that one looks like it's still available. Let's go ahead and sell Ace Frehley to El Terrible Torrio for $38. Thank you, and let's put up another auction. That next auction is Keel, the Right to Rock. Keel is an 85 USOG Indianapolis Press. It's about a VG Plus copy. $15 start on Keel. Next is the Who Rarities. This was only $9.99. The Who Rarities. $9.99 for the Who Rarities. And I think this is sold to Clifford Umstead. It is. That's sold to Clifford Umstead, $9.99. Howard Shaw. Hello, Chad. It's my birthday. Happy birthday. Wishbone Ash Argus. This is $9.99. Wishbone Ash Argus. This is sold to Charles Owens for $9.99. Looks like we have a final call on Jeff Healy again. Michael Baker at $35. Brent says he's out. Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis is $9.99, and then there were three. This is sold to Ava Ewing, AVAEWING. That's sold for $9.99. Thank you. So George Thorogood, a nice copy in shrink near mint with I Drink Alone. That went unclaimed for $9.99. We got Genesis Foxtrot. We just sold Genesis, and then there were three. Charles Owens was second on that one. And then this one here is actually, I have a correction. There was somebody, Genesis 3, Charles Owens was first on that. This needs to go to Charles Owens. So make sure this goes to Charles Owens. Ava, you were actually second on that one. And then here's Genesis Foxtrot. It looks like it's still available. It is. Genesis Foxtrot is still available for $9.99. That is available. And then over here we have Uriah Heep Salisbury. And this was a 2003 Italian pressing, originally marked $34.99. And Uriah Heep is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. Jeff Healy is sold. Let me make sure there's no other bids that got slipped in. I did not see any other bids, so that's sold to Michael Baker for $35. Mark Overton, can you let me know what your AN comment was for? AN, let me know on that. And I'm going to be showing some records, and they're already going to be grabbed from the flip video at 9 o'clock. Just saying. And right now, whatever doesn't claim, you can get it live unless I make a mistake. There's a lot of comments over here I'm filtering through, so I might have to go back and renege. But right now, I think that's available. And we're going to sell that to Paul Brothers. And then this Genesis is sold to Ed and Riviera. All right, so let's move this right over here. Keel has a new high bid of Buddy Cordova for $28. And let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And you may say, what else do you have up for auction tonight, Chad? And I'm going to be like, we got a bunch of stuff up for auction, like Kiss, Creatures of the Night, an OG copy. A 1982 US OGPRC Compton press with the original inner sleeve. There is some cover wear on the back. If vinyl's VG, maybe VG Plus, it's not a bad copy. And that's going to go up for just a $25 start. Next over here is Joe Cocker. This is $9.99. Joe Cocker is $9.99. And this is sold to George Jones. Thank you, George Jones. That's sold to you for $9.99. And the last $9.99 record was Cream. And what Cream is it's a straight-up reissue of their debut album. It's a straight-up reissue, and Jen Cass got that for $9.99, okay? Now, the next thing I have, everything left is $6.99. All the $9.99 stuff got obliterated. All that is gone. Now what's left is $6.99. Lynn's Farn. I did not see any comments so far for Lynn's Farn. So this is available for $6.99. It's in shrink wrap. And yes, that's called Sleepless Nights. That is available. Over here, we got Brownsville Station. Brownsville Station is $6.99. Brownsville Air Special. And I believe this is still going to be available. It's in shrink. It's a nice copy. It's also available for $6.99. And that is unclaimed. So, yes, that's available as well. All right, so Keel got a new bid for $30, and Kiss has a bid for $35. Can you run Scatterbrains? All the hot post auctions, everything that was in a grid, all the hot pictures, none of those won't even be ready until 7 o'clock Central Time. Right now, it's 6:14. It's going to be another 45 minutes before those even go up. But right now, we have that whole flip video crate I posted in the group. All those are going up for auction right now. I posted a whole crate of metal I'm going to try to start running here in this first hour. But Michael, I don't even have Scatterbrains up here yet. It's still been cleaned, researched, and investigated. Silas Marner is sold to John Durden for $6.99. Also $6.99 was Nitty Gritty. And Nitty Gritty, this compilation from VJ, this was sold to Steve Biddlecombe, I believe. Let me find his comment. I know I've seen it earlier. $6.99 for Nitty Gritty. And that's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Nitty Gritty, yep. That's sold for $6.99. Also $6.99 was Fresh Air. Interludes, and Fresh Air is near mint with this foil cover. And it was also $6.99. And guess what? It's available as well. Keel is tied at 30. Stuck was in first. And if nobody else bids on Kiss, Brandon Nick Lee is going to get it for $35. There's only been one bid. That was the first warning. Here's the final warning. It's around a VG Plus copy, and a VG jacket. It has one bid for $35. Chad, you missed my Keel bid. I've got Keel at 30, and I've got Keel at 30. If somebody else has bid, then I hadn't seen it. Stuck 73 bid 30, and I have Buddy Cordova at 30. I don't say anything else over there. I will be posting new Deftones. Yes, Dennis Yost in the Classic 4, Stormy. Nice copy here in shrink. That is still available for $6.99. There was no claims on that. $6.99 for Dennis Yost in a Classic 4. Also $6.99 was Don Williams, Listen to the Radio. Don Williams is sold to Billy Humphrey. Thank you, Billy Humphrey. That's sold to you. Over here, we got John Cougar Mellencamp. I think I had 2 in this crate. Let me see if there was any claims for any of them. These are $6.99. $6.99 for John Cougar Mellencamp. And I guess what? This went unclaimed, actually. So this is available. Lonesome Jubilee, we got a claim for Big Daddy, but Lonesome Jubilee is still available for $6.99. Danny Tarviff is at 35 on Keel. Danny, that never did make it over here to Restream. And it's Kiss VG Plus. Kiss, I have graded Kiss VG nearly VG Plus. So yes, it's pretty close. So now Keel's at 35. That means Stuck, you're out, and that means Buddy Cordova, you're out again because you were still tied earlier. Also for $6.99 is Mason Williams Handmade. Mason Williams is just $6.99. We sold Don Williams. Looks like Mason Williams is still going to be available. $6.99 on that. Mellon and Jennings gets Mellencamp. Great price at $6.99. Derek Clark says Lynn's Farm are an English folk group for fans who love horse lips. Fairport Convention, Jack the Lad. You might like Lynn's Farm there. It's still available for $6.99. The Joy of Cooking, and I'm pretty sure this did get claimed, $6.99. Joy of Cooking is sold to Rachel Crosta. That's sold to Rachel Crosta for $6.99. And we have Kenningston Market, Avenue Road. Kenningston Market sold to Amanda Darby for $6.99. Thank you on that. Also $6.99 is Montage, The Love Generation. Montage, The Love Generation. $6.99 on Montage, The Love Generation. And that went unclaimed in shrink on Imperial Records. And I have a feeling we're about to sell Keel for $35 and Kiss for $35. Now, I would have already sold it, but there was 2 more people asking the condition of the vinyl, but no one's bid. New Riders of the Purple Sage. This is $6.99, and this is officially sold. New Riders of the Purple Sage was sold over here to somebody. It was a double comment. I saw it just a second ago. This was sold for $6.99. It was a double comment. What happened to it? There it is. John Dorsey. Thank you, John Dorsey. That's so to you. And then we have Moment by Moment soundtrack. Moment by Moment soundtrack, $6.99 on Moment by Moment. And that was claimed over here by Jeff Coleman. All right. So Kiss has a new bid for $36, but I'm selling Keel to Danny Tardiff for $35, and I'm putting up another auction. So Kiss is at $36. Next auction I have going up right now is going to be put up at this moment, and that is Judas Priest Point of Entry. Judas Priest is a 1981 USOG, a Santa Maria press. It does have the original on her sleeve. It's around VG Plus condition, and Judas Priest is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Hudson Ford is still available. Nickelodeon. Hudson Ford is $6.99. Also $6.99 is another Lynn's Farm, Back and Forth. That's available. Also $6.99 is Jay Giles. And Jay Giles was $6.99. And Jay Giles is sold to Scott Dwallow. Scott Dwallow, that's sold to you. Kiss is at $36 on that. And then we have Ozark Mountain Daredevils. This is $6.99. and that is sold for $6.99 to Danny Thomason. Danny got that. Also $6.99 was Land of a Thousand Dances, Hannibal and the Headhunters. That is $6.99. So to Jim Davis. Thank you, Jim Davis, on that. We have the Ohio Express, Beg, Borrow, and Steal. Ohio Express is also $6.99, and I think that went unclaimed. So that is still available for $6.99. Over here, we got Kiss at $36. I haven't heard back from the first bidder. And over here, we got Jason Jones at $36. Any ZZ Top, Alice Cooper, Ozzy? Yes. Nielsen is $6.99. Nielsen is $6.99. And this one over here was sold to Greg Lee. Thank you, Greg. That's sold to you for $6.99. Also $6.99 was the Outlaws. And the Outlaws for $6.99 was sold to Russell Snedgear, or I should say Snedeker. That's sold to him. The Forster sisters went unclaimed. This is still available for $6.99. Chuck Haley wants the Ohio Express. That's sold to Chuck for $6.99. Over here we have Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. Also no condition notes on this. And BTO was $6.99, sold to Greg Lee. Also over here for $6.99 is Hearts and Minds. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Also $6.99 is the Lonesome Stranger, sold to Rebecca Howitt. Isn't it amazing how the end of the crate goes faster and faster because we're near the end? And then over here we have Canned Heat, and this is $6.99, sold to John Sotag. Also $6.99 is Vassar Clements, and that's sold to John Dorsey. That's sold to John Dorsey. And then over here $6.99 is John Fred and his Playboy Band. That's sold to John Sotong for $6.99. And then over here is Jason and the Scorchers. And this is also sold for $6.99. And that's sold to Greg Lee for $6.99. Also for $6.99 was Focus. And Focus was sold for $6.99. And Focus was sold again to Russell Snedeker. And then also $6.99 was Air Supply. And Air Supply was $6.99. And it is sold to Air Supply over here. Air Supply is sold to Ed and Riviera. Thank you, Ed and Riviera. That's sold to you. Also, we have Scandal. And Scandal for $6.99 was over here. And that's sold to Amanda Darby. And then also $6.99 was Godspell. And Godspell is still available. And over here is John Cougar, Mellencamp, Big Daddy. And that is officially sold to Phil Ott. Okay? That is done. I'll move this stuff out of your way. I'll take that. And we'll move all this over here. I still don't know who sent this. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't know who got it or who made it. Okay, so Josh Jones, you get Kiss for $36, folks. We're at the end of my video claims here. So let me figure out what's left and make sure I didn't miss anybody, and we'll figure out what's left. Okay, so we got all those done. We got all those done, and then Danny Thomason. Let me see on Wishbone Ash here. Wishbone Ash. I didn't like Danny's comment. Did I say Danny? I didn't like his comment. Was there somebody before him? Argus. Yeah, Charles Owens was first. Argus. Okay, so Danny, you were second on Wishbone Ash. Ava second on Genesis. Mary Miles second on Canned Heat. And then AJ Clark next on American Graffiti. Yep. And then Dan Moran next on Don Williams. Greg Lee next on Riot, and Donna Turner on More American Graffiti. So everything is what you see in here is what's left. These for sure are available for $6.99. Brownsville is sold for $6.99 to Tony Kepler. All right, he claimed that one live. Okay, so over here we got Judas Priest, Point of Entry. Nick Galletti has this for $28. Nick Galletti, $28. Now you may ask yourself, how in the world did everybody get early access to that? Well, first of all, you got to have a Facebook account. If you don't, there's no other way I can give you access to it. You got to have a Facebook account. No other way I can do it. I've thought about it. We'd have to have 2 separate videos. We'd have to have a video for every different social media. It just couldn't be possible. Second of all, you got to be watching at 9 a.m. Unless I forget, unless I have to go home early, unless I'm just not here, there will be a video at 9 a.m. You can check it. If it's not there by 9, then I will probably post on a previous video and say, sorry, no video. But so far, there's one 90% of the time posted now, just saying. And you can jump on there and start claiming them. And I rarely do this live because it's obviously time-consuming and confusing for everybody watching and complicated. But I'm down Tanner this week, so I'm having to do it live. He usually does it before the show starts. We got AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. 1981 U.S. OG version. First U.S. version for the United States. It's VG or better, $15 start. Excuse me, $15 start. $15 start on that. 1 second, please. All right. Okay. So here's what's left, and then we're about to get into brand new stuff. And then one more time on Judas Priest. I see an out and out. Thank y'all for letting me know. Nick Galletti has this for $28. Nick Galletti has this for $28. It's an 81 USOG. 81 USOG. And ACDC is at 20 right now. And that's an 81 US. Also VG Plus with the original inner sleeve, okay? And that's already taken off. Yeah, the CDs is going to be another challenge. I might have to recruit some help on those. That is extremely time consuming. It's very difficult to find them. It's just some kind of brain glitch. I've had other people help me. It's weird to try to pull those out. I might say who's going to be here in the morning, or I might do it really late tonight if I have time. It won't be done probably tonight though. It'll probably, if it is, it'll be like to my tonight. Like my tonight is like 4 a.m. So, or we'll get somebody to do it first thing, literally in the morning, like Jake. Okay, here's what's left for $6.99. This is Fresh Air Interludes, Classic 4, Stormy, Mason Williams, Lynn Farn, Montage, Lynn Farn again, Hudson Ford, the Forster Sisters, and Godspell. That's all that's left for $6.99. Tonight is Metal Night Auction. Now, I do have probably some metal stuff in the bins. They probably have some stuff back there to mark, and I've ordered some stuff for tonight. So it may actually see some metal tonight in the crates. But there'll also be classic rock. You might even see Nat King Cole and Frank Sinatra. But right back here, you will definitely see metal auctions now for about the next 6 hours. It's going to take me 6 hours doing 2 and 3 at a time to get all these done. Plus, I got a few miscellaneous things to show you. Tom Sullivan, let me know if you want Lynn's Farn Back and Forth or Lynn's Farn Sleepless Night, okay? And now Judas Priest is sold to Nick Galletti for $38. Put Moose to work. I know. He's supposed to maybe come here tomorrow or today. What is today? Wednesday? No, Thursday. He's supposed to come here yesterday. He's probably asleep. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Saxon Crusader. Saxon Crusader is an 84 USOG, also about a VG Plus copy. It is a USOG retail copy with the original inner sleeve, and that's a $15 start. Judas Priest was $28. Yes, 28. I might have just said 38. He's right. Sorry. I was trying to squeeze an extra $10 out of you to buy pizza later. That was $28, and now ACDC was at $32. Tom Sullivan on Lynn's Farn. And if anybody else wants any, we're going to see which one of those two he wants, okay? And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 records left in there if anybody wants them for $20. $20, those last 7. Come on. Come on. We got to sell them. Let's go ahead and go into another crate over here of some new stuff. I think there is, I don't know what I should do. Let me put this way up here. I've got stuff layered and stacked over here. It's honestly pretty sketchy the way I've got stuff stacked right now. I got some singles to get into. Where are those? They're right here. Here we go. Aha. I think y'all are going to like these. Look at this stuff here. Where does it start? It starts right here. I've got Ghost and Kiss and Twisted Sister and some other stuff here. Him. Here we go. Let's pull all these out. We're not going to do Zeppelin yet. There's some other metal stuff here. Some pretty demented looking stuff. Everybody's like, yes, demented. Yes, Chad, we love the demented. All right, there's that. All right, so Tom Sullivan got Lynn's Farn and Lynn's Farn. Thank you and thank you. We got the bundle here. Everything you just seen right there. The rest of those sold to Tim Graham. Let me actually go ahead and put sticky notes around them. And we've almost filled up our first crate tonight. That is excellent. And the show is officially full speed. Full speed or nothing. Full speed or nothing. Lux Eterna. All right. So we got AC/DC down to 32 with Melanie. 32 with Melanie. Saxon opened at 15, 20, 22, and now 25. And let's move those back there. And the first single I have is from the Beastie Boys. It's the original single, A Brass Monkey. In the sleeve, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Saxon's got multiple bids, but AC/DC may be on the tail end. Melanie Clausen has it for 32. Mark Overton's out, so we're at the tail end of that. All right, cleaning off my table over here. A few things to do, and let's go ahead and knock out this crate. It's probably some stuff you've seen before, but I'm going to go ahead and just run through it very quickly one more time. That way I can start restacking all of my new vinyl inventory, because we are all of a sudden getting a lot of new stuff in. All right, Saxon information. Saxon Crusader is an 84 USOG with the original inner sleeve. It is maybe a VG Plus copy, right on that borderline. Scott Arnold has it at $26. We got Rush's debut album, remastered, 180 gram, comes as a box set. And really the only thing that's over here is, Jake, there's a board of emojis on my screen. $49.99. This is Rush, $49.99. I think Jake's already left, though. And we have Eagles, The Long Run, 180 gram remaster. This is $33.99. The Long Run, the Eagles, that's available. Don't skip out on Rush. Static X is called Project Regeneration. Static X is $33.99. That should be on yellow vinyl, by the way. Johnny Cash, American Recordings, Volume 4. The Man Comes Around, $44.99 on that. So Saxon's now at 28. The Beastie Boys is at 15 with Laudercheck. And AC/DC is sold for $32. And $32 bid winning is going to Melanie Clausen. That's sold to Melanie Clausen. Next thing I have over here is I do have a few. I can go ahead and put this up. This was from the Hot Picture. Let's go ahead and put this up right now. The Kids Are Back. Twisted Sister includes live tracks recorded at the Marquee. Twisted Sister is an 83 UK original VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and start that for $15. Twisted Sister is up for bid. Brass Monkey, Beastie Boys is at 17. And I've only sold one thing from the Hot Picture, and that's that right there. Everything else has not been. Now the video, there's a video in the group, the same Hot Pictures with a video. Unfortunately, on a main page, you can't post videos and photos together. I wish they would let you, because I would have had a video, but I did that over in the group. Here's Saxon. It's not a gatefold jacket. No, not a gatefold. 84 USOG with the original inner sleeve. Twisted Sisters at 15. I've got Johnny Cash, Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. Soundgarden's $33.99. Madonna, Like a Prayer, also $33. And Guns N' Roses, Greatest Hits. That's a 2LP, $44.99 for Guns N' Roses. Rush, Moving Pictures, $36.99. Twisted Sisters, not a bootleg. No, it's an official release. Bullet Boys is $34.99. Bullet Boys, $34.99, and Lamb of God, New American Gospel. Lamb of God is limited edition clear black with white and gold splatter. That's $39.99. And Volcano, Bloody Vengeance. Volcano's $39.99. Screw Dusted is $38. Madonna, The Immaculate Collection is $44. Killswitch Engage is $33. And Iron Maiden Power Slave is $33.99. So Twisted Sisters at $18. The Beastie Boys has a new bid for $17. Vladercheck, it goes back to you. And I think we're done on Saxon. Final call on that. Brad Waits has it for $30. Everybody else is saying out. Okay, there's that. Everything in there is new and sealed, including Iron Maiden's Power Slave, originally released in '84, remastered for $33. Killswitch Engage, Madonna, Screw, Volcano, Lamb of God, Bullet Boys still available, Rush, Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits, Madonna, Soundgarden, Cash, Static X, Eagles, and Rush. Those are all available. And so is my Monster Energy drink. As soon as I get this, I don't know how this board of emojis appeared over here, but I'm going to take it off. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Psychotic Supper. We can do that one. Little early. Maybe a couple more. Maybe after a couple more. We'll do it before 7. Still slightly early for something like that. That's a good one. Got to make sure everybody has time to get home from work, put their kids to bed, tell their wife that leave them alone. You know, all that stuff. Get out of here. Trying to watch Chad. Leave me alone. That's some words that are being spoke at households across America tonight. Oh, there went my knee. Pack of sticky notes on the floor. And let's see what else is going on. There's Paul. Paul, you've been to the Pinnacle in Nashville? Have you been there? The new venue? No. Okay. Paul McCartney's playing there. I was trying to get somebody that's been there to tell me what it looks like. I heard it only holds 4,500 people. I was like, man, that's small. That's going to be like expensive tickets probably, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. Unbelievable. Okay, here we go. Next thing over here is Beastie Boys. I was going to make sure the Vlogger check said out. They hadn't said out, I don't think, unless I missed it. And that was at 17 with El Terrible Torio. Saxon didn't get another bid, right? Saxon did not get another bid. So Saxon is officially sold to Brad Waits for $30. Thank you on that. We got a lot of great records to sell tonight. Yes. I'm just trying to figure out what I should do next. I don't know. I'm kind of walking in circles. I don't know if I should go ahead and just get I don't know. I don't know what to do next. Let's go through a is there a crate already up here marked? Oh man, they've already got a crate here marked of stuff. There's already 2 crates up here. What am I doing? I think Paul's already marked some stuff. Here we go. Chad, can you pull the Eagles for me? I can. And then over here, we got Catherine Lutz on the Eagles, the long run, brand new spanking copy. That's going to sound beautiful. In the CD. There it is. All right. Boom, that's done. And then Beastie Boys is officially sold. And that is sold to El Terrible Torio for $17. And now Twisted Sisters at $41. All right, let's put up another auction and another single. Judas Priest Turbo. Judas Priest Turbo, 86 USOG Pittman press with the original on her sleeve. VG Plus or better. And this has the original on her sleeve, a $25 start for Judas Priest Turbo. That's now up for bid. First single, Brass Monkey, sold. Let's put up another one. I got some good-looking Ghost singles here I've never seen before. So let's roll the dice, and let's put this up for bid. This could be really good here. This is Ghost, Hunter's Moon, and it is, I'm sure this is on colored vinyl. It's on yellow vinyl. Ghost is going to go up for a $7 start. All right, there's that. And man, right off the bat, I think y'all going to be, hold on to your socks, okay? Button up your bootstraps. I think this is going to be one of those crazy bins. I think this is some stuff that looks like Paul's marked. I'm going to wheel John's records in here temporarily, though. Let's put his stuff right there just for a moment, all right, sister? That's my sister, Jill. She's in here keying in y'all's purchases. She is keying away. Ed's pricing, Laura's marking, Paul's marking, John's marking, Jake's keying, this, that. All right, here we go. We have Halloween, Keeper of the 7 Keys. Y'all wanted metal, you got it. This is a sealed reissue, $29.99. Halloween, Keeper of the 7 Keys. We have Exodus, Persona non grata, red and mustard swirl with black splatter. There it is, sealed for $34.99. You wanted metal, you got it. We got Skid Row, Friday Music, purple vinyl remaster, $34.99. $34.99. These are sticker price, 100%. If anything, these should be more. This is one of those crates where I say the price and then you add 30%. You may say, what kind of bizarro world's that? That's where George started doing the opposite. Hi, my name's George. I'm unemployed, bald, and I live with my parents. Hi, my name's Victoria. Okay, first claim we have here is Justin Deckelman on what just happened here. Okay, so last bit on Twisted Sister was Steve Ritchie. Steve Ritchie on Twisted Sister for $41. And then we got Ghost at 7. Twisted Sister, 45. Ghost 7, Ghost 8, Ghost 8, Ghost 9, Ghost 10. Steve Ritchie out on Twisted Sister. Justin Deckelman first on Exodus. This crate's about to get busy. Justin Deckelman on Exodus. And we got Scott Dwallow on Halloween, but I can't even put it in here. So let me go ahead and swap out crates. That's exactly what I was about to do. That crate's full. Let's knock out another one. That crate's full. Let's knock out another one, all right? And so he was next on Halloween. That means Halloween for Scott Dwallow. And then the next comment over here was Chad Thompson on Skid Row. Scott Fellow second. Nick next on Halloween. Exodus already sold. Out on Ghost. Ghost. Wow, here's what I'm surprised. No one's bid on Judas Priest. It's an 86 USOG Pittman press with the original sleeve VG Plus condition. Nobody has bid on that for a $25 start. OG Judas Priest Turbo, no bid as of right now, $25 start. Ghost is called Hunter's Moon. Yellow vinyl, kind of like the moon. Hunter's Moon, the high bid right now is at 11. Twisted Sister is a final call, $45. $45 to Edward Boosie, $45 on that. Ghost 11, Ghost 15, Priest has new bids, Ghost has new bids. Here we go. Use Your Illusion 2, Guns N' Roses, $39.99. $39.99. And just so everybody knows, those first three were knockouts. Okay, and the first person out of those bands, Justin Deckelman got Exodus, Scott Dwallow got Halloween, and Chad Thompson got Skid Row. There's Guns N' Roses at a great price. Here's Mastodon, Hushed and Grim. Mastodon is sealed for $29.99. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, $21.99. Pre-owned, 180 gram, remastered, near mint. Judas Priest has absolutely taken off. Ghost is still getting bids too. Judas Priest is at 30, Ghost is at 20, and Twisted Sister is sold to Edward Boosie for $45. That one's done. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Quiet Riot, Bang Your Head. This is an 83 USOG Pittman, EX or better. Metal Health is a $25 start. OG Pressing, the original. Tool Undertow. This is sealed, $34.99. GNR is sold to Corey Ross. That's sold. Whole crate of metal here. Or hard rock. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. Pretty Boy Floyd. Leather Boys with Electric Toys. Music on Vinyl Press, $34.99. $34.99. JetBlue on Mastodon, sold on Mastodon. Nick Galetti first on Metallica. That is sold. Still got Tool. There's Pretty Boy Floyd. Chad Thompson on Pretty Boy Floyd. Music on Vinyl Pressing, sold. Now Ghost is at 25. Now Ghost is at 30. Now Quiet Riot's at 30 with two people. And the last bid on Judas Priest was $30 with Corey Ross. Next over here is Megadeth, United Abominations. Wow, that hadn't been pressed in a while. 2019 remaster, sealed, $39.99. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, a straight reissue, black vinyl, $29.99. It's the Ace of Spades. And Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, $34.99. Paul's bid of 30 came in first. He is at 31st. My bad. And so, Corey, you're out on Judas Priest. Paul was in first. JetBlue on Motorhead, the Ace of Spades. That is sold to JetBlue 004. Michael Salazar on Megadeth. That just leaves Tool and Iron Maiden so far. Ghost is now at $35. Rebecca, back out to you. So now we have a new bid on Judas Priest at 31. Ghost is at 36 with Rebecca Howitt. And now Quiet Riot's at 41. RJ 66 on Iron Maiden. Nobody on Tool, Sober, Intolerance. Are you kidding me? This is on here. You even get the song Flood, sealed, $34.99. Also, Gorgira, The Link. This is $29.99. Tool Mark is $34.99. Buddy Cordova next on Iron Maiden. Ghost is still getting bids. Judas Priest is still getting bids. And Quiet Riot's still getting bids. All are getting bids. Next thing I have is what? One more record. I have Warrant, Dog Eat Dog. It's on blue and red marble vinyl, just $29.99. Blue and red marble vinyl. Warrant, Dog Eat Dog, $29.99. There it is. We have Bob Riger on Gorgira. Thank you, Bob Riger, on that. Ghost 36, Judas Priest 31. Judas Priest is already at 35, but we may have hit the end of the road for Quiet Riot. John Bergenstrom has it for $41. That's a going of once and a going of twice. Next is Opeth, Ghost Reveries. Opeth is $39.99, music on vinyl press, and Mastodon, medium rarity, sealed on pink vinyl from 2020, $24.99. So just so y'all know, what was I about to say? I was going to say something about this collection. The Wi-Fi deco mesh does not appear to be connected to the internet. That's not good. Let me keep using cellular data. So this collection A lot of this is sealed, but it's pre-owned. That's what I was going to say. A lot of this stuff's brand new and sealed. It's one of those collections. Somebody collected a lot of stuff. A lot of it's still sealed. That's why a lot of this is sealed. It's not brand new from distribution. It's brand new from a collection, okay? And I told the story on this one the other day. A lot of this probably at one point was bought from us over the probably past last 5 or 6 years. So a lot of it looks pretty familiar to me. It's all pre-owned. So a lot of it's sealed, though, just so you know, because there might be somebody asked for a waiting list. Some of these I've seen I've sold. I probably can get more copies of, but as of right now, these are one-off. So if you're not first, you're last. Probably the only ones I can get of these, unless it's still in print. Rebecca Howitt got Opeth. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. And Rebecca, the high bid on Ghost is 36. I think it goes back to you. Rebecca, 36 as well. So who has the high bid on Ghost? Rebecca bid 36 first. Rebecca bid 36 first. Bob Riker got Gorgira. Rebecca got Opeth. Tom Sullivan second. Mastodon is sold to Mark Stanley. You got that, and Rebecca has it for 36, yes. And then Allison Chains, Rain or Fog. This is sealed for $34.99. Sealed for $34.99. Quite right. Let's go ahead and sell that. And I think we have a first-time buyer. Our first-time buyer of the night. Hopefully there's a bunch more. John Bregenstorm, and I don't think I've sold to you before. If you are a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. This is sold to you for $41. Thank you and welcome. And then we need to get you set up, okay? Ghost 37, Ghost 38, and we have started off with a fantastic crate here of new stuff early tonight, just to get everybody paying close attention to what else could be coming up. Here's Tool Opiate, just $19.99 on that, and Pantera Official Live 101 proof, and that's from that Rhino 2LP series, cut from the original master, $44.99. Judas Priest still getting bids. Tony, your bid came in very late on Quiet Riot. And we have a first-time buyer. John, thank you. So if you're a first-time buyer or a first-time viewer, welcome everybody. Here's what I need you to do. If you buy something, go ahead and send us a message ASAP. I try to monitor it throughout the night to make sure we have your information. If you're on YouTube, you obviously can't send us a DM, but you can, if you have Facebook, come messages. The easiest thing to do for anybody, in this video, there's a link to our website with a first-time buyer form. You can fill that out. We'll send you an invoice on Monday. From that point on, you'll be communicating with Ed. He will send you invoices, and if you have any questions, email, message, he is on top of it. Just like Stink on a Monkey. He's on top of them. Next thing we have, that's a Kramer line, Stink on a Monkey. Next thing was Henson on Tool Opiate. Henson over on Twitch got Tool. And then Dustin Whitaker got Allison Chains. Cecil got Tool Undertow. Wow. And then Chad Thompson first on Pantera. Then Buddy Cordova. Then Michael Baker. Judas Priest is now at $39. Corey Ross, you're out. And then Ghost. Ghost. I haven't heard back from Darren Johnson. Rebecca has it for 38. Rebecca has it for 38. Tonight, we got people watching on Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, and TikTok. And it's also on Discord and Instagram as well. So, comments are only coming from about 3 places. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. That's the 3 places comments are coming from tonight. You'll see them all embedded right here on your screen. All right, next thing we have is Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. That is sealed for $44.99. And Mudvayne LD50. Mudvayne is unopened, yellow and black marble vinyl, $39.99. All right, we had a couple more requests for some auctions. Y'all want to get crazy? Let's go ahead and get crazy. Cinderella, Heartbreak Station. This is a 1990 USOG. Right now, when we tag this, there is none listed in the United States for sale. VG Plus copy with the original inner sleeve. And guess what? It's going to be going up for just a $45 start. OG 1990 Cinderella, now up for bid. All right, final call on Ghost. No, Ghost got a new bid, 40, now 41. Notorious over on Twitch got Mudvayne. Notorious first on that one, Ghost 41. James Davidson second on Mudvayne. Michael Salazar first on Megadeth. Tony Clem second on Megadeth. Send a message for the invoice. Thank you. You'll get an invoice on Monday. Now, anything else you buy tonight, Friday, or Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. So if you buy 10 more records tonight, 30 CDs, 9 more records tomorrow, 100 more Sunday, and then 500 more CDs, all $8 shipping. Notorious wants to pass on Mudvayne, so change Mudvayne to James Davidson. James Davidson, you get the Mudvayne, the limited edition yellow and black marble vinyl. Change that to James Davidson, okay? So Cinderella already opened at $80. Now Ghost is at $42, and they're still bidding on Judas Priest. And they're still bidding over here on Judas Priest. What was the last bid on Judas Priest? I don't know. It was Corey at 40. And then it was, I got Corey Ross at 40, but I feel like that's either a tie or somebody else was already in higher. Let's find out. 38, Paul Brothers went out. Josh Jones, 39. Josh Jones, you're out. Judas Priest is at $40. Just saying. Cinderella opened at 80. Now we have Judas Priest at 41. And we have Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. A Rhino reissue, $29.99. That's the Rhino cut. I can tell by the embossed covers. That's a pretty good one there, $29.99. Sweet Leaf, Metallica, Death Magnetic, just $34.99. And Slayer is a sealed remaster, $34.99. This is Alice Cooper. He is $24.99. There's one little crease up here in this corner. Right there, not bad whatsoever. Brand new Alice Cooper is $24.99. $24.99 for Alice Cooper, okay? Next thing was Priest at 41, Cinderella 81, JetBlue got the Black Sabbath, Rebecca 2nd, Matt Marco 3rd, Cinderella 90 with Jeremy Rourke, Michael Jacob next on Sabbath, Henson next on AC, and he might have got auto-corrected, then Tom Sullivan, then Mark Overton, Brandon Jones first on Metallica, then Glenn, and then Gerald. And Henson wants Alice Cooper. Okay, we'll make sure Danny doesn't want it. If not, then tag this to Henson. And I can get more if anybody else wants one. I'm probably going to go ahead and order 2 or 3 more. All right, let's go through all of our auctions again. Everything is still getting bids. No surprise here early on Thursday Night Metal Night for all these to continue to be getting more bids. We'll start right here with Judas Priest. And Judas Priest is a 1986 USOG Pitman with the original on her sleeve. We graded it VG Plus or better. It's a nicer copy. And the last bid that came in on Judas Priest, Josh Jones, $41. Josh Jones, $41. And I think that means Corey Ross, you're officially outbid, okay? Ghost is Hunter's Moon. It's a 7-inch single in shrink wrap. It is on yellowish vinyl, I think, to kind of match the moon back there. And this has been in a bidding war for quite some time. And the last bid that came in on Ghost on my screen that I'm showing, I believe, was Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca went out after Darren bid $42. Darren's out at $42, or Rebecca's out. Darren has it at $42. And then Cinderella. This is 1990 USOG. It's around a VG Plus copy. Strong VG, maybe VG Plus. Currently none listed in the United States for sale. Always been a tough one to get. It's now at $116. Henson, you do get Alice Cooper. Henson, you do get Alice Cooper, okay? And then somebody got Slayer. Let me go through those last couple claims because it got busy there. JetBlue got Black Sabbath. There was a bunch of backups. Brandon Jones got Metallica. There was a bunch of backups. And then Slayer went to Michael Baker. Okay, and then Scully Mack, you were second asking the price. It was sealed for $34.99. Now, we're down to 3 auctions, but Ghost is almost done. Ed's marking new vinyl. We're about to show some of that next. We have many crates like this probably still to do. I see plenty of auctions over here to get to. It's almost 7 o'clock with the hot picture. Holy moly. Next is Mastodon. This one is the Hunter 2015 red vinyl. $39.99 for Mastodon. $39.99 on that. Alice in Chains Live, 1990, sealed. It could be possible on yellow vinyl, $24.99. And Exodus, Tempo of the Damned, clear with yellow and red splatter, $34.99, okay? We have Ghost, and Ghost is sold. And Ghost is sold to Darren Johnson over on YouTube. And Darren got that for the winning bid of $42, okay? Now, Judas Priest was still getting bids. Josh Jones at $46. Corey Ross, you're out. Cinderella is at $135 of Jeremy Rourke. Dustin Whitaker on Mastodon, sold to Dustin Whitaker. Matt Marco on Alice in Chains. And then, hold on a second. So it was actually Justin Deckelman got Exodus. He was quick on that. E for Exodus, Justin Deckelman sold. Dustin Whitaker got Mastodon, Matt Marco, Alice in Chains, Jake Gold next on Exodus, Josh Jones next on Alice in Chains, and we still got multiple people bidding on Cinderella. And it's up to just Corey Ross on the Judas Priest. Let's go ahead and put up another single, and I think it is from Ghost. The next single I have going up right now is Volbeat and Ghost. Ghost and Volbeat. Ghost is Enter Sandman, and Volbeat is Don't Tread on Me. Metallica covers. That's pretty cool. Ghost and Volbeat. That's going to go up for a $10 start. It is sealed. It is sealed. That's up for bid for a $10 start. Okay? Judas Priest and Cinderella still getting bids. There's only 2 records left in here. Cinderella in the bin, a music on vinyl pressing of Long Cold Winter, $29.99. And we have Gorgira, The Way of All Flesh. Gorgira is EX $32.99. EX $32.99 on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Chad needs a monster break. I'm here. Chad needs a nasal break right quick. And here we are. Henson on Cinderella. And Henson on Cinderella. And so, wow, there's only 2 records away from an air horn. The Gorgira does have a seam split. It's only $32.99. These new are like $55. New Gorgira albums are expensive. So not bad at $32.99, even with the seam split. I'm sure Paul marked it accordingly. And Warrant, Dog Eat Dog, unopened from Music on Vinyl, blue and red marble vinyl. Wow, only 2 records left, and we've sold that entire crate. Judas Priest, Josh is at 49, and now we're at 50. Rebecca opened the Ghost single at 30. Rebecca was the opening bid on this at $30. And what about Cinderella here? It's been at war. I knew it would be. Corey Ross has it for $175. Heartbreak Station, an OG copy from 1990. I've said this before. If you went to probably a major city in 1990 and went into some record stores, probably the week this came out, you probably wouldn't have been able to find it on vinyl. It'd probably been cassettes and CDs they were stocking. By 1990, probably most stores wasn't stocking that on vinyl. Anything you hear me say 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, and then especially thereon, probably been hard to find that back in the day on vinyl. Ghost has a new bid for $35, now $50. Bob Riker on Gorgira. Surely somebody needs a Warrant. 1 record away, and we'll start off the night with an air horn. Come on. 1 record. I'll blow the air horn. A celebration. We sold every record in that crate. Amazing. It just shows once again the demand for metal. I'm going to go ahead and pull it out. Surely, 29, it's brand new. It's on colored vinyl too. I know I've sold hundreds of these, and that's not an exaggeration. Y'all have been seeing me sell these since 2019, 2020. At one time, I had 200 or 300 of these in stock, this exact variant. And now it's made its way back to me again. Surely, there's a new customer out there, though, that needs one. That is a very tough OG record to find. We need 1 person committed to Warrant. $29.99. And we already got to bring out the air horn. All right. I can probably get Exodus. I can. Susie gets Warrant. There we go. All right. Let's bring out the air horn. Fair warning, still bidding on Judas Priest. Are we done on Cinderella? Are we done on Cinderella? All done, 175. Ghost is still getting bids. Let's bring over a crate of new stuff. Ed's got me 3 crates of new vinyl. Oh, there was a bunch of toys that came in. That's probably one. And a whole crate of guitars, drum sets, and toys. So that's fun. And let's do this. We owe Susie, and then there was a bunch of other people back up too. Thank you on that. All right, thank you on that. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening. Let's get a brand new air horn out. These were sent by somebody, probably Mike Massey or the Vlodderchecks. We now have dual responsibility stocking us air horns. Either Mike Massey or the Vlodderchecks. I think Mike Massey was out of town the week we had the pump horn. The clown horn. We got sent a clown horn. And it wasn't on purpose. They thought maybe it was going to be a better horn, but it turned out not to be. All right. Fair warning to everybody. Cover your ears. Thank you. Hey, that one's pretty good. You got to put the cap on there pretty tight so there's no leakage. Can't have any leakage. Okay, let's get into some of that new stuff then. All right. Maybe it'll be one of the crates. Let me see if I can find. I don't know really what I've ordered. It all blends in together. I order from 3 different places about every day, and the way they ship, I never know what actually is going to be in. But let's see what we got here. Okay. I think I got some stuff that was requested in the group. I hadn't went through all those lists. I knew that I was going to get a bunch of comments, but I've tried my best. Okay. If I ordered everything on there, we'd have 20, 30 crates for Metal Night. So I'm going to try to spread it out over the next couple of weeks, ordering everything everybody requests. This is sold to Corey Ross for $175. Sold. Ghost. The last bid from Rebecca, just so y'all know, she's bidding. If you're watching on Facebook and you're just looking at your chat, you won't see her bids. She has this at $50, and it's a final call. $50. It's Ghost Volbeat covering Metallica, Enter Sandman, and Don't Tread on Me, which are Black Album tracks. And that's a final call. And that's a final call to Rebecca, and she still has that for $50. It's sealed. And then over here, we got Judas Priest. And the last bid on Judas Priest was Josh Jones at $57. Corey Ross, you're outbid. All right? Yes, these books are for sale. I've got 2 mini guitars to show you. I've got Randy Rhoads for $39.99. I got George Harrison for $39.99. Randy Rhoads Polka Dot, and I can get more if we sell out. And I got George Harrison. Those are $39.99. They're available. I showed some guitars late last night. Those are $39.99. I need to clear off my table anyway. I'm going to set that over here. And then these books are Stephen King. You can buy what, you just tell me which ones or if you want all of them. Stephen King Sale, Stephen King The Dark Half. Also, we got Stephen King Under the Dome. These are all $14.99. We got The Bazaar of Bad Dreams or Black House. Those are all $14.99, or you can say, I'll just take all of them, okay? So Volbeat and Ghost is still getting bids. And then Judas Priest is up to Corey Ross. Corey Ross, let me know if you want back in. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. He says he's out. A lot of requested stuff. Y'all have to keep reminding me. The 7 o'clock stuff, I got half of it up here. Let's go ahead and put up something else. This is OG Cinderella Night Songs. We just did one Cinderella. How about another one? A beautiful copy of Night Songs. EX or better vinyl. It's OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It is nice. Excuse me. There's no inner sleeve. I don't know if it came with one, but this one here is just a jacket and some really nice vinyl. It might have just came in a standard sleeve to begin with, but it's very nice for a $35 start. Okay. This is at $75, and that means Josh Jones, you do get the Judas Priest. So sell that to Josh Jones for $57, okay? There's that, and let's move this right over here. Cinderella's OG, it's beautiful, $35 start, okay? Night Songs. Let's put that right there. And then this is now at $75. Courtney, I'm going to sell all these books for $14.99. Thank you. And I think we've sold every Stephen King book from that collection. There's a couple that didn't sell that I priced and put out in the store. So just so y'all know, those may be available up there. But I'll try to find out, okay? We got a whole crate of new vinyl here. We're about to go through this. Let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and show 2 records. Unto Others, Strength. Unto Others is $29.99. And we have Yusef Lateef, Into Something. Yusef Lateef, Into Something. That is $24.99. We have a bunch of requests for Impaled Nazarene. Up here right now, the only ones I have are Twisted Sister, King Diamond, Kingdom Come, Armored Saint, Agent Orange by Sodom, Slayer, Faith No More, Savatage, Carnivore, Paradise Lost, Napalm Death, the Van Halen boot, the Metallica boot, another Cinderella Heartbeat Station, a reissue though, Metallica, and Scatterbrain and Celtic Frost. That's the only ones I have up here right now, so anything else being requested is not up here right now. You'll have to give us another half hour. We have had about 300 requests for Scatterbrain. Let's go ahead and roll it then. Scatterbrain, Here Comes Trouble. It is a 1990 U.S. original in shrink with the original inner sleeve. This is a top copy. It has got the original inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $75 star. Scatterbrain, Here Comes Trouble. There it is. Scatterbrain, Here Comes Trouble. It's now up for bid. Next is this single here is sold to Rebecca, and this is sold to Rebecca for $75. And now over here, Cinderella has a lot of requests or a lot of bids. We're at 35, 35, 35, 36. John Bobing asked how much was Randy Rhoads. $39.99. And then over here is another crate. I still have him. We still got King Diamond. We still got Faith No More. We still got Van Halen. We still got What's the Tracks on Kingdom Come. It's not even up for auction yet. Scatterbrain, Scatterbrain, Scatterbrain. And then over here, I've got Metallica, Quiet Riot, Motorhead, Queensryche, Black Sabbath, Kiss, Anthrax, Stone Temple Pilots, Britney Fox, Dio, Led Zeppelin, Iron Maiden, Poison, Bullet Boys, Tesla, Queensryche, Tesla, Judas Priest, Black Sabbath, Trick or Treat, AC/DC, Tesla, Metallica, Warrant, Kingdom Come, Iron Maiden, Ozzy, LA Gun, Cinderella, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Anthrax, Black Sabbath, Jet Boy, Kiss, Rat, Iron Maiden, Kiss, Rat, Iron Maiden. And yes, almost everything I just read off are OG records. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully you have your schedule cleared for like the next 5 hours. Otherwise, you're going to be missing a lot, okay? A lot. Next is Michael Thrower. Put SB. I think they're trying to bid on Scatterbrains. It is getting a lot of bids. And right now, Cinderella as well. Before I do anything else, because the feed is moving so fast, that's probably one of the only times I'm going to read what's in the bins, because every time I read those, literally everything is requested. It's one of those nights. There's about 80 auctions and everything's requested. Everything's requested. So we got to get them done 2 at a time. Otherwise, it's going to be absolute chaos. So this is $39.99 and $39.99. This was sold to John Bobing. That was my last Randy Rhoads guitar. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let me start this crate over so I can get into a rhythm, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to tell I have too much. Plus, there's about this many more auctions I didn't even read off. Here we go. First of all, we got Cinderella Night Songs. It just got a new bid for $40. This is a nice OG copy. Nice jacket, very little wear, and EX or better vinyl. $40 on Cinderella. Scatterbrains is an OG near mint top copy. Shrink, near mint minus vinyl, original inner sleeve. It has a high bid right now of $146. OG top copy. Cinderella. First thing I have is Unto Others, Strength. New and sealed, $29.99. Also, Yusef Lateef. This is, I think, a new reissue from Wax Time. $24.99. Yusef Lateef, Into Something. $24.99 on that. I did get a restock of Metallica Reload, and I'm pretty sure I have a waiting list. Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire, The Memory Remains. $49.99 on this. Let me put up another single, but before I do any of that, I just realized my laptop's back here. Not back here, so that's the next thing I need. Let me grab that, and then I'm also going to grab some other toys and figures I have up here, and if I can find those Stephen King books for Courtney, I'm going to go ahead and grab those too. But I need my laptop for waiting list, and then because we sold out of Blondie last night, the toy, and then these, I'm going to go ahead and find these other Stephen King books for her. Let me see if I can find them. I know they priced them, and let me figure out what bookshelf they put them on. I don't see them. I'll have to ask, or maybe Ed knows, or maybe somebody has seen them. Maybe somebody bought them here in the store. Courtney, it's possible. If I find them, I'll let you know. But as of right now, I do not see them. All right, let me get my laptop open. Welcome, everybody, for Thursday Night Metal Night. It's already hot and heavy. Let me go ahead and get my laptop open. I think there's one person on a Metallica Reload waiting list. Scatterbrains at 188 and Cinderella's at 45. But I will be on the lookout for those for sure, okay? 100%. Let's get my laptop open here. Vinyl Master pre-order wait list. And I'm going to search for Metallica because if I have 3, I probably have a wait list. And that waiting list for Reload is Buddy Cordova. Buddy, you was on a waiting list for this. So this is sold to Buddy Cordova. Fuel Memory Remains, $49.99, okay? Scatterbrains is at $188. Scatterbrains is at $200. Cinderella's at $45 of Michael Hamburger. John Bergenstrom's out. Corey Ross is out. Romelu wants Yusef Lateef. That's sold to Romelu. That's sold. And then over here, we got Scatterbrains at $200. I've got Alter Bridge, and this one's called One Day Remains. Alter Bridge is a 2LP deluxe edition on electric smoke-colored vinyl, $44.99 on Alter Bridge. Also, I have Chelsea Wolfe. She Reaches Out. What is this one actually called? She Reaches Out to She. And that's $29.99. Mark Morris on Alter Bridge. That is sold. Cinderella's at $46. Cinderella at $48. Scatterbrain is at $200. Our next auction is Him. It's a 7-inch picture disc. A Wings, Side A, Wings of a Butterfly, and Poison Heart. Him is going to go up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Scatterbrains out. Cinderella's at $48. So Scatterbrains is with Michael Thrower at $200. I've got 2 copies here. This is $29.99. And this is Cryptopsy, Cryptopsy. And that is as Gourmand Burns. $29.99. Him has an opening bid for $35. Cinderella's at $47. We already had a bid for $48. Him has bids for $10, but there was already a bid for $35. And then we have Animalized, Tapes from the Crypt. That's $33. Reissue, the French heavy metal band's self-released debut album. That's $33.99. Cryptopsy, exactly. Cinderella's at $49. Are we done on Scatterbrain? Last bid on that was $200 with Michael Thrower. Him has about 3,000 bids. Cinderella is still getting bids. Him has about 3,300 bids now. Make that 3,400 bids. And then our next auction is Judas Priest going up right now. Rock and Rolla. Judas Priest, Rock a Rolla. And this is a 79 US. It is very nice. It is going to go up for a $25 start. Judas Priest Rockarola. This is a 79 US reissue. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Let me see if this sticker is easily removable here. I think it's going to be, yeah. Judas Priest is going to go up for a $25 start. That is a reissue now up for bid, okay? Now, Hymns at $45, $47, and Cinderella's at $50. And then this is sold to Justin Deckelman. Yep, that's it then. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. It was probably only available through Alliance then. And then we got Saigon Kick, and this is the Lizard. And Saigon Kick is $38.99. Saigon Kick, and there was a waiting list for Saigon Kick. This is $38.99. Saigon, and this is Jeff Hansen. Jeff Hansen, this is sold to you. He was on a waiting list. There's 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Judas Priest has opened up at $25. Cinderella is still getting bids. And Michael Thrower, you get Scatterbrain for $200. That's sold to you. Him is now at $50. Cinderella's at $56. All out war for a couple of these auctions, especially for him and Cinderella. and Judas Priest has one bid for $25. Also in here, we have Hailstorm, The Strange Case of Hailstorm. That's on clear vinyl. That is $29.99. Cinderella 56, Hymns at 52, and Judas Priest is really nice. No condition note, 79 US, 1979 US. It's got one bid for $25. Suicidal Tendencies is on colored vinyl. I think it's purple, but it's self-titled, their debut album. Suicidal is $33.99. Now Priest is at 26, and we still got people going back and forth over there on those. Let's see what else I have over here. Okay. Better not try to do anything else right now. Right now, we have Smash the 80s. Let me check on the waiting list for this. Great compilation here. 2 LP for just $33.99. This may be available. Smash the 80s. We had a wait list the last time. Not Smashing Pumpkins. This one's actually available. It's called Smash the 80s. New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau Ballet, Simply Red, Bananarama. It's got a lot of 80s pop and 80s pop rock. $33.99 on that. Scott Dwallow and Suicidal Tendencies, that's how much. How much is Hailstorm? $29.99. Rebecca Howard got Smash the 80s. Jason Wilsky got the other Suicidal Tendencies. Everything in this bin is new and sealed. Saigon Kid, this was the first time, this was the first widespread vinyl release pressed on black vinyl for Optimum Sound. The 1992 classic, $38.99. Billy, I think there is some kind of OG of this record that exists, but it's extremely rare. They consider that the first widespread release of that album. $38.99 on that. Chad, you see Paul McCartney's playing the Pinnacle in Nashville, 45 capacity. I did see that. That's the first thing we talked about tonight. Last night I mentioned Paul McCartney's teasing at a new tour. I was like, please come to Nashville. I see the announcement this morning. I scroll down, I see Nashville. I'm like, great. I'm going to get to see Paul McCartney again, and I don't have to travel too far. And guess what? I click and it says the Pinnacle. And I was expecting Bridgestone, LP Field, or Nissan Stadium, Bridgestone. I click on that and it says the Pinnacle. And I was like, the Pinnacle? That's like just a little bit bigger than the Ryman. I was like, oh my gosh, that's going to be for like, yeah, I mean, there's no telling. If I don't get in on the pre-order, then it's going to be something stupid probably for tickets. Because it's expensive to see him in an arena. I mean, it's like pricey every time I've went in an arena. So, yeah, that's going to be crazy. Saigon Kick is Tom Sullivan. But I've also got Atlanta on the radar. Right, Ed? I've got Atlanta on the radar. He's doing back-to-back days in Atlanta. I was like, I wonder if he'll do different set list. Probably not, but that's on my radar. So, yeah, I'll go see him in Atlanta for sure. Yeah. Back-to-back in Atlanta. Y'all might hear me bay over there for a while, okay? Okay, let's see what's going on. Everybody's probably thinking the same thing. Man, it's a Beatle. It's Paul McCartney. It's a Beatle. Is this his last time? Is this it? Who knows? Okay, let's update what happened here. JetBlue, the last Saigon Kick is sold. Saigon Kick is sold out, all right? We got Judas Priest, Rock-a-Rolla. Judas Priest, what was the last bit over here? Judas Priest, Rock-a-Rolla. 27 with Alonzo. 27 with Alonzo. 27 with Alonzo. 27 with Alonzo. Last bid on Cinderella. Last bid, Corey Ross, 60. Corey Ross, 60. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. Over here, him. It took off like a rocket. And I'm showing Jeremy Bryan at $52. Nobody else has bid. Nobody has set out. Put Susie on the waiting list for Smash the 80s. These sold out. Put her on a waiting list. If anybody wants Saigon Kick, let me know. We're sold out. It will be a waiting list. Next, Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? Megadeth is $34.99. New and sealed, 2 available. Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. Remastered, colored vinyl, $34.99. Henson got a Megadeth. Next, In Memory, Paul Di'Anno. This is a new release that comes out Friday. I went ahead and got 5 of them. This is a tribute album to Paul Di'Anno. Includes 2 tracks never released on CD or vinyl. And it says, for each copy sold, 50 cents will be donated to We Support Metality Extreme something people. I'm not for sure what that says. Some kind of fundraiser record. Limited edition sparkle vinyl. That is $29.99. And it is that was new for this week. And if I think I can get more, that pre-order will definitely go up in a whole lot of records. Just like I posted Wet Leg earlier, okay? Let's go back up the top. We got Paul Di'Anno sold to Nick Galetti. Scott Dwallow wants that other Megadeth. And then over here, we got Darren Johnson on a waiting list for Megadeth. Darren, you're on a wait list for that. Paul Triaga on the Di'Anno. He was next, and then Ken Crooker, and then Kenny Roll, and then James Davidson. We'll start a waiting list, and the first person will be Michael Salazar. Michael Salazar on that. Chad, we posted pre-order of Wayland Remastered Songbird. That was posted a couple weeks ago, actually. All right, him is up for $52, and it's sold. I got to make sure we're staying on top of these auctions. We got to move these a lot faster. There's a couple things I got to remind new bidders. If you don't say out, the auction is going to take a lot longer than normal. If you're done bidding, say out, but you can't bid again once you say out. If I don't hear back from you and I have to go ahead and sell it, make sure you're not like, wait a minute, I was still bidding. Because we have some crazy auctions over here. They're going to be getting bids for a long time. And then when we've hit the end, we got to go ahead and sell them. We can't extend these because some of these, if I kept reading off the details and keep on reminding people, some of these will be up for a half hour. We have way too many to try to sell. So make sure you stay very active in bidding. You get outbid, bid again. You get outbid, bid again. You get outbid, bid again. Otherwise, just say out. Corey Ross has this for $60, and there was no other bids. This is sold to Corey Ross for $60. Corey Ross for $60. Okay? $60. Anybody else wants on that Paul Di'Anno wait list, let me know. Where's Judas Priest at? Alonzo just went out. Scully Mack has this for $29. Scully Mack has this for $29. Scully Mack has this for $29. We got a few people on the Paul Di'Anno waiting list. Paul Di'Anno, next person on the waiting list is going to be Alonzo. Anybody else? All right, here we go. More auctions going up right now. Jeremy Bryant got him for $52. Jeremy Bryant got him for $52. Yes. Glitter over on Twitch. All right, here we go. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is Tesla Psychotic Supper. Tesla Psychotic Supper. A 1991 Euro OG. Geffen Records. Currently none listed in the United States. VG++ or better. A $75 start. $75 start. Tesla is now up for bid. Now Judas Priest is at $30. Those are now up for bid. Let's read through this crate again. What do we have in here? I don't know. I don't even remember what's left. Next auction is Queensryche. Their self-titled debut. Never been reissued. Still. Not even in any form. Queensryche is an 83 US OG. Winchester, EX Plus or better, $45 start. Tesla, 75, 75, 100, and 100. Next is Judas Priest. Rick Peabody's at 30. Scully Max out. Final call for 30. We have Unto Others Strength. Unto Others is $29.99. Unto Others $29.99. Yusef Lateef $24.99. Metallica Reload $49.99. Metallica Reload $49.99. Alter Bridge One Day Remains $44.99. Smoke Colored Vinyl. Chelsea Wolf $29.99. Two available. We have Cryptacy, exactly, $29.99. Hailstorm, Curious Stranger Hailstorm, Clear Vinyl $29.99. Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow, Colored Vinyl $34.99. And over here, don't forget, we got Metal Massacre, Red Vinyl, the first ever compilation that had Metallica on it, $38.99. Here's the bid so far on Tesla. 75, 75, 100, 100, 100, 80, 80, 75, 120, 120, 120, 130, 135, 135, 150, 150, 150. And we got Jeff Brinley at 150. Queensryche does not have a bid. It has one bid for $45. Judas Priest is sold for $30 to Rick Peabody. That is sold. Now Tesla's at $155. Let's move these over here. First is Buddy Cordova on Reload. Buddy, you already got one. You was on a waiting list. I've already pulled one for you. And Susie Bree Love on Scorpions. I'll double check, but I'm almost positive I've already pulled one for you because you was on a wait list. What's the details on Cinderella? Can you tell me more about Queensryche? First thing I have going up right now is Metallica. And Buddy, you already got a Reload. You must have not been watching a moment ago. I've already put that up. Next thing I have going up right now is this. You may say, what else could you possibly have to auction tonight, Chad? I've got this. Sabotage, The Dungeons Are Calling. Are you kidding me? It's an 80s camouflage reissue label, near mint minus. Sabotage is a very nice copy. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. We sold Metallica already. We sold Scorpions to Susie. We have Tesla, $175. Etta James may be in tonight. I hadn't went through all the vinyl yet. They may even be in tonight. And then Tesla info, Tesla, Psychotic Stupper, a 1990 Euro original, Geffen Records, original inner sleeve, 1991 Euro original, near mint. It's at $184. Sabotage is at $35. Wow, Queensryche with just one bid for $45. I'm about to sell it. Now Michael Hamburger has bid $47. What else do we have tonight? We're about to find out. Let's go through another new crate. Nobody on Metal Massacre, nobody else on Scorpions or Hailstorm or Cryptasy or Chelsea Wolf or Alter Bridge or Metallica or Yusef Lateef or Unto Others. I'm taking those off the table. They're going right over here. That Sabotage is not in print in any way. I cannot even back order anything in that capacity over there. Let's go ahead and knock out another crate of new vinyl over here. That was new vinyl. Let's go ahead and do another crate of new vinyl I have right over here. Then we'll probably go through possibly a new check condition bin. I think you're all going to like this crate though. Plus there's some waiting list. Very, very nice. And we got a billion auctions to go through tonight as well. So Queensryche still getting bids. 46, 50, 50, 50, 50, 60, Sabotage, 60. And what about Tesla? Tesla is a 1991 Euro original. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And the last bid was Ed Hickey at $175. Ed Hickey at $175. Let's see what we have in here. We got a restock of that Cars Hi-Fi series. Moving in Stereo. This comes out tomorrow. We've already got an order in, tagged the pre-order, sold out, have a wait list, and now we got more. And it hadn't even officially came out yet. The Cars. Here it is. If anybody wants one, let me know. Ron Burns was on a waiting list. Ron Burns, you get one. Ron Burns was on a waiting list. Thank you, Ron Burns. That is so to you. And if anybody else wants the Hi-Fi Cars, I've got it. There's 4 left if anybody else wants one. Moving in Stereo. Next is Kicks. Cool Kids. This should be on gold or silver. It's definitely colored vinyl from Friday Music. Kicks is $39.99. Friday Music. All right, so what happened over here? Gerald Whitworth wants a Cars. He is officially moving in Stereo. Solarplex on the Cars. Chad Solar is officially moving in Stereo. Is that actually Chad, or is that still Chad's secretary buying stuff? Sabotage, 80. Tesla, still getting bids. $184 on Tesla. Sabotage is at 80. And the last bid on Queensryche that came in, Michael Hamburger out. We got a 2-way tie at 50 on Queensryche. Solarplex, you're out. David Saunders has it for 50. David Saunders has it for 50. So you are out on Queensryche. Ed Hickey, you're outbid on Tesla. Sabotage is still getting bids. The Cars is $39.99. We got a claim for Kicks, but I got to go ahead and grab a new empty crate because I have filled this one up. I have filled this one up. So that one's done. Let me grab this. And I got a new empty crate. And Kicks is sold to Mark Morris. I'm back. So it's actually Chad Solar now. It's actually Solarplex tonight, okay? Your secretary or whoever did a very good job. They did not ever say out on any auction. Anything that was up that you told her or whoever that you wanted, they bid. And I don't think they ever said out on an auction. Maybe a couple times. They didn't want to disappoint the boss. They was like, we don't want to make the boss mad. Let's just bid until we win it. Tesla has a new bid for $184. Sabotage and Queensryche still have new bids. Next is Burning Witches. Dance with the Devil. Some of this stuff is because of that post y'all made. And what I'm going to do is if you for sure want something and like that post, say, Chad, can you order me this album by this artist? Otherwise, I'm just ordering stuff based on suggestions. Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil, green vinyl, $36.99. I've got 2 of those. And I have Iron Maiden. This is $69.99. It's an import only, but I haven't had it in a while. It's essentially an Iron Maiden Greatest Hits as a picture disc. $69.99. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. We have 1 Cars left. Andrew Shaw's going to get one, Andrew Shaw's going to get one. And now we're done. Ed's out on Tesla. We're about to sell it. Ed Hickey's done. Tesla, Tom Sullivan, 184. We got a new bid on Queens Rock for 55. Queens Rock's now at 55. Saunders, you've been outbid. And now Sabotage is at 95. Now 105. All right, what's up for bid? Tesla, Queens Rock, and Sabotage. It is at 184, 55, and 105. Next is this. I thought this was really cool. I didn't know these were in print. Somebody told me to order them. Stephen Piercy from Rat, his solo album, Overdrive, on red marble vinyl, $29.99 for Stephen Piercy. That Iron Maiden is kind of like an import only. I'm also going to go ahead and add up another 45 into the mix. And the next 45 into the mix is this right here. We had one just a moment ago opened. Here is a sealed one. Ghost Hunter's Moon, sealed. It does have a little bit of a seam split, but it is sealed. I don't know the color. I'm assuming yellow like the other one. Ghost is a $10 start. All right, Tesla is sold, $184, and that is sold to Tom Sullivan. Now Queens Rock, Saunders, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. I have not heard back from you. It's at $55. Now Sabotage is at $107. And then over here, how much is Iron Maiden? $69.99. And I think if you don't want it, Edward Boosie does. Next in here, I've got 2 copies of another Cars Hi-Fi, Candy O. If you didn't already know this, Candy O's already came out, and this is another great album. It's All I Can Do. It is $39.99. That one's available as well. Stephen Piercy, sold to Solarplex. I've got 4 left if anybody else wants one. We got Ghost up for a $10 start. Sabotage has $310 bids. 3 $110 bids. I have not heard back from David Saunders on the Queens Rock. Final call to Solarplex Studio for $55. Ghost is open for $20. Next is Rival Sons, $38.99. Great Western Valkyrie, I think is what that's called, $38. They're not sold. No, they're just kind of sorted. Are those metal? Cool. Thank you, Paul. Hope you had a great birthday, by the way. Awesome. All right. We have a request for Van Halen on deck. Van Halen is 100% on deck. It's going to get pretty crazy when that thing goes up. Everybody get ready. It is going to be absolutely crazy. Sabotage, 110. That is the third $110 bid. Ghost is at 20. And we have a bunch of requests on Cars. And I have not heard back from David Saunders on that either. So he is MIA. So Edward Boosie, I'm assuming if you want Iron Maiden, this is now yours. This is now yours, okay? Because I never did hear back from David on that. He just bid $60 on Queens Rock, okay? So I don't know if he wants that Iron Maiden or not, but we'll go ahead and give it to Edward Boosie. I think that was a claim. He put IM, exclamation point, exclamation point. We already sold Stephen Piercy. Ghost got an open bid for 20. Paul S., I'll have to put you on a waiting list for Iron Maiden. I've only got one. Solarplex Studios on Cars. That's for this right here. Solarplex Studios on Cars. That's sold to him. George Samberez on Cars. Sold to George Samberez. That Cars. Jamie Butler on both Cars. Jamie, I can give you this one. I'll give you self-titled. We'll have to put Jamie on a waiting list for Candy O and Melanie Clausen on a waiting list for Candy O. Those will be back in on Monday. Now Queens Rock's at 60. Flesh and Blood and Original. Yes. Sabotage is at 113. And then Melanie does not want a wait list for Cars. They'll be back in on Monday if you want them. It's Opus Eponymous from Ghost still in print. And then Cars, Mark Overton on the wait list. Nico Kapolanis on Iron Maiden. So Solarplex. Saunders got a bid in for $60 on Queens Rock. That is a bid for $60. Solarplex, you're out on Queens Rock. Sabotage is at 113. The sealed Ghost does have a seam split. It has one bid for $20. We're about to sell it, okay? Next in the bin is another Rival Sons and a restock of Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. This was a waiting list. Let's go ahead and tag it. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Pink Floyd, and the waiting list for Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason was Stephen Parton. Stephen, I've got you down for one. Stephen Parton, this is sold to you. Anybody else, I've got 2 more. Guess what? Queens Rock has a new bid. So let's go over 2 waiting lists because that got quite complicated, okay? First is this Iron Maiden, $69.99, a double picture disc, import only. And the waiting list for this was Paul S. This one goes to Edward Boosie. Paul S. gets one, and then we just had somebody else want one, Nico Capolanis. That's a waiting list, okay? And then we sold out of the Cars Candy O. This is $39.99. We got a waiting list with Mark Overton, and the other waiting list was Jamie Butler. No waiting list for Melanie unless Melanie changes your mind. I highly encourage you to go on waiting list. And then we are officially sold out of Cars Debut. Okay, so make sure, because we've got 2 tonight, make sure you let me know exactly which one. 0 of those remain. 2 Pink Floyds are in the bin. Are we done on Ghost? Dustin Baker has bid $25. We're not done. Sabotage, no surprise, is still getting bids. Cindy Yarborough at $120. David Saunders, you've been outbid again on Queens Rock, $61. The clock's on. I'm going to have to go ahead and put up another auctions. A couple of these have went into extended bidding, as we call it. They could be up for a while. They might be done right now. Here is Van Halen. Oh, my gosh. Here we go. Van Halen, 0 demos. Van Halen, this is a 2017. These are the original 1976 demos produced by Gene Simmons, Blue Splatter. This is going to go up by a $75 start. Van Halen's now up for bid. Over here, how much was Rival Sons? $38.99. How much was Pink Floyd? $33.99. Mark Overton on the wait list for Candy O. You got it. Jamie, you will not be billed for Candy O until it comes in. So it will be in like next Monday, Tuesday. You'll get a bill for it then. Van Halen already has a bid for $100. Now Queens Rock's at $65. I think we're done on Sabotage. Final call to Cindy Yarborough for $120. All of a sudden, Ghost got a new bid too. Gerald Whitworth, $27. Next in the bin is Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Megadeth is $38.99. Rust in Peace, $38.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $34.99. Those are really cool covers. Iron Maiden, Megadeth. Awesome. Those are $38. There's Vic Rattlehead, and there's Eddie. Two famous metal character icons there. Queens Rock still getting bids. Van Halen taking off. Ghost is still getting bids. One more record here. We got Black Magic, Rituals, and Perversions. That is Electric Wizard, $39.99. That is on Crystal Meth, colored vinyl. Crystal Meth, and yes, she is completely nude on the cover. Probably one reason I've sold so many. Melissa Bailey on Rival Sons, sold. There's one Rival Sons left. Melanie on Megadeth, sold. There's one Megadeth left. David Saunders on Iron Maiden, sold. There's one Iron Maiden left. Sabotage is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $120. The Dungeons Are Calling, sold. Everybody, this is Thursday night metal night here at Collectco. We buy metal. We buy metal. We sell metal. If you're out there and you want to sell a metal collection, you contact the Facebook page or send us a message through your website. We've been very lucky to find a couple collections, a couple even local, but we're always looking for more. We never can have enough. Most people watching right now want to buy, okay? Most people want to buy right now that's watching. But every once in a while, we've had some collections. People have said, if you hadn't have said on your sale that you buy records, I wouldn't have known you would have been interested in my collection. So I try to say, especially when we have as many people watching right now, 355 on all platforms right now. Wow, 355. So just keep that in mind. We do this kind of stuff every Thursday, but I'm here every night selling vinyl. Every night selling vinyl and other collectibles. All right. Now, let's go back to the top. So we sold Rival, we sold Mega, we sold Iron Maiden. We got Van Halen at 102, Van Halen at 110. JetBlue got the other Megadeth. Megadeth are sold out. Ghost is at 30, Van Halen 110. David Saunders, I got you for Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. You got it. And then we got Sean Holford wants some meth. Sean, I've got you down for meth. Thank you. And then we have another one sold to Henson. Sold. I'm assuming that was a claim, Sean, for some meth vinyl. I got you down for meth vinyl. And then Queens Rock over here. Are we done? Are we done? Solarplex 66. I have not heard back from David Saunders again. David Saunders, you're out. Here's what's happening on Queens Rock. As soon as you bid, you immediately get outbid by Solarplex. So I would want to let you know as soon as you bid, I'd be watching the screen, be ready to bid again, okay? As soon as you bid, there's another bid that's going to come in right after that. So be ready to bid again. it will pop up right up here on the screen. You've been outbid on Queens Rock again. It's at 66. Van Halen's at 125. Gerald's out on Ghost. Ghost is sealed, and Dustin Baker has it for $30. Joe Barrios, if you want on a waiting list, I'll go ahead and add you. You're on a waiting list for Electric Wizard, okay? Over here, I've got 2 copies of, what happened here? Damaged cover, no shrink creased. Uh-oh. All right, let me just set that one over here. But I do have a brand new one sealed. Sonny Rollins, Saxophone Colossus, $24.99. Van Halen, $130. David Saunders said, grr. I'm assuming that means he's not going to bid again. Make sure you let me know. The clock's ticking on that one. He said +1 on Queens Rock. Uh-oh. I've got to do some math. Make sure you place an actual numerical. There's probably going to be tough for me to do math tonight. 67 on Queens Rock. Go ahead and put QR 67. Van Halen's at $130. How much was Electric Wizard? $39.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. That is on crystal meth colored vinyl. Let's go ahead and add another LP. Next LP I've got going up tonight is this right here. It is going to be what? I have no idea. Let's go ahead and put up this. Solarplex, you have been outbid. Solarplex, you have been outbid on Queens Rock. Next over here is Poison, Flesh and Blood. We have Poison, Flesh and Blood, a 1990 US OG original club copy. US original club copy. It has the original on her sleeve. It's EX Plus Near Mint Minus. And Poison is going to go up for a $75 start. Van Halen's at $131. Queens Rock's at $67. Next, we have a request for King Diamond. No waiting list for Joe Barrios. Charles Siebert, if you want on a waiting list for Electric Wizard, let me know. I have 1 copy of Autopsy Skull Grinder. Autopsy's $33.99. I have that. David Saunders, you've been outbid on Queens Rock. It's now at $70. Van Halen has a high bid of $131. Everybody else is out. Poison already has a bid for $85. Unto Others, Never Land. Unto Others is $33.99. I've got Wham, Make It Big, brand new and sealed, $33.99. And Wise Blood, Titanic Rising, $29.99. I wonder if these are a request because I don't remember ordering those. Now Queens Rock is $70. David Saunders, as I told you, you've been immediately outbid. Van Halen is still getting bids, $132, $135. Poison has 1 bid for $85. I hope we were done on Ghost. Gerald went out. I already done a final call. Ghost is sold to Dustin Baker for $30. That is sold. Everything in here is brand new and sealed. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, is sold to RJ66. Thank you on that. Let's run through those again. I have another crate of new vinyl to do. I have a Paul crate over here that's been marked. I don't think it's so much metal, but we'll take a look at it as always. Chad, can you get any more live Japan and Sabotage? And I have you down on the wait list, but I don't think I have that. I bet Paul ordered Wise Blood. It's probably for Paul. And then Queens Rock is out. Sold for $70 over here to Solarplex Studios. That's sold for $70. We're still bidding on Van Halen. Van Halen, the last bid on Van Halen was $135. And Poison, this Poison is a 1990 US original club, Near Mint Minus. This is real and it's spectacular. And it has a high bid right now, just 1 bid. And that high bid is Dan Triaga at $85. Queens Rock out. We've already sold it. And then over here. Now, I will say, I saw a mosh pit. My witness is watching right now. The witness is watching. That was Sean Holford. We saw a mosh pit instigated by a George Michael song. And that's when Limp Bizkit was covering Faith. You gotta have faith. You know that song he covers? It was a mosh pit riot when that song kicked in. $33.99. I really don't know what this is, but I'm going to put it right over here in case that's a special request. And then Wise Blood might have been for Paul, so I'll put that right over here too. If anybody wants them, I'll sell them to you though. All right. Now, Stephen Tinley, I think Laura just delivered that. Poison's 87, Poison's at 100. And what year is the Van Halen? Let's take a look at this again. We got Van Halen. It's a 2017 unofficial, the Zero demos. The last high bid that came in on this, on the Zero demos, was Solarplex Studios at $135. I'm still showing him as the high bid, $135. And then Poison, Flesh and Blood, right over here. Poison, we have Strobotix GTX or something like that. Strayborg at $100. Strayborg at $100. Joseph McCormick gets Wham. You got to have faith. Faith. It's pretty intense when you see Limp Bizkit do that live. I can't yell like that. I can't do that. It's like me trying to sing like Pantera, Phil Anselmo. I'm going to start coughing and probably pass out. All right. Next thing we have in here very quickly. Kicks, Cool Kids. Kicks is $39.99. One left. It's gold vinyl, I believe. Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil. Green vinyl, $36.99. Stephen Pearcy solo album from Rat, Overdrive, red marble vinyl, $29.99. We got Rival Sons, Great Western Valkyrie, $38.99. We have Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason, $33.99. Two of those left. Learning to Fly, Into the Distance, A Riven of Black, Sonny Rollins, Saxophone Colossus, Clear Vinyl, 24. Autopsy, Skull Grinder, 33. Unto Others, 33. Poison, moving to a final call, $90. No, we are already at 100. Who is Strobotix on Twitch? And what is that supposed to say so I can read it better? And then Van Halen, are we done? Van Halen, are we done? Van Halen, I think we're done. Van Halen, Solarplex has it for $135. Next auction, this was highly requested. It's Impaled Nazarene. Exactly. It is called Impaled Nazarene. It's a 1993 French original pressing. OG, a $50 start. We have Kicks sold to Kenny Stanley. Anybody else on that crate? That's Gregory. That's right. Gregory Roberts. Okay. Impaled Nazarene, $50 start. It's up for bid. Let the bidding begin. I got another crate of new vinyl. We'll do that after I read through something else over here. Okay? Keep in mind, on Thursday Night Metal Night, it's Thursday Night Metal Auctions. But also, we're going to have other stuff in the bins, okay? It may be stuff you hate. It may be stuff you love. But either way, we're going to show it, and it's going to be shown live, and y'all can buy them. I'm going to do this check condition bin of new arrivals. Let's do it. We got a lot of stuff. I feel like some people didn't say out on Van Halen. That's why I've extended it so long. I do see some people who did say out, but there were so many bidders initially, I just wanted to make sure. And this is sold to Solarplex for $135. Okay? And then Poison. I've already said that twice, and I've already confirmed who it is. It's 100, and it's sold to Gregory Roberts. Whoever asked about it earlier did not ever bid. Hopefully they didn't get off, because I've already sold it to Gregory Roberts for $100. And then Impale, the person who asked for it, has bid $60, and we're about to sell it to them unless somebody else wants to bid. Never seen that before in my life. If I have sold it, I don't remember it. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Let's go ahead and do this one early. You've got to be kidding me. Fastway, Trick or Treat, the Music on Vinyl pressing. A limited edition, numbered from Music on Vinyl, a $40 start. Trick or Treat, it's up for bid. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is AC/DC, Who Made Who. A 1986 UK Euro original. EX, and currently in the United States, this particular Euro copy, there were none for sale. A $30 start on that. All right, and Trick or Treat already has a bid for $55. Impaled, Edison Toledo has a bid in for $65. Looks like you're going to have a little bit of competition on that. Since I've told everybody we buy metal collections, we've got 2 messages on Facebook. Great. Let me check on them. I need to let Paul know about those. You got to act fast on stuff like that. Okay, Trick or Treat, Impaled, everything getting new bid, AC/DC. Let's show some new arrivals, check condition, vintage stuff, okay? We got Led Zeppelin 4, VG condition, $19.99. This is a 5-digit reissue from around 1975. It looks like it's a George Piros cut. VG, not a bad copy to have if you don't have one at all. $19.99 on Led Zeppelin, folks. The Doors, 13. It's a compilation of hits. It does have some damage up here and a little bit of scribbling. It's EX on the vinyl. Not bad, though. $29.99. We have the soundtrack to Chastity, which has music by Cher. And that's VG. I think the movie has Cher in it. It does. And Sonny. That's VG condition, $19.99. And Jay and the Techniques, Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie. This is VG condition, $9.99. Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie. All right, let's go back to the top. So on the left over here is Impaled Nazarene. Let's reintroduce these again, okay? Impaled Nazarene, I don't know the name of the title. It looks like something Latin almost. Maybe not. Tool, Corrumpt, Nors. I just summoned a demon probably. That is a 93 French OG copy. It's OG France, VG Plus condition. And the last bit on this that came in, Impaled Nazarene, was $65 of Edison Toledo. And that means the first bidder, Stephen Tinley, you have been outbid. And so this was at $65, okay? $65. And that's been up for a while. So that's now going once, going twice. In the middle is Trick or Treat by Fastway. Pretty much near mint, unopened. It's gotten a billion bids, and AC/DC's at 52. Let me go over here and see what I can find else. Okay, so Trick or Treat, what's White Line going for? White Line is $34.99. I think you asked Chris Martin, I think you asked in that picture I posted, what is White Line? Can you tell me more about it? It's called Fight to Survive. It's on splatter vinyl. It's $34.99. Okay, and then John McPatriot first on Led Zeppelin. Stephen Tinley, you were second on Led Zeppelin. Michael Jacob, third on Led Zeppelin. Jeff Hansen, fourth on Led Zeppelin. Diego Sanchez on Jay and the Techniques. Impaled Nazarene has a new bid for $65. Now $75. AC/DC's at $55. Now another $75. Now $80. AC/DC's at $61. And the question is, what is Fastway at? It's taken every bit of my concentration to keep up with these bids tonight. I've got Jeff Hansen at $52. Jeff Hansen. Brandon Lee already bid $65. Solarplex bid $69. The bids are very much out of order. $69. Now, I know we like to see fast bidding, but what happens is some of y'all are bidding just on based what you see on your chat box and not what's right here on the screen, okay? Some people just bid based on what they're seeing on Facebook, and it makes the bids very much out of order. You almost might want to wait till you see a bid pop up over here. Fastway has a new bid for $60, because if you're just looking at Fastway bids on Facebook, that's how they get out of order. And then someone's like, oh, I thought it was at 60. And I'm like, no, somebody bid over on Twitch 10 minutes ago. You didn't even see it. And it will show up right here, though, where my hand's going up and down. So now Fastway's at 74. Now AC/DC's at 66. And now Impaled Nazarene is at 90. And I will try my best to call out these bids as they happen, but they're going to move quickly, okay? Solarplex Studio on Sabotage. That's sold. Let me try to knock out a few more in here. I have Cheech and Chong, Sleeping Beauty. Does have a piece of tape on the cover with somebody's name. That's only $12.99. And we have the Monkees Present. That one's not too easy to get. A 69 press. VG Plus $29.99 on the Monkees. VG Plus $29.99 on the Monkees. And we have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. VG Plus $14.99. Now, we've got Impaled at 101, Impaled at 105, Trick or Treats at 80, Henson has Cheech and Chong, that is sold, Fastways at 77, AC/DC out, Impaled 110, another 110. What color is Trick or Treat? Trick or Treat is the music on vinyl pressing, limited edition 1500 on flaming colored vinyl. Flaming colored vinyl. Brent Ribley on the Monkees, Chris Bryant third on Cheech and Chong, John McPatriot on Uriah Heep. And we have Impaled Nazarene at $112. I got Van Halen 2, VG Plus, $29.99. It looks like an OG copy. Dancing the Night Away. The last bid on Fastway was at $86. The last bid on AC/DC, he went out. Dan Triaga has it for $70. Also, we have Walt Disney's The Happiest Millionaire. That's VG $9.99. Also, Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. Cover variant is letter C. It is VG. It has an inner sleeve. Does have a piece of tape on the inner sleeve. It has been slightly dampened. Just $19.99 on that. And Blues Image Open. Ride, Captain Ride on your mystery ship. VG, $9.99. Scott Oman got Led Zeppelin. Impaled Nazarenes at $150. Hammers up on AC/DC. And Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat is still getting bids. The last bid was George Samberez at $86. Going once, going twice. And we believe it is unopened. Yeah, this is unopened. We started at $40. It's at $86. Next is Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, a VG copy for $29.99. Great titles in here. The Graduate soundtrack, Simon and Garfunkel, VG Plus $14.99. Lady and the Tramp is VG Plus $14.99. So right now, Impaled Nazarene's at $150. Just in case Facebook might have glitched there for a second, AC/DC is at $70 with Dan Triaga and Fastway. The last bid on Fastway that came in, Fastway's last bid was George Samberez at $86. Kelly Vlodarchek on Lady and the Tramp. Van Halen was VG Plus $29.99. Susie second on Lady and the Tramp. And we have the Hello People. The Hello People is in VG Plus condition, $16.99 on the Hello People. Also, Dusty Springfield, Stay a While, and that's VG, $9.99. Facebook's hung up. I'll make sure it has a chance to reset and everybody has a chance to get back on. So on Thursday nights, we have all-time viewership. Thursday night is all-time viewership for the week. And there's usually so many people bidding simultaneously on so many different platforms, it just completely hangs up Restream sometimes. It's like overloaded. It goes, holy crap, what is this guy doing? And then it takes a while and it will all reload. And that happens. It's typically just for Facebook. Their servers have a lot harder time keeping up with everything. So one more time across the board. First, Lady and the Tramp's already sold. Mike Freiberger gets Dusty Springfield. We'll start over here with Impaled Nazarene. OG French copy. Stephen Tinley has it for $150. Final call. AC/DC, just in case somebody missed it, the high bid on AC/DC over here, the high bid on AC/DC, I had Dan Triaga at $70, but evidently Corey Ross has it for $75. Corey Ross has it for $75. Corey Ross has it for $75. And then over here, we got Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat is final call to George Samberez for $86, okay? $86. $86. First thing we have over here is Impaled Nazarene at $155. And we have viewers on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok, Twitch. Next thing is Rick Springfield, self-titled, VG Plus $9.99. Also, we have Spooky Tooth, a white label promo, VG Plus $19.99. You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. And Jethro Tull, Stick as a Brick, VG $14.99. Spooky Tooth, sold to Rebecca. But first, George Samberez Trick or Treat, $86. AC/DC, Corey Ross, $75. This is sold to Rebecca, and then JetBlue was second. Impaled Nazarene, still getting bids. Edison now has it for $155. Steven has it for $160. Our next auctions are going up right now. You may ask, Chad, what possibly could you still have to put up? We've got quite a surprise here with this one. Hope everybody's ready. This is Metallica, and this is very desirable, not because it's the OG pressing, but it's the version that has the bonus track, Am I Evil? Holy moly, it's 8 o'clock. As George Costanza said, want to get nuts? Let's get nuts! Metallica, an 88 US club. It is near mint minus and shrink. $115 start with the original inner sleeve, and it has the bonus tracks, Blitzkrieg, and the bonus track, Am I Evil? It's the club edition that has the bonus tracks that wasn't on the original release, that were singles only. That is a $115 start. It's now up for bid. I'm going to try my best to get all these reissues. Edward Boosie requested something too. Now we have a request for Napalm Death. $115 start on Metallica. Hope everybody's paying close attention there. Edison Toledo. I'll ask once. I'm going to ask twice. Are you done on Impaled Nazarene? It's at 160. Let's keep going here. I've got Hank Williams Jr. doing Your Cheating Heart soundtrack, VG Plus $19.99. Walt Disney's It's a Small World, VG Plus $14.99. And Simon & Garfunkel, VG Plus $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you probably need to get ready. This has been asked about a bunch. Get ready for bidding to take off. Napalm Death, you know, Utopia Banished, a 1992 UK original with insert, VG Plus, a $30 start. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished, a 1992 UK OG with insert, VG Plus, a $30 start. Did I get thick as a brick? No. I hadn't pulled it yet. Scott Dwallow on Jethro Tull. John McPatriot, you're second. Rebecca got Spooky Tooth, JetBlue second. Scott got Jethro Tull. John McPatriot second. All right, and then Metallica 120. Metallica 120. And then Metallica 125. Impaled got a new bid for 166. Napalm Death 30, 35, 40, 40, 45, 45, 40, 40, 50, 50, 45, 30, 30, 140, 130, 120, 120, 130, 135, 135, 130, 140, 140, 135. And Metallica's at 140. Napalm Death is at 50. And they're still bidding on Impaled Nazarene. That is the original club version with the bonus tracks. Next, Griffin, VG Condition, $14.99. Griffin, VG, $14.99. The greatest hits from England with artists such as Them and Van Morrison and the Moody Blues and Tom Jones. It's VG Plus, $9.99. We have Rowan and Martin's Laugh In, EX, $17.99. We have the Monkees Instant Replay, VG Condition, the Monkees Instant Replay, VG, $14.99. And Eddie Murphy Comedian, VG Plus, $9.99. Okay, now I just did on a speed blitz on bids that just came in, okay? We've got 3 auctions up for bid. Right now, Impaled Nazarene is between 2 people, Stephen Tinley and Edison Toledo. One's bidding on Facebook, the other's bidding on YouTube. It's up to those 2 people, okay? If Edison says out, I'm immediately selling it to Stephen Tinley. If you want to bid, now's the time. In the middle is a really cool auction. It's an 88 club copy of Metallica, Kill 'Em All, in shrink, near mint minus. In shrink, near mint minus. Okay? Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil are bonus tracks. Those were singles that was not on the original album. When they put this out for the record club, they put those bonus tracks on there, and you got a chance at a near mint copy in shrink wrap. The high bid right now is $160. Then we introduced Napalm Death, Utopia Banished. It's a 1992 UK with insert. We've censored the cover, VG Plus. And the last bid on Napalm Death, the last bid was Tom Sullivan at $56. If somebody's in higher, you need to let me know. The last thing we had in here, far as a claim, was Scott Dwallow on Eddie Murphy. Dan Triaga, you were second. What is the price for George Harrison, Let It Roll, counting taxes and shipping? It's $59.99, $8 shipping, and I have no idea what your sales tax rate is. I have no idea. You tell me what your state sales tax rate is, and I can do the calculation for you. It's $59.99 plus $8 shipping plus your sales tax if you're in a Nexus state. If you're in a Nexus state, I can do that calculation for you. I have no idea where you live, though. I have Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Don Henley is VG, $9.99. Glenn Fry, The All-Nighter, VG $9.99, and The Doors LA Woman VG Plus $22.99. I have not heard back from Edison Toledo, so I'll ask him again, are you done on Impaled Nazarene? He has had it for $170 now for 3 minutes. I was just waiting on you. I have not heard back from you. Napalm Death, still getting bids, and so is Metallica. Your sales tax rate is 9.75. I can do some calculations for you. $59.99 times 0.10975 plus $8. That's going to be $73.83. Next thing is Mary Miles on DH for Don Henley. Napalm Death is at $69, now $65. So looks like it's at $69. We got Jesse Coulter and Shrink Wrap EX Edition $12.99. The Best of Uriah Heep VG Plus $14.99. The Cars, that last album with that original lineup, it is on that high quality vinyl VG Plus $29.99. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's a white label promo. White label promo. VG cover, VG Plus vinyl, and the Monkeys headquarters is EX $17.99. Impaled Nazarene is sold to Stephen Tinley for $170. Edison's out. Metallica's at $181. The last bid that came in on Napalm Death was Jake Gold at $69. Next thing we have is Doors price. Doors LA Woman. This is a second cover. This is not an OG cover. It is VG Plus $22.99. It does have some cover damage right there. Tom Sullivan on Jesse Coulter. Sold. Now, we have Napalm Death at $73. Also, Van Halen's debut, a 78 VG $29.99, and the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, a 66 mono VG Los Angeles press, $99.99. $100 minus a penny. Napalm Death 72. We got Metallica at $186. I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction. Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come is a 1988 USOG. This is 016 on label, which is a Sonic Recording Products. It is a VG Plus record, VG Plus. It's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Metallica is at $186. Napalm Death is at $73. Dan Triaga on Uriah Heep. That is sold to Dan Triaga. And Janet Gray on Pet Sounds. Nice pickup there. And now we got Van Halen, $34.99. Van Halen is $29.99, John Bergenstorm. Everything in the bin is sticker price. I'm actually going to charge you less if you want that. Everything in here is no more, no less. They're brand new sticker price. So if you decide you want something out of the bin, all you got to do is tell me the name. That means you're buying it as long as you're first for the sticker price. Pet Sounds was $100. It's already sold. Kingdom Comes at $25. We're still bidding on Metallica. However, we have an out. And over here, out on Metallica was Brandon. So George Samberes has this for $186. This is worth a final call and a final introduction. So this is a 1988 US Club. Probably far as vintage copies, other than OGs, probably the next desirable copy you can get of this album, other than getting a true OG, which I have sold here in high grade for big money before. And this is an 88 Club copy. Now, what makes this one really special, though? Two reasons for this version. One, it has the bonus tracks Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil, which was not included on the original version. And this also happens to be in near mint minus condition with the original inner sleeve and shrink wrap. It is a beautiful copy. And George Samberes has it for $186. Now Josh Jones has it for $187. We're not done yet on Metallica. I just told the details on Kingdom Come. It's already at $30. And then Napalm Death, the last bid that came in over here on Napalm was Jim Berg at $78. Jim Berg at $78. Edward Boosie, I know you said you had to go. There was something you requested. And now all the auctions are up here. Laura just delivered the last of the auctions. They're all up here, okay? First thing is we got a claim on the Cars for Melanie Jennings. Melanie Jennings got the Cars and Van Halen sold to our new buyer tonight, John Brugenstrom. John, your last name is Brugenstrom. Bergstrom, that's so to you. Thank you. Some Beres, you've been bumped on Metallica. So collectively, I got 2 full crates of metal auctions to try to go through tonight. We have all the time in the world, specifically about 4 hours. This was a great check condition crate. I'm about to go through some more new vinyl, and then from there, Laura's probably about to start working on some stuff too. First thing I have here is this. The Doors 13 EX $29.99. There is some writing on the cover. We got Chastity VG $9.99. That's Cher. Also, Metallica is now at $187 with Josh Jones. George Samberes, back to you. Kingdom Come is tied at $40. Glenn Kesey, you're first. Solarplex, you're out. And then Napalm Death. Are we done on Napalm Death? Tom Sullivan went out. So there's obviously somebody higher. Jim Berg at $78. Metallica's at $200. George is back in. Van Halen 2, VG Plus $29.99. We got a request for Faith No More. Walt Disney's Happiest Millionaire, VG $9.99. Blues Image, Ride Captain Ride, VG $9.99. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, VG $29.99. The Graduate, VG Plus $14.99. We have the Hello People, VG Plus $16.99. He was looking for Possession. He must not even be watching anymore because I don't see him, but now all the auctions are up here, so that's unfortunate. Rick Springfield, that's one we don't see too often. His debut, self-titled, VG Plus $9.99. You're Cheating Hard, VG Plus $19.99. Walt Disney's VG Plus $14.99. Now Kingdom Comes at $45 of Glenn Kesey. Now another $50 with Solarplex. Simon & Garfunkel, VG Plus $9.99. Josh is out on Metallica. Another final call for $200. We got Griffin, Griffin, with the greatest hits from England, VG Plus $9.99. Griffin was VG $14.99. There's the other out on Napalm Death I was looking for. So this is sold. Napalm Death, thank you. And that is sold to Jim Berg for $78. Next over here, Jeff Hansen on Zeppelin. Physical Graffiti, sold. Susie Breelove on Disney, sold. It was right here. And then we got Kingdom Come. The last bid was $50 with Solarplex. Glenn Kesey, back to you. Samberes gets Metallica for $200. Thank you on that. Am I evil? Yes, I am. Mother was a witch. There's that. Rowan and Martin's Laugh In, EX $17.99. We have the Monkees Instant Replay, VG $14.99. Glenn Fry, VG $9.99. The Monkees again, EX $17.99. And the Doors, it is a vintage reissue, VG Plus $22.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be, let's see what we have over here. Holy moly, these are absolutely just crazy. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's put it up. Hopefully he's watching. Let's do it right now. This is Possessed Beyond the Gates. Oh my goodness. Everything is on deck. Every auction is on deck. We have a 1986 UK OG. I would not leave the chat. This is the original cover. The disc is near mint. A $75 start. It has the original inner sleeve. Possessed Beyond the Gates. And I'm assuming this is supposed to be hell back here. Looks like a pretty scary place. Very hot. Lots of demons and stuff flying around. That's a $75 start. That's up for bid. Next thing I have was a request for Emperor. Next thing I have was a request for Mechanical Amples. Next is a request for Queensryche. I'll start remembering some of these so I can bump them up. I will try to remember some of these so I can bump them up. And then I'm assuming Glenn Kesey's done on Kingdom Come. Solarplex has it for $50. I'm about to sell it. Anybody else on anything in here? Charles Siebert put GF for Glenn Fry. That's sold. And now anybody else? If not, I got to go through another one. I'll try to answer. I'll try to get all requests bumped up. I'll try to keep them fresh in my mind. Near the end of an auction, y'all remind me so I can try to find it. Otherwise that, and I will try to answer as many questions as possible. This is always a crazy night, so I will try to keep up with as much as I can. However, this is a busy night as always. We're going to have a lot of bidding activity. All right, Solarplex gets Kingdom Come for $50. Thank you, Solarplex. That is sold to you. And now over here is Possessed. And Possessed is a $75 start. No bid over there on Possessed. There's that. Next thing I have over here is this. And we have Guns N' Roses too. Laura just brought up everything. Let's see what else we can find over here. Oh my gosh, this is a bootleg of Lies. So this is an unofficial pressing, a Euro unofficial, exact year unknown with that uncensored jacket. Guns N' Roses is going to go up for $35. That's a bootleg unofficial. That is now up for bid. And then over here is something that's been requested a bunch. Let's go ahead and try to get it up. And, oh my gosh, I forgot about this too. Here we go. Faith No More, Angel Dust. Faith No More is a 2013. It's a mispress. Track 2 is misspelled and has a 3-second wobble at the 150 mark. Interesting. $35 start. And this is a music on vinyl pressing of Faith No More. $35 start on that. All right, there's that. There's that. So requests, Heartbreak, request, King Diamond, request, King Diamond, request, Faith No More, request, Guns N' Roses, request, King Diamond, Possessed, 75. Possessed has just one bid for $75. Guns N' Roses is a bootleg unofficial, $35 start, and Faith No More is now up for bid. No one has bid. Make sure if you're bidding, you put the numerical. The starting bid is $35. There's that. First thing I have in here is 3 Doors Down, which there was a waiting list for. Vladarchek was on a waiting list. 3 Doors Down. We sold out in a flip video. They were next and only had one more. And 3 Doors Down goes to Vladarchek. This has the song Kryptonite. It's the most newest reissue of their album, The Better Life. I have one extra copy, $33.99. Faith No More, $35. Faith No More, $37. Faith No More, $40. Faith No More, $50. Faith No More, $50 again. And over here, we got 2 copies of Skid Row. This is their self-titled album, $33.99. $33.99. Guns N' Roses is at $35. This album's out of print. And it probably will never be reissued with that original cover that mentions wife beating and all the other stuff that's on there. Wife beating and what else? Ladies, welcome to the dark ages, stuff like that. So that was recalled. Guns N' Roses were known kind of like Scorpions for their naughty covers. They tried to slip them out. Usually they were recalled. That's the stories on those. That's a bootleg unofficial. Stephen Parton on Skid Row. That is available. I've got one extra copy. I got one 3 Doors Down left. I got KK Priest here. Limited edition Thunderbolt red vinyl, $29.99. If we happen to sell out of anything, let me know. I'm really surprised over here on Possessed. But I'm going to make sure everybody knows because it was requested 2 or 3 times early. Everybody's like, Chad, I got to go to bed. Can you put up Possessed? And it was like 6:30. And I was like, no, I can't put it up at 6:30. It's too big of a record. Now it's up for bid and there's only one bid. Maybe I should have put it up at 6:30. Ivan R has it for $75. It is OG, has the original open cover. It has the original inner sleeve and it's near mint. It's at $75 and we are about to sell it, okay? And then we got the Guns N' Roses bootleg and Faith No More has about 200 bids. Let's go back to the top. We sold Skid Row. Next is Joseph McCormick on FN. If that's for Faith No More and I think they're trying to bid, then make sure you put a numerical, okay? And then Nick Galetti got KK Priest. That's sold to Nick Galetti. Faith No More, $65. Guns N' Roses has a bid for $40, Faith No More $80, and George Samberez got KK Priest. Let's take a closer look. Guns N' Roses, I believe, is at $40. So I've never seen a bootleg of this. I knew they did it at some point. This has no inner sleeve with it. No inner sleeve. So I'm sure it had probably like a plastic one or paper one, but no inner sleeve. It's an exact year unknown, has an uncensored jacket. No inner sleeve at all. No nudity on that one. No exposed breast on that one. Next thing I have is Metallica Master of Puppets, Orion, Battery, The Thing That Should Not Be, Leper Messiah, Disposable Heroes, $29.99, and Jethro Tull. This is a new, comes out Friday, Still Living in the Past, the new Steven Wilson Half-Speed Master. I was just talking about this was the album that really got me into Jethro Tull, $39.99. How do you know it's a bootleg? It's got a glossy cover. It's blurry. I'm sure the matrix is different. It's just very much a counterfeit. It's got a glossy cover. I'm sure Laura ran the matrix numbers. It's blurry. It's just a straight counterfeit copy of it. 41, now 42, Faith No More, 84, 85. Possessed is sold to Ivan R. Ivan, you got that for just one bid for $75. These usually bring well over 100, so I'm kind of surprised about that, but that's okay. We got to keep more stuff cooking. That's sold to Ivan R. One bid, $75 on that. Guns N' Roses bootleg is at $45. If you look at these enough like we do, you can tell a bootleg from across the room. Faith No More has a high bid of 84, now 85. This is typo negative, $69.99. This is Origin of the Feces. Now, I only ordered one because this is the import version. It's a run-out groove. It's on green and black, but we auctioned one last week, and this does have the scratch and sniff butthole cover. Be careful, okay? $69.99. Does have a scratch and sniff butthole cover. $69.99 on that. And then here is, actually, let me wait on these. That's the new wet leg, but I have more, I think, coming up tomorrow, and we have those multiple places. Pretend you didn't see that. Here's Megadeth, Peace Sells, but who's buying? This is $38.99. $38.99. Next thing over here we got is Guns N' Roses 43, Faith No More 90, Guns N' Roses 46, and then we have a request for Mechanical Animals, and then we have one copy here of Animalize Verminature. Is this a request for Justin Deckelman? I think it is, and I think the next one's a request for Justin Deckelman as well. So first, Justin, make me make sure that's your album. If anybody else decides you want one, let me know. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, okay? Now, this is going to confuse a lot of people, but this is an official release, okay? This is an official release. This is an official release. This is the one that was immediately recalled. Y'all probably remember. A few years ago, I posted this in the group. I was like, Marilyn Manson is getting a reissue. They're coming from overseas. The day they were supposed to come out, they basically said recall them, and they stopped shipment unless you already got them delivered. Luckily, we already got ours delivered. Immediately, they like quadrupled in value. And this is still is the only official, most recent reissue of this album. $195 start, sealed, 2023. We sold one last week. This is a sealed, official, not a bootleg, reissue, $195 start. It's up for bid. So if anybody else wants a copy of Animalize, let me know. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. This is also an import only, $69.99. $69.99. That's why I normally don't order these, but if anybody else wants one, I can order it for you. Anthrax is $69.99. Justin Deckelman said, yes, I want one. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And Miley Cyrus is a waiting list for Troy Robinson. Troy, this is sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Over here, Faith No More has a high bid of $95. The last bid on Guns N' Roses that came in, this bootleg is at $49 with Carly Southers. Michael Hamburger has not bid again. Dan Triaga, I will order you an Anthrax. I normally don't stock this one because it is a pricier import, but it's the only way I can get their classic album, Sound of White Noise. Otherwise, it's not in print. Marilyn Manson, 200. Marilyn Manson, 200. Marilyn Manson, 205. Guns N' Roses, 51. Guns N' Roses, 52. I've got Megadeth. Now, here's some stuff that's actually available. MOD, Method of Destruction, a 30th anniversary edition, just $24.99. Marilyn Manson's at $2.25. Guns N' Roses at $52. And Faith No More. The last bid was Tim Voldness at $95. The bidder before him was Jeremy Rourke. Jeremy, let me know if you want backing on Faith No More. And then, did I get Megadeth? I was on the wait list. I'll give you one right now. I don't have a wait list for that album. So, Darren, I'll give you one right now. We must have missed that one. Thank you for the reminder. Here's Iced Earth. Bang Your Head. Iced Earth is on green vinyl, 2LP, $44.99. Scully Mac on MOD. Sold to Scully Mac. That is sold over here. And we have Blacktop Mojo. Blacktop Mojo is $29.99. GNR 53, GNR 54, Marilyn Manson 250. Jason Wilsky wants MOD. That is sold. He's out on Faith No More. I have filled up another crate. Unfortunately, I can't take offers on auctions, but, you know, there's a chance, Dustin, I don't even get around to Kiss. I mean, if you wait maybe another half hour, I might can squeeze it in. But all that stuff in that crate, there's a chance I don't even get to all of those tonight, especially the Kiss records. Not really was supposed to be intended for tonight, but they're in the crate. But I can try to sleep them in. Otherwise, if nobody else asks, we might not even put them up. We have a request for Empire. We have Guns N' Roses 58, Guns N' Roses 59. First thing, though, is I got to sell Faith No More. And thank you, and this is sold. Always popular. I wish Music on Vinyl would repress these again. Sold at Tim Voldens for $95. We got Michael Salazar is in on MOD. That is sold. And then What Was Three Doors Down? What is Guns N' Roses? More about Marilyn Manson. And then, holy moly. Okay, so let me go back up to the top here. We sold out of MOD. And then next, we have a request for Queensryche, request for Kiss. We also got requests for Rap. We got a request for Van Halen. Also have a request for Goat Whore, request for Mayhem, Nasty Savage, Morbid Angel, Bathory, Iron Maiden. We got Guns N' Roses at 60. And first, Three Doors Down is the newest reissue of The Better Life, $33.99. Jason Jones on Blacktop. And then Marilyn Manson's at $270. Guns N' Roses at $72. First thing I have is Creator, Emperor, Motley Crue, Lamb of God, Queensryche, Forbidden, Entomb, Manila Road, Metallica, Merciful Fate, Ghost, Metallica, Cinderella, Metallica, Celtic Frost, Def Leppard. And then there's some Queensryche stuff. I don't even know where that stuff is. I guess it's right here in this bin. Holy moly, this has been asked by a bunch. We have Emperor. This is Emperor in the Night Side Eclipse. Emperor is a 1995 UK OG. This is a big record. Big record here. A 1995 UK OG. Some of these in mint condition have sold for as much as $550. I miss Slayer. No, we have not sold any Slayers. We have Emperor, though, up for bid. Emperor up for bid. I may start doing 4 wide with auction. Here's how the show works, though. The more I put up for auction, very little is going to be shown in the crates because it takes every bit for me just to call out bids because they're moved so fast. Most people can't see the restream. It takes a while to put all these up. Here is a great one, though. Right now, this is up for bid. EX++, a 95 UK, a $295 start. Emperor is a 1995 UK OG. Gatefold jacket, $295 start. $295 start. That's now up for bid. Let the bidding begin. Next thing is Guns N' Roses 63, Guns N' Roses 66. Request for Cinderella. BTM Please. Blacktop Mojo, sold to Cindy Yarborough. A request for Forbidden. A request for Slayer and Rat. Next record in here is Alter Bridge, Pawns and Kings, one available, $33.99. Also, I've got 2 copies of Gruesome, Silent Echoes. This is $33.99 Swamp Green vinyl. How much was Typo Negative? $69.99. Okay, so let me go down the line and reintroduce these again. First thing I have is Guns N' Roses Lies. GNR Lies is now up for bid. $71. It's a bootleg unofficial. Unknown year, country, a bootleg of the recalled cover. Marilyn Manson is the official reissue. The official reissue of this album. The official reissue of this album. 2023. This is the official reissue. Tom Sullivan has it for $270. Everybody else is out. Now you know the details on those 2. I just gave the full explanation on Emperor. This is rare and expensive. We're looking for a $295 start, and Steven's in. Queensryche has not sold. That's probably, let me go ahead and find that right now. That is probably the next most requested one right here. I've got it on deck. This could go absolutely insane. Next in here was Billy Joel. Now, let me make sure, Jerry Stone, if you're watching, that was the Billy Joel I was talking about, part of that new reissue series. And this is a 2 LP. To my knowledge, I've never seen it before, so I think it's first time on vinyl. And why is it making me update my messenger? That's weird. Usually it just does it automatically. Okay, well, let me update that. Let me set this over here and make sure Jerry doesn't want it. That is next in the Billy Joel catalog. Here's Iron Maiden's Seventh Son. That's $33.99. And another KK Priest, $34.99. Nobody else has been on Marilyn Manson. I'm assuming we're done. All done? Marilyn Manson, $270. Guns N' Roses, All done. Nobody else's bid. Carly Souther 71. Emperor, one bid, a great price, $295. Some near mint copies have sold for as much as $550. How much was Billy Joel? $44.99. I've got Empire right up here too. We'll do back-to-back Queen's Rock. We'll sell one and then we'll do the other. Here's the other one right here. And yes, it's another OG. I'll put them right here next to me so I don't lose them. Nick Galletti on KK Priest sold. Rebecca bid $300 to start. Rebecca bid $300 on what? Rebecca bid $300 on what? Emperor? Emperor has a bid for $300 already. Steve Tinley, you're out. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. Okay? Now, this one's pending to Jerry. If he wants it, I'm going to open up his messages. Next is Tom Sullivan wants a Billy Joel. This is sold to Tom Sullivan, unless Vicky wants one. Gerald Whitworth got KK Priest. These are sold out. Let's put James Hicks on a waiting list. Now Emperor's at 301. All right, Guns N' Roses then is sold to Carly Southers. This is sold to Carly Southers for $71. And the OG, or excuse me, the official, I got to get that word in there, official Marilyn Manson. Official Marilyn Manson is sold to Tom Sullivan for $270. Emperor's at 301. Gerald Whitworth, I got you down for this KK Priest. James Hicks is on a waiting list. If you want a waiting list for the other one, Gerald Whitworth, just let me know. Okay, here we go. New auctions. Hope everybody's ready. So technically there's one Billy Joel left, and I got to check with Jerry on that one. Oh no, they've updated. I don't want to see any of that. He sent a list because Billy Joel has reissued like 5 albums this week. And evidently a message didn't, or we got a sticky note over here to check. Let me see if this is the one. And he said this is one he asked for. Okay, good. I'm glad to see you on. Okay, there's that. So this is sold to Jerry Stone. So that one's gone. All right, next auction right here. Here's something I rarely don't see. Emperor's at $302. Stephen Tinley, you're out. Queen's Rock Empire is a 1990 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's EX, a $75 start. Queen's Rock Empire, 1990 USOG. Let's take a closer look at this. So the OG Empire is a 2LP. It's a 1990. It does have the original on her sleeves. And the jacket's not bad. Maybe a little bit of discoloration right up here. But other than that, very nice. A $75 start. Emperor has bids for $300, $301, $302, and now $303. David Saunders wants Iron Maiden. Joseph McCormick, Iron Maiden is $33.99. And Thrasher wants Gruesome. Thrasher on Gruesome. I just now got that. Okay, there we go. Let's read through these again. Wow, busy night. I'm going to need another monster soon. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over here on the chat. But first, let me go ahead and grab the next auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Armored Saint. We have another Kingdom Come as well. Armored Saint is a 1984 March of the Saint. An 84 U.S. Pittman OG with the original on her sleeve. VG Plus, a $25 start. Now Emperor's at $333. Now Empire is at $90, $95, now $100. Here's what's left in this bin. Skid Row, which is their self-titled album, remastered, $33.99. Metallica, Master of Puppets, $29.99. Jerry, Billy Joel was $44. $44. Empires at 110. Emperors at 335. Armored Saints at 25, now 30. The new comes out tomorrow. Steven Wilson remix of Jethro Tull's Living in the Past, $39.99. Megadeth, Peace Sells But Who's Buying, $38.99. One left. Iced Earth, Bang Your Head, 2 LP green vinyl, $44.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Have you subscribed? Have you followed? That's your questions you got to ask yourself. Emperor is at 335. Queensryche is at 110. Armored Saints at 35. Three Doors Down the Better Life, 33. Alter Bridge, Pawns and Kings, 33. Gruesome, Silent Echoes, 33. Typo Negative, Run Out Groove, pressed on green and black vinyl. Scratch and Sniff butt cover, $69.99. And Iron Maiden, Seventh Son, 33. Great lineup of vinyl there. Fantastic lineup of vinyl. Emperor's at $350 with Edison Toledo. Queensryche's at 115. Armored Saint is at 37. And I showed this crate really early tonight, so I'm going to condense this and just show y'all these one more time so we don't forget about them back here. So let me do this. Unto Other Strength is $29.99. Yusef Lateef, Into Something, $24.99. Metallica Reload, 2 LP, $49. Alter Bridge, One Day Remains, $44.99. A deluxe 2 LP on electric smoke vinyl. Chelsea Wolf was $29.99. Cryptasy was $29.99 as Gormara Burns. Hellstorm, clear vinyl, The Strange Case of Hellstorm, that was $29. And Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow, remastered colored vinyl, $34.99. Emperor, Stephen Tinley's out. Edison Toledo has it for $350. I think the other bidder was Rebecca. Rebecca, did you say out earlier? Just so you know, that is now at $350, Rebecca. Queensryche is at $125. And now Armored Saints at $40. No other Billy Joels was shown. Jamie Butler got Scorpions. Todd Doris says he was on a wait list for Skid Row self-titled. Are you sure that wasn't something that came in already? Are you sure that wasn't something that came in already? But let me check right quick. Skid Row. I know we have one for Slave to the Grind, but it might not be here till tomorrow. Yeah, I got a wait list for Slave to the Grind with Scott Dwallow, but if you need one, Todd, I'll go ahead and pull it for you. Is that who asked? Todd Doris, I'll go ahead and pull it for you right now, unless you maybe had already been invoiced previously. So let's pull that for him. What the heck just happened to it? Right here. Okay, and then Vicky Yoshikawa on Alter Bridge. And I'm assuming this one here, Vicky, right? Vicky Yoshikawa on that Alter Bridge. The price on Gruesome, give me 1 second. And then we have Alter Bridge. Alter Bridge is $44.99. Scatterbrain's already sold. And I think we're good to go. So over here, Emperor out, Hammers up. We're about to sell it to Edison for $350. They're still bidding on Queensryche. It is at $130 with George Sambaraz. Armored Saint. The last bid was $41 with Nick Bargeron. Before that, Matthew is at $40. Matthew's out. Nick has that at $41. Todd Doris got a Skid Row. Queensryche $135. Matt Marco also wants added to that Slave to the Grind. There will be more metal type stuff here tomorrow as well. We have Metallica, Master of Puppets. That's where that crate starts. Okay, so let me add some more. And then here was Gruesome. It's called Silent Echoes. It's limited edition 300 on Swamp Green vinyl. Silent Echoes, $33.99. The Scorpions in here sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. We have a request for Morbid Angel coming up. Anybody else wants on the Scorpions, let me know. It'll be a waiting list. Let me add a few more in here because I showed this crate really early, and I figured right now would be the best time to show these again because I think we can get everything into one crate. Joseph McCormick on the wait list for Scorpions. Metal Massacre, red vinyl, $38.99. Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil is $36. Stephen Pearcy, solo album, red marble vinyl, $29. And Burning Witches was on green vinyl for $36. Edison Toledo gets Emperor for $350. That's a rarity there. They're still bidding on Queensryche. And Armored Saint is sold for $41 to Nick Bargeron. Let's add Michael Snared also on that Scorpions waiting list with Joseph McCormick. And that was for Fly to the Rainbow. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Holy moly. We got a lot to get to. Goodness gracious. Cinderella. We've already sold the OG copy. Here's the reissue. It is sealed on clear blue vinyl. Still out of print. Cinderella's a $55 start. Jim Berg wants a Metal Massacre. Sold to Jim Berg. We have one left. Red vinyl. Queensryche is at $150. There's Stephen Pearcy from Rat. Rival Sons, Great Western Valkyrie, $38.99 for Rival Sons. There's a few more added into there. Was Cryptasy. That was as Gormara Burns, copper-colored vinyl, limited to 1,000, $29.99. And then here is the last I'm going to add into here. And that way I can put up a new crate, probably with some vintage, pre-owned new arrivals. First thing we have is Unto Others for $33. Autopsy, Skull Grinder, $33. Sonny Rollins was $24. And then there's the two Pink Floyds for $33. All right, there's those. So the last thing we had was Queensryche, Travis is out. That's a final call to George Samberez for $150. Next was Cinderella has opened at $100. Cinderella has opened at $100. Stephen Pearcy's solo album is sold to Don Nicole. Vicky Yoshikawa on Burning Witches. Brent Robley on RS. And that's for Rival Sons. Don Nicole got a Steve Pearcy already. And Cinderella has opened at $100. And Steve Weather wants a Cryptopsy. A Cryptopsy. That sounds weird. Cryptasy sounds better. Cryptopsy. That is sold to Steve Weather. Cryptasy. Cryptopsy. Queensryche is at $152. Scott Vanek was the person who requested it. Now he's in. Cinderella's at $100. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. I don't know if anybody's ready, but you better be. Here he is, folks. The Prince of Darkness. I hope you're ready. It's a 1988 Grease OG with the original insert. Currently, this particular version, none listed United States. Miracle Man. Ozzy's a $75 start. Still out of print unless you get the Ozzy box set. Never been reissued. That's kind of hard to believe. It blows my mind that these Ozzy albums are not in print. It makes you wonder, like, you would think somebody would be getting the ball rolling. They're missing out on hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars. $75 start, Ozzy. No Rest for the Wicked. An 88 Grease OG. It's beautiful, too. It's beautiful. All right, and we had 3 crates of new vinyl, like new sealed stuff, and that's what's left right there. And I'm just going to do one big title read, and if you missed something and you want to know a price, let me know. Queensryche's at $160. Ozzy's already at $100. And Cinderella opened at $100, and that might be it. Final call. We have Iron Maiden, Typo Negative, Gruesome, Alter Bridge, Three Doors Down, Ice Earth, Megadeth, Jethro Tull, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Sonny Rollins, Autopsy, Unto Others, Stephen Pearcy, Burning Witches, Metal Massacre, Hellstorm, Cryptopsy, Chelsea Wolfe, Metallica, Yusef Lateef, and Unto Others. Okay? There's that. Let's go through a new crate of vintage pre-owned, which, if it was anything like the first one, hopefully has some great titles in it. Actually, you know what? There's a Paul crate over here, which no telling what could be possibly in here. It could be pretty random. You never know about a Paul crate, right? But let's go ahead and go through them because it's right here next to me. All right, and Laura is working on some stuff right now too. All right, that was all the new vinyl left that came in tonight. And I bet there's, what, 20 waiting lists probably. We sold out of so much already. Just done. Okay, so Queensryche, as usual, there's a billion bids on Ozzy. Queensryche's at $160. Ozzy was at 85, 75, 75, 76, 80. Ozzy 100, 100, 80, 90, 88, 90, 100, 100, and then 105 on Cinderella. New bid on Cinderella for 105. And then Queensryche out. Unto Others price. Alter Bridge price. And Steve Weaver wants Autopsy. All right, so first question we had, Alter Bridge, $33.99. $33.99. Let's go ahead and pull that. Let's pull Autopsy, and there's two Unto Others. One's 29 and one's 33. Never Neverland, the only copy I have, 33, and Strength is 29. So Strength is 29, Edwin. Never Neverland's 33. Autopsy is sold to Steve Weaver, and Alter Bridge is 33. Hatchet Ed crate. There are 0 Hatchet Ed crates. Okay, let's go through this crate, some stuff Paul marked. First, Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild, their debut album. It's a vintage reissue, no condition notes, $19.99. Cinderella has a new bid for $120. George Sambaraz, you get Queensryche. That is sold to George Sambaraz for $160. Thank you, George. That is sold to you. Cinderella's at $120. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. So after all those Aussie bids, I have no idea who really is the high bidder. I read off so many and they were so out of order. Okay? Now, Aussie, I've got Terry Lee Watts at 101. Terry Lee Watts at 101. Everybody else is out. Now 102. And Jeff Hansen wants Alter Bridge, and Eden Riviere wants Never Neverland. So the only Unto Others I have left is Strength, and it's $29.99. Awesome. Okay, let's keep going in here. Let's show some more pre-owned stuff. But tonight's focus is definitely the auctions. We got Sealed, $9.99, 20 collector's records of the 50s and 60s. Music Explosion, Petula Clark, Dion the Belmonts. Here is Chris Gantry. This is called Introspection. It's a 1968. It's $19.99. And Chris Christian is Sealed, 1981 Soft Rock, $9.99. Ozzy is at $102. Cinderella is at $135. $135. Next auction is going to go up right now. You may ask, my goodness, Chad, what possibly could you still have up for auction? Anybody ever heard of King Diamond? This one's called Them. King Diamond is a 1988. This is a Euro OG limited edition. OG Euro, back then it was even considered limited edition, with the book. VG Plus, $35 start. It includes this booklet, King Diamond, the story so far. It has a crisp, flat, original inner sleeve, and a fantastic jacket. And that's going to go up for just a $35 start. Ozzy is a 1988 Grease OG. Somebody wants to see the labels? We can do it. It's a 1988 Grease OG, EX++, Near Mint Minus. No Rest for the Wicked. Miracle Man. Beautiful vinyl. We've got it cleaned in a new anti-static sleeve. We have that original Grease inner sleeve, and then the original insert. That's still getting bids. I think we're done on Cinderella, though. The last bid that came in on Cinderella was that $135 bid with Jeremy, and we're about to sell it. Okay? Ozzy's at $120. Before that, there was a $115 bid. Next, Stephen Curtis Chapman, Sealed from 1987, $24.99. Scandalin, Michael Card, a 1986 religious country album, $9.99. Dre's, 1975 UK import gospel, $14.99. Billy Preston, Behold, $14.99 for Billy Preston. Prodigal, shrink wrapped with a promo sticker, $14.99. We've got 2 of them. We've got 3 of them. We've got 4 of them. Pat Terry, Humanity Gangsters, 1982 Gospel Rock, sealed, $9.99. Tony OK, sealed for $14.99. Leslie Phillips, The Turning, sealed for $9.99. And we have Bentley Phillips, We Are One, 85 Gospel, and that is sealed for $14.99. The last bid on King Diamond was 100, 100. The last bid on Ozzy was Terry Lee Watts at 120. I hope we're done. But if not, I'll still take bids. It is moving to a final call. 120 there. King Diamond, we have a tie for $100. And Paul Catridge has it for $100. Paul always tries to squeeze in some gospel on Metal Night, just to make sure y'all are paying attention, okay? He always tries to put out plenty of gospel on Metal Night. Over here, we have Cinderella, sold to Jeremy Rourke for $135. We got Scentless Apprentice on SCC, Stephen Curtis Chapman. Stephen Curtis Chapman. That was back here. That is sold. Label on King Diamond. Label on King Diamond. This is an 87 Euro original with the original inner sleeve and book. It's at 105. There's the label. Roadrunner. King Diamond's at 120. How much was Winglet Phipps? Sealed for $14.99. Another Stephen Curtis Chapman, $24.99. Pat Terry, film at 11, $9.99. Gospel Rock, Gary Mulligan, Giroux, $19.99. And the Shervs, Defying Gravity, $9.99. JetBlue on another SCC. JetBlue on WE, and that was for this one right here. That's also sold to JetBlue 004. And now over here, we have our next auction. Hope everybody's ready. It is Forbidden, Forbidden Evil. Forbidden is a 1988 U.S. Hop Hog original in shrink with the original inner sleeve. Oh my goodness. Hope everybody's ready. A $75 start. $75 start. Ozzy's at $125. Are we done on King Diamond? Paul Catridge at $120. Chase Arnold, it's up to you. Forbidden is now up for bid. We have Spyro Gyra. This is $9.99. Stories Without Words. Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life. Starting to change it up a little bit here now. VG Plus, $34.99. This has the book and the 7-inch. We also have Clyde McPhatter's Greatest Hits. VG, $9.99. Ozzy still getting bids. Final call on King Diamond. The last bid was $120. It's up to Chase Arnold. Forbidden already has a bid for $75. Hey Leroy, Jimmy Castor. That's a 67 mono, VG $14.99. Petra, self-titled, EX $17.99. We also have another copy, VG for $9.99. We have the band, Music from Big Pink, a 69, VG Plus $24.99. And Cowboy, Why Quit When You're Losing, EX $16.99. Ozzy, Jackie's Out, Terry Lee Watts 130. It's up to Jason Thomas on Ozzy. Chase Arnold is out on King Diamond. And that means we're about to definitely sell that to Paul Catridge for $120. Forbidden's at $81. Edward Boosie, you're out. Rare Bird, As Your Mind Flies By, VG $9.99. Here comes the Hardy Boys, VG Plus $14.99. And Country Joe and the Fish, Here We Are Again, VG $9.99. Ruby Star and Grey Ghost, a 75 US Hard Rock, VG Plus $14.99. And Stories is EX $12.99. Waiting for one person on Ozzy, but we're about to sell it. Terry Lee Watts has it for $130. I'm going to go ahead and introduce a fourth auction because I feel like I'm about to end two. You may ask, what do you have next left to Chad to bid? And I'm going to be like, I've got this right here. It's a Metallica bootleg. It is called Blank 'Em All, Jumbo Dancing. Really cool here. It is a live Metallica concert, the Netherlands, recorded live at the Jumbo Dancing in Oostendal, Oldenzaal, the Netherlands, June 8th, 1984. It has a book. It has a poster. It has a replica ticket. It's on blue vinyl. It's going to go up for a $65 start. Next thing I have over here is the band condition. Music from Big Pink is right back here. Vinyl's VG Plus. $24.99, green label. There is a new bid on Ozzy. Jason, you got really lucky. I was about to sell that. And then Jetstream on Ruby, and now King Diamond is sold to Paul Catridge for $130. That's sold. So Ozzy's now at $131. Over here is Forbidden. That's at $89. And Metallica is at $65. That's the opening bid. Jason Thomas, you're right back out on Ozzy. Goes back to you again. Next is the best of Jethro Tull, Living in the Past, Shrinking Hype, VG $9.99. We have Pearls Before Swine. This is VG Plus $14.99. We have new improved Petra, more Petra, VG $9.99. Also Dave Perkins. Dave Perkins is EX $12.99. We have the Exodus Phoenix Sunshine, Religious Country Rock, VG Plus $11.99. Ultima Fuel, 72 Gospel Comp, VG Plus $11.99. We have Departure Truth, 78 Gospel Rock Soft Rock, EX $12.99. Steve Taylor Meltdown, 84 Religious New Wave Synth Pop, VG Plus $11.99. City Limits, 81 Gospel Funk Rock, VG Plus $14.99. Also Chris Christian and 87 US Pop Rock, EX $12.99. And the Kinks, EX $16.99. And Petra, come and join us, EX $16.99. Now what's going to happen is I'm probably going to post this video or something in the crate, this crate or something as a video in the group, and probably a lot of this is going to sell. Unfortunately, I've got to find a bunch of buyers that's interested in a lot of Christian rock, Christian pop rock, Christian synth rock, Christian folk rock. I don't think that audience tonight is watching. However, if you decide, if you went ahead and said, Chad, that's the kind of music I'm into, give me some sort of deal on all those, I probably would consider it. I just don't know if that person is watching right now. Let's go back to the top. You got King Diamond for $120. Next thing was Metallica 100. He's out on Ozzy. Forbidden 100. Metallica 70. Metallica 80. Metallica 110. Robbie Woods got Jethro Tull. I think if there is any kind of rock that's in there, it all sold. Robbie got Jethro Tull. Forbidden 111. Metallica 120. Metallica 130. And Metallica 20. Metallica 200. Metallica 220. And Ozzy is sold, and Ozzy is sold up here to Terry Lee Watts for $135. That is not only a Paul. Paul was like, you know what? He priced one whole crate earlier. Y'all missed it if you wasn't on earlier. Paul priced a whole crate of metal. A whole crate of metal. A whole crate of metal. We sold every one of them. We had to blow the air horn. Then we got a whole crate of gospel. How many's in here? Well, there is some rock still left in here, but far as like gospel or Christian rock, I'd have to sort through and count them. The whole crate is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. But there's a lot in here that's not. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. There's 40 records in there. There's 40 records in there, okay? So 40 LPs. I would probably add them up and do a percentage, but if you just wanted all of them across the board right now, I would probably say $300. I'd probably say $300 and I'll sell you everything that's in there. Rock and everything. $300. I'll sell you everything that's in there. They've been sleeved. He's tagged them. He's graded them. He's done the research on the genre. $300 buys everything in there. That's probably the only way I'll do it, just the whole crate. And then, of course, as soon as I say that, everybody's like, holy crap, and now we got people buying individually records. They're like, holy crap, Chad's going to sell the whole crate. I better pick out what I want. Next is Creator, Endless Pain. Creator is a 1985 German OG. By the way, that's just $7.50 a record. That's just $7.50 a record, by the way. We have an 85 German OG, a Rich on her sleeve VG Plus, a $55 start. Goodness gracious, it's Creator. $55 start on that. Metallica 400. Metallica 420. And then Ryan, you let me know if you want the crate. If not, I would love for you to say, I'll go ahead and take them. How could you go wrong? Creator already has a bid for 60. And now Forbidden. The last bid on Forbidden over here. The last bid on Forbidden was Tom Sullivan at $111. Tom Sullivan has Forbidden for $111. $111. 1-1. That's the high bid over here. 1-1-1. Okay? Metallica. Metallica, the last bid on this was $420. Creator has absolutely taken off. There is so much stuff still left to auction tonight. Okay? Let's go ahead and sell Scully Mack, the Steppenwolf, and William Warner. If you're going to buy just a few out of here, I got to keep the Petras at sticker price, okay? But Steppenwolf is sold to Scully Mac. And then if you want the Petras, just let me know. I got to keep all those sticker price if you're just going to buy a couple. But if somebody still wants the whole crate, just let me know. Be a fun variety there. That's a lot of unusual stuff. That's not your typical run-of-the-mill. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to bring over a new crate. All right. And William says he doesn't want the Petras. Metallica has hit $500. Let's pull out all the Petras for him. I know there was 2. And then there might have been 1 more. They just did a big reissue campaign. There's 3 Petras. I think that was it. I counted 3. Yep. 3 Petras. We had a duplicate of 1. I gave you the better copy. All right. Nobody else bid on Forbidden, right? Edward Boosie went out. That means we can sell it. Time to do Slayer. Forbidden is sold to Tom Sullivan for $111. Metallica's at $503. And Creator is at $76 with William Warner. Now it's at $100 with Jeff Brindley. So one more time, Creator is a German OG, a nice VG Plus. It's at $100. Now, the next thing I have is another crate. Let me go in here and grab one. I can breathe clearly now. Ooh, let's see what John's got us here. I don't know which one y'all are talking about. There's 2 or 3 of them. I don't know which one y'all were referring to, so we'll do this one first. Haunting the Chapel. Here we go. Haunting the Chapel, Slayer. Haunting the Chapel, an 84 USOG. VG Plus, a $35 start. Slayer, Haunting the Chapel, VG Plus, 84 OG, a $35 start. 84 OG, 84 OG, 84, 1984 OG, 84 VG Plus OG pressing of Slayer. Metallica is at $527. Creator is at $110. New arrivals priced as marked. Mark Slade's new hat, 1969, 1999. The Happy Horns of Clark Terry, a 66 Capitol Record Club, 1999. Giroux, Gary Mulligan, no condition notes on any of these, 1999. Here we go. Swedish language record course. You listen to this and you'll speak Swedish, 999. Starland Vocal Band, Afternoon Delight, $9.99. Starbuck, Moonlight Feels Like, back-to-back one-hit wonders there, $19.99. Nice! The Jungle Book, $19.99. The Bare Necessities. There is some tape on the cover. There is tape on the cover. Up here at the top. The last thing I said was Creator was at 110. Metallica's at 527. Slayer, 35. Slayer, 35. Slayer, 40. Slayer, 45. Slayer, 45. Metallica, $550. Slayer 35, Slayer 35, Slayer 55, Slayer 40, Slayer 35, Slayer 55, Slayer 40, Slayer 46, Slayer 55, Slayer 50, Slayer 50 again, Slayer 60, Slayer 60 again, Slayer 65. Rebecca Howitt wants Swedish. Another $60 bid on Slayer. Another $65 bid on Slayer. A $61 bid on Slayer. A $75 bid on Slayer. A $76 bid on Slayer. A $75 bid on Slayer. A $76 bid on Slayer. Brent Robley wants the Jungle Book. Susie next on Jungle Book. Autumn next on Swedish. Slayer has a $46 bid. Sir, you are very far behind. And now Slayer is at $80. Creator is sold to Jeff Brindley for $110. Slayer is at $82. Metallica. FM All. The high bid is with Shane Devers. $550. Benjamin Franco wants Starland Vocal Band. Give the Jungle Book to Susie Breed Love. Give this to Susie. Brent says, give that one to Susie. Aqualung, Jethro Tull, $19.99. The Story of California by Walt Disney. I have never seen that in my life. $49.99. Aqualung, Sitting on the Park Bench. Sold to Stephen Parton. Rick Springfield, Beautiful Things, $14.99. And Cat Stevens. This one doesn't come through too often. The World of Cat Stevens. Slayer is at $82. We have a request out the yin yang. A request out the yin yang for Morbid Angel. I mean, out the yin yang for Morbid Angel. And Celtic Frost. Let's do Celtic Frost. Celtic Frost is up for bid. This is an OG 1986 US Hot Pog OG. VG Plus, $55 start. That's now up for bid. Slayer's at $86. My earphones are coming out. My earphones are coming out. Shane Devers, Metallica, is sold to you for $550. Hope everybody's ready for the air horn. If not, you need to get ready. Thank you, Shane Devers. Metallica, sold. Slayer is a 1984 U.S. original pressing. Slayer is a 1984 U.S. original pressing. Slayer is a 1984 U.S. OG pressing. Haunting the Chapel. VG Plus. It just hit $100. Celtic Frost is at $80. I see bids north of $550. I did not see any bids north of $550. I'm trying to find the other record Steven's requesting because honestly, I don't see that record. Maybe it's this one, Morbid Angel. Morbid Angel. Altars of Madness. Morbid Angel is a 2002 UK reissue. Limited to 700 on blue vinyl. EX condition, a $30 start. The Bay City Rollers, Strangers in the Night, $9.99. Steve Miller Band, Sailor, the Band, music from Big Pink, Quicksilver Messenger Service. I've never seen this before. It's like 3 Capitol albums packaged into one box set. $36.99. Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur. Booklet with typed lyrics. Now, we have put out 10,000 of these for sale. I've never seen John label any kind of variant. Typed lyrics in my life on that. $24.99. The Best of Tommy James and the Shondells, Something Special. $24.99. Update. Slayer got a bid for $100. Slayer got a bid for $125. Slayer got a bid for $105. It was already at $125. Celtic Frost was at $80. Now it's at $88. Morbid Angel $30. Morbid Angel $30. Celtic Frost $89. Morbid Angel $35. Morbid Angel $35. Morbid Angel $30. Morbid Angel $40. Benjamin Franco on the Bay City Rollers. Benjamin Franco on Rick Wakeman. George Samberez on Tommy James. Morbid Angel with a third $40 bid. Jeff Hansen next on Tommy James. The Secret Life of Harper's Bazaar, $16.99. Walt Disney Presents Hansel and Gretel, $19.99. Slayers at $130. Gregory, you've been outbid. It's now at $130. Now it's at $135. Celtic Frost. The last bid that came in on Celtic Frost was Rebecca Howard at $89. Now Morbid Angels at $55. Susie gets Hansel and Gretel. Susie gets Hansel and Gretel. Barefoot Jerry, barefooting, $9.99. Barbara's, $29.99. Bay City Rollers, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Slayers at $130, Slayers at $140. We have not sold Paradise Lost yet. Morbid Angels, a final call to Darren Chrisman for $55. Altars of Madness is the 2002 UK Blue Vinyl. Slayers at $150. Celtic Frost is at $96, now at $97. El Terrible Torio on Bay City Rollers. Morbid Angel has a new bid for $50 and now $60. The 1988 Summer Olympics album, $19.98. The 1988 Summer Olympics album. Mulligan and Getz and Deadsman, Jerry Mulligan, $19.99. Slayer, $150. We have $250 bids. William Warner's out. William Warner's back in at $150. Celtic Frost. The last bid was Tom Sullivan, $96, and then Rebecca, $97. Tom Sullivan, you're out again. Now Morbid Angels at $60. The person he outbid was at $55, and that was Darren Chrisman. Now you're going back up. Next, he's out, and so is Gregory. Kai Winding, Rainy Day, $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And that next auction is this. Another Kill 'Em All. What do we have here? A 1983 OG. You may say, what did you just say? And I'm going to say it again. We have a 1983 OG pressing of Kill 'Em All. 1983 US OG pressing of Kill 'Em All. Metallica's debut. EX condition, a $95 start. We had the 86 Club earlier tonight with the bonus tracks. This is the OG, an 83 US OG, Kill 'Em All. This is it. It's now up for bid. Celtic Frost is at $105, now $106. We still have Slayer bids coming in at $165. Metallica already has a bid for $95. Morbid Angel is officially sold to Steve Weaver for $60. Now we're back down to 3 auctions. In this bin, Sonny Stitt, PAL, $24.99. Celtic Frost 120, now 121. Van Morrison, A Sense of Wonder, in shrink wrap, $34.99. Bill Sargent's Harlow, original soundtrack, Nelson Riddle. Bo Donaldson, The Haywoods, $9.99. And Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Metallica has a new bid for $100. It should be like at $300 already. Slayer's at $166. Celtic Frost is at $120. The Babies Anthology, $19.99. Vicky Yoshikawa on Taylor Dane. The Horrid Experiment, $19.99. Also, Johnny Carson, Here Comes Johnny, 2 LP compilation, $24.99. Slayer's at $166. The bidder before that was Joseph McCormick. Joseph, you're back out. Craig Ruth second on Taylor Dane. Lamb of God is still available. A lot of stuff still available. Here's what's still available. Metallica, Quiet Riot, Motorhead, Black Sabbath, Kiss, Anthrax, Stone Temple Pilots, Britney Fox, Dio, Led Zeppelin, Iron Maiden, Bullet Boys, Tesla, Black Sabbath, Tesla, Warrant, Iron Maiden, LA Guns, Cinderella, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Anthrax, Black Sabbath, Jet Boys, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Rat, Iron Maiden, Rat, Van Halen, Goat Whore, Mayhem, Nasty Savage, Warlock, Iron Maiden, Bathory, Dio, Twisted Sister, Kingdom Come, Sodom, Slayer, Carnivore, Paradise Lost, Motley Crue, Lamb of God, Entombed, Manila Road, Merciful Fate, Ghost, Metallica, Def Leppard. You heard me right. You heard me right. Everything I just read off is still available. How much is Sonny Stitt and is it OG? I got Sonny Stitt, no year listed, in shrink wrap, $24.99. It's on this roulette label. It says 1985 on the label. Jeff Hansen wants the Babies Anthology. Sold. Travis Wood on Johnny Carson. Sold. Ryan Eaton next on Johnny Carson. Celtic Frost, $144. Metallica, $125. Slayer, $170. We got requests for Sodom. We got requests for Motorhead. No number 1 on Kill 'Em All, Laura said. No A1. Celtic Frost, $145. We got a request from Entombed. We got a request for Aham. We got a request for Lamb of God. And Dio. And Metallica. And Paradise Lost. And Jeff Birdsong, you were next on the Babies. Rock is here to stay. Adam 8, $24.99. Keys to the Country, Barefoot Jerry, $9.99. And Bandit, $19.99 for Bandit. Interesting. All right. So Slayer, $175, William Warner. It's up to him and Joseph McCormick. Celtic Frost, the last bid on Celtic Frost was Tom Sullivan and then Rebecca Howard at $145. Tom, you're back out. And then Metallica, the last bid on Metallica that came in was Scott Williams at $125. Let's go over this again. I can't believe there's not just bids like flying down through the stream on this. It's a 1983 OG Kill 'Em All, 83 Silver Megaforce label. This is got a high bid of $125 with Scott Williams. Now going once, going twice. Beam, the Steels maybe, $9.99. And Super Pop Rock and Soul, which is a box set. It's a 5 LP compilation, $29.99. Godspell, $14.99. And the Rhino Teen Magazine, The Best of the Ohio Express, $19.99. Celtic Frost is at $155. Rebecca, you just got outbid. Now Metallica is at $130. And then over here, Slayer. It's up to Joseph McCormick, but Joseph, you're on the clock. If I don't hear back from you pretty soon, I got to sell it to William Warner at $175. He's had it for almost 3 minutes. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is the following. It is Sodom, Agent Orange. Their catalog is essentially not in print. Sodom, Agent Orange is an €89 original. It is VG minus, but it does have the original inner sleeve. It's not like I can just order new Sodom albums. I wish I could. I wish all this stuff was in print. It's not. $30 start on that. Slayer has a new bid for $180 with a new bidder. And now it's at $182. We're still bidding on Slayer. Now Metallica's at $128. Now $135. Levi Hilton wants Godspell. Sold. Celtic Frost is up to Rebecca. She bid $156. Tom Sullivan, you're back out. $156 is Rebecca's bid. Heartbeat of the 80s, compilation, $9.99. 1966 compilation, great from Time Life, $24.99. Amazing track listing. Good Vibrations, The Temptations, who's on the cover. I Know I'm Losing You, I Fought the Law, You Keep Me Hanging On, I'm a Believer, Psychotic Reaction, Monday, 1966, $24.99. Sodom 35, Sodom 30, Sodom 30, Sodom 35, Sodom 45, Sodom 45. Jackie wants the 80s, Heartbeat of the 80s. Slayer's at $182. Now I'm waiting for 2 people to say out, but I've got to sell it. I have not heard back from Joseph McCormick. And now we got David Saunders bidding. You've been outbid again, David Saunders. Tom Sullivan says he's out on Celtic Frost. That's a final call to Rebecca for $156. Metallica, we're looking at $135 with Todd Hill. And now David Saunders has bid on this at $140. And he's bid $185 on Slayer. And now Sodom's at $60 with Jason Wilsky and Hiram Aponte. Last few records in the bin. The Both Sides of Herman's Hermits. $9.99 on Herman's Hermits. The Monty Python, Match and Tie and Handkerchief, $14.99. Now Slayer's at $186. David Saunders, you've been outbid. We're about to drop the hammer on Celtic Frost. Metallica is now at $140. Sodom's at $65. The Elephant's Child, book and record set, $19.99. Monty Python, So to Henson. Sodom's now at $75. Pinocchio, Magic Mirror Series, storybook and record from 1966, no condition notes, $26.99. And the Flesh Tones, Hexbreaker, $19.99 on the Flesh Tones. Squat Dwallow, second on Monty Python. Celtic Frost is sold to Rebecca for $156. SOD's at $80 with Jason Wilsky. Metallica, the most recent bid is $140 with David Saunders. David, it's up to you on Slayer. The high bid is William Warner. If David says out, we're going to sell it. The high bid right now on Slayer is $186. David has bid $187. We're still bidding on Slayer. It's going to be impossible to put up another Slayer till we sell that Slayer. Pinocchio is sold to Tim Graham. Anybody else on this crate? Laura says she's working on one right now. Before I do anything else, Slayer has a new bid for $190 and Sodom's at $85. Metallica's at $143, Sodom's at $80. Everything's still getting bids. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. What that may be, we're about to find out. I don't know what I want to put up, honestly. Let's try something with not a S, M, or S. We got Slayer Sodom. Here we go. We'll do this. We'll do Dio Intermission. Dio is an 86 US, VG++ or better, a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Okay? We have Sodom at 85, Slayer's at 190, going once, going twice. Metallica's at 144. Now Sodom's at 100, Dio's a $25 start. I do not have British Steel tonight. Let's read through this crate one more time. Metallica's at 145, Sodom's at 100, and Dio's at 25, now 30. Slayer's going twice, going three times to William Warner for 190. It's up to one person. His last name's Saunders. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. Mark Slade's new hat. The Happy Horns of Clark Terry. Jerry Mulligan, Starbuck. The Story of California. Rick Springfield, Cat Stevens. Steve Miller, The Band, and Quicksilver Messenger Service. 3 albums boxed into one from Capitol. The Secret Life of Harper's Bazaar. Barefoot Jerry. Barbara's. 1988 Summer Olympics. Gary Mulligan. Kai Winding. Van Morrison. Bill Sargent's Harlow. Bo Donaldson the Haywoods. The Hard Experiment. Sonny Stitt Powell. Rock is Here to Stay. Adam Ant 52-track compilation. Bandit. Barefoot Jerry. Bim. He's out on Slayer. Sold. Slayer is sold to William Warner for $190. $190. That is sold. Metallica. Somebody wants to know the details, and somebody asked what the high bid was. This is 83 OG Metallica. 83 OG Metallica. We're talking about Seek and Destroy, Jump in the Fire, Motor Breath. It's all on here. Metallica. The last bid that came in on Metallica was David Saunders at $145. Everybody else is out. The next auction is Sodom, which is still getting bids. It's at $110. Agent Orange is OG Euro VG minus. And then Dio Intermission. Buddy Cordova has this at $35. Susie wants the Rock. And then Bandit is called Bandit. That's about as much information as I can tell you. It's called Bandit by Bandit. It's $19.99. Susie Breelove got Rock. Sodom's at $110. Super Pop Rock and Soul. That is $29.99. Also, the Best of Ohio Express. This is $19.99 in shrink wrap. 1966 Classic Rock Comp. Herman's Hermits. The Elephant's Child. And the Flesh Tones. Hexbreaker is all still available. New auction going up right now. And that next auction is Paradise Lost in dub. Paradise Lost is a 1990 UK, no condition notes, a $20 start. Dio has a new bid for $40. Paradise Lost is now up for bid. Sodom over here is called Agent Orange. Agent Orange by Sodom. And Agent Orange, the last bid was Jeff Brindley at $110. Are we done on Metallica? There's a couple people who hadn't set out. I got to make sure. Anybody else? Scott Williams is in at 147. Scott Williams is at 147. There's Sodom, there's Dio, there's Paradise Lost, and there's Metallica. Okay, those are now up for bid. 4 great auctions. Very, very busy. Don't forget, I got Queensryche too. I almost forgot about it. I put it over here next to me. I took it out of the auction bins, and then I forgot about it. Let me go ahead and put it back in everything else. Okay? Paradise Lost is at 30, 40, now 50. Let's grab a new crate. At this point, I think Sodom was done with Jeff Brindley at 110, right? It looks like it. Dio still getting bids, and Metallica still getting bids, and Paradise Lost definitely still getting bids. It just went up. So Metallica's hit 150. My crate's almost full over here, but that's okay. I'm going to swap out crates. If anybody decides you want anything else, just let me know. I will sell it to you. Believe me. I'll sell it to you so fast your head will spin. Jeff Brindley, before I walk away, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Sodom for $110. Okay? Paradise Lost is at 60. Paradise Lost is at 60. Dio, Matthew Sherrick's out. Metallica's at 55. Dio, the last bid on Dio was Matthew Sherrick at 40, so it must have had a new bump because Matthew Sherrick went out. Okay, let me figure out what happened then. Matthew Sherrick has Dio at $40. I don't see any other bids higher than that. If they are, they're invisible. Matthew Sherrick, you still got Dio for $40. David Saunders bid $155 on Metallica. And then Paradise Lost, the last bid was Jim Cooper at $51. I think we're done. Let's go ahead and grab another crate. Laura's working on some stuff right now. My crate over here is pretty much full. I think I've got another crate here of stuff very similar like the last bin I'm going to run through right quick. This could be very cool. Let me grab this. I still got a Metallica. I've been wanting to sell this for 2 weeks because I keep forgetting about it. I have a Live Binge and Purge box set over here. Okay. Metallica's at 157. Dio is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $40. Okay. There's that. Paradise Lost is at 60 with Nick Orlando. And now Metallica. Kill 'Em All. It's at 157. David Saunders, it goes back to you. Let's put up new auctions. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. That's our 4th full one tonight, which is pretty amazing, being that I've had pretty much no we had 3 crates of new vinyl, and we've already went through those. Here's my empty crate, and let's do it. We got about 3 active bidders on Metallica. And then Paradise Lost is at 60 with Nick Orlando. Anybody else want in on Paradise Lost? All new crate of new vintage stuff. Let's put up a new auction. Folks, this is OG Operation Mindcrime. Queensrock Operation Mindcrime is an 88 US OG pressing. An 88 US OG pressing. It is an OG specialty press, VG Plus, with the original inner sleeve, and it's going to go up for a $55 start. OG Queensrock Operation Mindcrime. They're still bidding on Metallica. However, David's out, and Josh Jones is out. Now David's back in at 165. I think we're done on Paradise Lost. Nick Orlando is about to get it for 60. Let's go ahead and get started with this. I got a couple more singles to put up. My other single is Heaven and Hell, which is a Dio, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Vinny Appice. I've never seen this before. Heaven and Hell, Bible Black, and Neon Nights Live. HH for Heaven and Hell is a $7 start. And I have a Punk single on deck that came from the same box. I think y'all might want to check this out whenever I put it up. Holy moly. Take a look at that. What do we have here? Oh my gosh. All right. I need a bottle of water. I'm going to go do that right now. Holy moly, what a night. Fireworks on Metal Night. We love it. Fireworks on Metal Night. We love it. Okay. So I left off by saying Metallica got a new bid for $165. Mindcrime $55. Queensryche $55.65. Metallica $167. Mindcrime $65.70. Metallica $175. Heaven and Hell $7, $7, $10. Queensryche $70, $75, $75. Mindcrime $80. Heaven and Hell $10. Queensryche $110. Heaven and Hell $15. Queensryche $80. Queensryche is OG. Queensryche $90. We're good to go. All right, so Paradise Lost is sold. Nick Orlando, that's sold to you. Thank you, Nick Orlando. $60 on Paradise Lost. Thank you. So Metallica has 4 active bidders still. I mean, literally, there's 4 still going all back and forth. And Metallica, the last bid that came in was the most recent new bidder, Chad Sauls, at $175. $175. Okay, Queensryche, that's OG. We're talking about OG. We're talking about OG Queensryche too. OG Queensryche is at $90 with Scott Vanek, and Heaven and Hell's at $22. It's only 9:36. We got like 2.5 hours left to auction stuff tonight. That's what it's going to take to run through all these. And we still got 347 people watching on all platforms. So there's a lot of people still tuned in to bid. Here we go. These are new arrivals priced as marked. Tamara and the Unseen, Everybody Dance, $9.99. Also, we have Tom Jones, Green Green Grass of Home, $9.99. New Shoes, I Can't Wait, $9.99. I need you to find the Heaven and Hell LP. We had it last week. We sold it last week. Huey Lewis and the News, I Want a New Drug, 12-inch single. Huey Lewis, 12-inch single. Culture Club, Do You Really Want to Hurt Me? $14.99. Some singles right here. The Great Fatsby, Leslie West, $19.99. Dr. John, Anytime, Any Place, $44.99. I'm assuming we're done on Metallica. $177. I haven't heard back from anybody else. I'm assuming we're done on Queensryche. It was at $90. I haven't heard back from anybody else. And then Heaven and Hell is at $25 of Gerald Whitworth. We're still bidding on that. El Terrible Torrio wants new. Sold to El Terrible. New bid on Metallica, $180. Queensryche has a new bid for $92. David Saunders says he bid $100 on Queensryche. Queensryche's at $100. If you did, I'm taking it right now because it's still active. Metallica's at $180. Queensryche's at $105. We're still bidding. Let's go ahead and put up another LP. The next LP I have is Slayer. Oh my God. Here we go. Just take a deep breath, kick back and relax. This is going to take a while. This is a 1985 OG. This is an OG Canadian press. Slayer, Hell Awaits. It has the original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $45 start. Slayer is an 85 OG. 85 OG Canadian on Banzai Records. $45 start on Slayer. It's now up for bid. Heaven and Hell, Jim Berg's at $28. Queensryche's at $106. David Saunders is at $110. Metallica's at $182. Chad Sauls, you're out. Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, $19.99 on Uriah Heep. The FM soundtrack, No Static at All, $29.99. FM. The Doors, Alive She Cried, in Shrink, with the insert, $34.99. Andrew Lloyd Webber, Requiem, $14.99. Queensryche is at $111. Slayer's at $60. Another bid for $60. Heaven and Hell's at $30. Metallica's at $185. Slayer's at $80. Joe Salamo gets Uriah Heep. That's so to Joe Salamone. Round Midnight soundtrack, Chet Baker, Ron Carter, Herbie Hancock. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. Rich Man, Poor Man, music from the television production, $19.99. Queensryche is at $115. Slayer is at $85. Metallica is at $185, now $187. Heaven and Hell is at $30 with William Warner. The bidder before that was Jim Berg. Jim Berg, you're out on Heaven and Hell. Amy Grant, In Concert, Volume 2, $9.99. Cleopatra, the original soundtrack album, $19.99. The Wonderful World of Jonathan Winters, $14.99. Grover Washington Jr., Skylarking, $9.99. The Moody Blues, Go Now, $19.99. We still got Bathory and Mayhem. Slayer's at $95. Chad Sauls, you're out on Metallica. Josh Jones has it for $187. Jim Berg, you're out on Heaven and Hell. Hammer's up. We're about to sell it for $30. Next question was price on the Huey Lewis single. Huey Lewis right here was $9.99. Diego on Rory, R-O-R-Y, Rory, like Rory McIlroy. I don't see a Rory, Diego, I don't think. Let me know on that one. And then Romelu wants Amy Grant. So do Romelu. Slayer is at $100. Slayer has another $100 bid. Now Heaven and Hell has a bid for $35. That's after Jim Berg bid $32. We're still bidding on that. We're also still bidding on Metallica. It's now at $190. Travis Woods wants the FM soundtrack. Travis Woods on the FM soundtrack. Heaven and Hell 32. Now it's at $35. Now Metallica is at $190. George Sambarez wants the Round Midnight soundtrack. So did George Sambarez. Slayer's at $106. Slayer's at $105. Brewer and Shipley, Weeds, $19.99. Felix Paparotti, Creation. You may know him from Mountain. No. The Rascals. No. I forgot. Michael Schenker, Assault Attack, $19.99. Metallica's at $193. Chad, you've been outbid. Now Chad's at $200. I haven't had a bid in some time on Queensryche. Travis went out. It looks like David Saunders has it for $120. We're about to sell it. Heaven and Hell's at $35. Jim Berg, it goes back to you. Slayer's at $105. Now $106. It's an OG 85 Canadian press and VG condition. 85 Canadian VG. VG. Heaven and Hell's at $37. Laura just delivered a crate. And Laura, when you come back, I'm going to give you this to look up for me whenever you come back by. Heaven and Hell's at $37. The Isley Brothers, Inside You. Isley Brothers is $14.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire, $14.99. Hot Street, Chicago, $9.99. Felix Was in Mountain. My original instinct was correct. There's another. I'm thinking about Felix Cavallari something. He was in the Rascals. Felix Paparotti Mountain. Yes. Heaven and Hell 40. David Saunders, you've been outbid on Queens Rock 120. Andy Lane is out on Slayer. We may have found our high bid. Slayer's at 105. Queens Rock's at 130. Metallica's been up for bid for about 45 minutes. We started it at $95. It just hit 205. I knew it was going to be up bid for a long time. One of the reasons when I looked at that starting bid, I almost said $175 start. Some of these, I'll go ahead and look at them, and I'm like, listen, we can save a lot of time. I'm going to go ahead and start these a lot higher. Somebody asked me the other night, why not just start everything at $1? We'd still be on the first couple of auctions. Metallica is at 205, almost at 175. When I saw 95, I was like, man, we need to go ahead and start that thing higher. Metallica's at 205. Slayer's at 110. Chase, you've been outbid. Jim Berg's out on Heaven and Hell. Now it's at 40 of William Warner. Final call. And Queens Rock is getting new bids. Now it's at 130. Scott Williams, you're back out. Bad Company. Don't see this one too often. Fame and Fortune. It's in shrink wrap, $24.99. We have Michael Schenker is $19.99. And yes, there is a lower crate up here, and I think it's completely full of metal. You might not want to log off anytime soon. Just saying. Badfinger, the original Apple press, $24.99 for ASS. Foghat Life is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Metallica. The last bid on Metallica that came in was Josh Jones at 205. It's up to Chad Sauls. Queens Rock is at $135. We're still bidding on that. Edwin Riviera on Bad Company. These are brand new arrivals, no more, no less. William Warner gets Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell is sold to William Warner for $40. I'm going to go ahead and put up another album, and then we'll go back to a couple more singles. But first thing I have going up right now is the following. Mayhem, De Mysterious Dom Santhanas. And Mayhem's a 2001 unofficial, limited to 666 on purple and black marble vinyl. Mayhem's a $35 start. We got Jamie Tucker on Badfinger. Thank you, Jamie. We got Edwin Riviera on Michael Schenker. Sold to Edwin Riviera. Josh Jones, you're out on Metallica. Chad has it for $210. The last bid that came in on Queens Rock was $135 on Scott Williams. I have not heard back from David Saunders. Slayer is tied at $115 with William Warner and David Saunders. Mayhem's an unofficial on purple vinyl for a $35 start. Marshall Tucker, Searching for a Rainbow, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Average White Band, $12.99. The Ray Charles Story, Volume 1, 15 tracks, really cool cover. I'm liking that green, nice vinyl, early Atlantic album, $19.99. Now Metallica's at $215 with Josh Jones. Chad Sauls, you've been back outbid. David Saunders, I'm waiting for your word on Queens Rock. I'm waiting for your word on Queens Rock. It's all up to you on Queens Rock. He is in at $140. Mayhem has a bid for $35. I made a mistake, Jamie, on Badfinger. Jackie was first. She put bad. She was first on Badfinger. My bad. Let's change this to Jackie Reynolds. Mayhem has one bid for $35. De Mysterious Dom Sonatus, purple and black marble vinyl. Josh Jones has Metallica for $215. David Saunders' bid just came in on Queens Rock for $140. That means the bidder who had it for the longest, Scott Williams, had it for almost 4 minutes at $135. David said, I'm now back in at $140. Now Mayhem's at $35, which is just one bid. I'm about to sell it if nobody else bids. It just has one bid. We won't spend any more time on it. The Chiffons, everything you always wanted to hear, $14.99. Belly Dance Naval Academy. There you have it, the Naval Academy, $19.99. Statler Brothers is $9.99. Country Music. And there it is, A Child's Garden of Grass, the marijuana record. Beautiful copy of that, $34.99. Chad's out on Metallica. The high bid on Metallica is $215, and so did Josh Jones. That was an absolute war on Metallica. $215. That is sold, $215. Scott's out on Queensryche. David Saunders has that for $140. We are still tied on Slayer. William Water bid $115 and David Saunders bid $115. I have not heard back from David Saunders on Slayer. You've been tied with William Warner for almost 5 minutes now. I've got to sell it to him unless you bid again or say out. Mayhem has a high bid of $45. It was about to sell for one bid. Now we have two new bidders. Now 38, and now Edison has it for 45. Steve Weaver and Mike Freiberger, you're out. Ringo's Rotogravure, $14.99. Ringo's Rotogravure. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, a 2011 with all inserts, $39.99. Interesting pressing here. $39.99. Now Slayer, David Saunders is back in at $120. William Warner, you've been outbid. Now Mayhem's at $40. David Saunders, you've been immediately outbid on Slayer. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, the bid on Slayer is $125. You've been immediately outbid. Melanie Clausen on PK for Pink Floyd. That's sold. Queensryche is sold to you, though, and that is sold to David Saunders for $140. The high bid on Slayer is at $125. David Saunders, you've been outbid. The high bid on Mayhem right now is at $40, with a lot of people outbid. Final call for $40 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Lamb of God, Sacrament. David Saunders is backing on Slayer at $130. This is a 2006 USOG EX with the original on her sleeve, $55 start. Melanie wants to pass on Pink Floyd. Sell this to Chris Ligero instead. William Warner, you've been outbid on Slayer. Mayhem is going twice, going 3 times. The high bid is with Steve Weaver, Edison Toledo at $45. Steve Weaver's out. I just got to hear back from Mike Freiberger out, but we're about to sell it. Now Slayer's at $132. David Saunders, you've been outbid. The Coaster's Greatest Hits, $19.99. The Genius After Hours, Ray Charles. That's definitely an earlier one there. Very cool. Ray Charles, $19.99. That's an earlier one. That's a really good price on that. Ray Charles. Rufus is $9.99. And Philip Bailey Chinese Wall, $14.99. William Warner's in on Slayer at $132. David Saunders, you're out. The last bid that came in on Mayhem, he's out. This is sold for $45 to Edison Toledo. Lamb of God does not have a bid. Final call for $55. Next auction is Mayhem. Merciful Fate, Merciful Fate is now going up for bid. This is an 82 Netherlands repress. The OGs have a white border around the cover where the represses have a black border. This is still 1982 Merciful Fate. EX condition, $75. Slayer's at $135. William Warner, you've been outbid. One of y'all just go ahead and bid $175 and we'll wrap this thing up. Lamb of God is a final call for $55. Now we're at $137. Average white band, Feel No Fret, $12.99. We got Spectrum, It's Too Hot for Words. That's in shrink wrap for $9.99. Bobby Taylor and the Vancouvers, $49.99. Mayhem is a Merciful Fate is a $75 start. Our next auction's going up right now. Yes, you heard me correctly. This is a 1986 OG pressing of Master of Puppets. Yes, you heard me correctly. This is a 1986 OG pressing of Master of Puppets. It is in VG condition. It has the original on her sleeve. This is OG Master of Puppets, VG condition, $75 start. Now Slayer's at $138. We have Lamb of God at $55, a final call. Merciful Fate has one bid for $75, final call, one bid. Next is Madonna, self-titled, $29.99 for Madonna. Gary Lewis, Listen, $9.99. I have a lower crate on deck. I'm trying to get to it. Virgin Fugs for adult minds only, $39.99 for the Fugs. Zon, Z-O-N, Back Down to Earth, There they are coming off an escalator. They were in space. Now they're back on Earth. 1999. Now Slayer's at 138. Now 140. Now 141. Now Metallica has a bid for 100. Now Lamb of God is sold to Scott Arnold for 55. And now an 84. This is something we would never get in. Merciful Fate. And now it just has one bid for $75, and we're about to sell it to Steve Weaver. A lot of people have fell asleep already tonight. Arthur Conley, More Sweet Soul. You're about to get some great deals on the auction block this time of night. Everybody has already fell asleep. Arthur Conley's a white label promo, $34.99. Slicker on the Fugs. Slayer's at 145 of William Warner. One of y'all just go ahead and bid 175. We'll wrap this up. William has it for one. It's going to get to 175. I'm telling you. You can save a lot of time right now. 175. Just one of y'all go ahead and bid it. We have Presenting Gloria Griffin, Gospel's Queen, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Over here, we have George Martin, his orchestra play Help. This is a 1965. This is actually a Beatles-related record. It's official from United Artists with George Martin, $34.99. We have Merciful Fate at $80. Merciful Fate's at $80. Now Metallica has a final call for $100. Slayer's at $145 with William Warner. Going once, going twice. It's all up to one person, David Saunders. We got Jade Warrior Kites for $24.99. Jade Warrior Kites is $24.99. Next is Dave Liebman, Drum Ode. Dave Liebman is $19.99. Michael Nesmith, Nevada Fighter, $24.99. And Moth the Hoople, $19.99. I've lost David Saunders on Slayer. William Warner has it for $145. I've lost them. We're going to do about a 60-second invisible countdown. If I don't hear back from David, we've got to sell it. All of a sudden, Merciful Fate has multiple bids. And guess what? Metallica has a new bid for 105 with William Warner. Now David Saunders back in on Slayer at 150. Now he has a bid in for 150. Chase Arnold is in on JW. Chase Arnold in on JW. And that's Jade Warrior. Thank you. Now Metallica has a new bidder. Now Merciful Fate's at 85. Next thing we have of Days of Future Past, $19.99. Days of Future Past, $19.99. Slayer has a new bid for $153. David Saunders, you're back out. We got quite the battle going on for some Slayers tonight. Now Merciful Fate is at $88. Next thing we have is Metallica at $105. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on the OG Master of Puppets. You've been outbid. Our next auction, this is a 1985 USOG. Yes, this is a 1985 USOG Minor Threat. It is in VG condition. The cover is completely split. This is OG Minor Threat, a $10 start. David Saunders is out on Slayer. This is sold to William Warner for $153. This is sold to William Warner for $153. $153 sold to William Warner. David Saunders is out. Over here, we have Merciful Fate. The last bid, Steve Weaver's out. Chase Arnold has that for $88. Nick Bargeron, if you're still out there on the World Wide Web, www.com, let me know because you were bidding on this. I've lost you, and I've got to sell it really soon. The last bid that came in on this was $105 of William Warner. Minor Threat is OG. It's VG, and the sleeve is split. Does it have an insert with it? Yeah, it has the insert here with it too. That now has a high bid of $25 with insert. $25 on that. Next is Spyro Gyra. $9.99. An American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors, $34.99. Don Henley, The End of Innocence, an 89 BMG Club, $59.99. Michael McDonald, No Looking Back, $12.99. Minor Threats at $30. Metallica has a new bid with David Saunders for $110. William Warner, you've been outbid. I think at this point, David and William just don't like each other. Now Minor Threats at $30. We have Marshall Tucker, A Long Hard Ride, $14.99 on that. And Ted Knight, you may know him from Caddyshack. Ted Knight is $19.99. Now Metallica's at 115. Now we have Merciful Fate. That is sold to Chase Arnold for $88. Get ready for about a 45-minute battle on Metallica. We have William Warner at 115. That's going to be sitting there. If that's still up at 10:30, I'll be surprised. It'll probably be up till 10:45. The high bid on Metallica is 115. Minor Threats at 30. Let's get some new auctions going. The next new auction I have going up right now is Entombed Clandestine. Entombed is a 1992 UK repress. This is a 1992 UK repress. The lyric insert is, it has lyric insert, but no merch in form. This is a 1992 UK, and we're going to put up Entombed for a $50 start. $50 start for Entombed Clandestine, 1992. That is something we never get in. Final call on Minor Threat for 30. Metallica, William Warner has it for 115. I have not heard back from David Saunders. Final call for 115. Now Minor Threat is at 31. Now Minor Threat's at 31. We're going to have some epic wars here in the late hours of Coletco. I love it. This is why I wake up every morning. My boots hit the floor, and I say, I am ready for some action tonight. Warlock is now going up for bid. Goodness gracious, Warlock Hellbound, an 85 German Vertigo original, near mint minus with the inner sleeve, $35 start. David Saunders, I have not heard back from you on Metallica. Final call to William Warner for $115. Now, Minor Threats at $32. We're not done. Now, Minor Threats at $35. Now, Warlocks at $35. David Saunders is out of Metallica. Final call for $115. I still never did hear back from Nick Bargeron. He hadn't been on since he placed his first bid. Now, Nick does a lot of extraterrestrial activity, so sometimes he leaves the planet and we might not hear back from him for like an hour. And then him and Fred, they'll get back on and say, did I win Metallica? Nick Bargeron, I'm about to sell this for $115. Final call. Minor Threat all of a sudden is taken off. We're done with this crate, and now we're going to put up the next crate, which is some stuff Laura marked. It's about to be really busy in the bins again, okay? It's about to get really, 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 really busy in the bins again. I hope y'all are ready. We got a Laura crate coming up. I'm only going to show one record, too. I'm only going to show one record, and then we're going to show the sticker, because at this rate, there's going to be a bunch of claims for this Metal Knight sticker. Here we go. Facebook lags about 90 seconds. I think you might want to refresh your browser. That is actually quite extensive. I think if you were to close out of your app or whatever you're watching on, David, and refresh, it should be much faster than that. I guarantee if you close out of your app or refresh your browser or something, I guarantee it will get a lot faster, because I know you're bidding and you're staying active, but for it to be coming in every minute and a half, and you trying to bid on auctions, I guarantee if you do some kind of reset or refresh, because I've noticed when you bid, it's like, I know you're just not waiting. You're probably bidding immediately, but it's over. You definitely need to figure something out. I mean, I don't mind waiting 90 seconds, but I guarantee if you refresh, a lot of people's testing theirs right now. Some people's like 10 seconds. You probably need to re-close out, maybe do your dial-up connection again, because you're off somewhere or another. Otherwise, your bid should come in like this. So, all right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. We're back. All right. He restarted. I should have told you that about 5 auctions ago. All right, here's the Laura Crate sticker. Face Bones from the Adult Swim classic Metalopocalypse. All right. So let's go down the board here and figure out what's going on. Hiram, I see your question. Let me go back. And this is sold to William Warner for $115. This is sold to William Warner for $115. Okay. Now, Minor Threat was OG. The seam is completely split, but it does have the insert. And the last bit on Minor Threat that came in was David Smith at $35. David Smith at $35, okay? Warlock is called Hellbound. Warlock is an 85 German original with the original under sleeve. Warlock. And this was with Michael Hamburger at $60. It does have the inner sleeve, no poster. It's a German original. I've got Michael Hamburger at $60. Henson thinks he bid $35 before him. Okay? Henson challenges that. So, David Smith, $35 on Minor Threat. Henson came in first. There's Henson and there's yours. So, David, you're actually out, okay? Boy, I'm well behind in the chat. Oh, my gosh. Okay? So, Henson has that. Warlock just got a new bid for $65. And then over here is Entombed. Entombed over here, which was a 1992 UK repress. But I think that is the year of release. 91 is when this album came out. So, I mean, still clandestine. And even reissues these get expensive. And the last bit on this, sorry, there's been so much happened since then. These bids have been buried. I think it's Jim Cooper's at 50. No. Hiram and Jim Cooper are tied. I probably need y'all to bid again because it's so far up now. That's almost 6 minutes ago. There's been about 150 chats since those bids came in on Entombed. So Hiram has it for 50. That's what I'm going to say. Hiram, and if you can go ahead and bid 50 again, that would be great. Minor Threats at 36. Henson's out. And I think we're done, okay? And Entombed. Hiram has that for 50. And Jim Cooper, you tied him. And now Edison has it for 55. Minor Threat is sold for $36 to David Smith. Warlock is with Michael Hamburger at $67. Empty Matt, you're out. We need new auctions. Before I show the first record and we do the Laura Crate sticker giveaway, let me first find that record for Patrick Lear. Otherwise, Patrick, it's about to get really busy and that record's going to get buried. Arthur Conley is called More Sweet Soul. It's a 69 white label promo, clean with a promo sticker for $34.99. I think you would love that if you got it. I'm going to try to show just one record to see who gets this, but we might use two, okay? It is $37.99, and it is Death Haven. Death Haven is $37.99. It took me a while to figure out what it was. And we have Black Sabbath Mob Rules sealed for $34.99. And Death Haven, there is a note from Laura on the back. Laura loves Death Haven. Haven or heaven? It's heaven, right? Death Heaven. $37.99. Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with them. This is why we got other people on staff like everybody here that has much bigger music knowledge than I do. Stereo mono. This was in stereo. Sold to Patrick Lear. Okay? So that's the first two records in the lower crate. We're about to get into more metal bite nows right now, so I hope everybody's ready. And let me read off where I was on bids, because I'm about to introduce four. We're going to keep 4 auctions going for the rest of the night to keep this active. Entomb 50, Entomb 55, Entomb 60. Death Heaven sold to Stephen Parton, and therefore the lower crate sticker. Kelly Vlodarchek, a really close second. Y'all were literally tied on the timer. Y'all have the exact same second that came in. Stephen Parton's first. Henson got Mob Rules. XJ Stanley was third. Entomb 65. Matt Marco next on Death. John Bobin next on Sabbath. Then William. Then Buddy. And then Entombed in this. Okay, so I think we're done on Warlock then. So Warlock is sold to Michael Hamburger for $67. Entombed is at $70. So Entombed $70, Warlock sold for $67, Michael Hamburger. New auctions. Next is going up right now, it's Jet Boy. And Jet Boy is called Damned Nation with Hop Sticker. I'm surprised this hadn't been requested more. It's a 1990 USOG promo stamp on back cover. It does have an old price tag on the label, probably removable. It's EX Plus. Jet Boy is a $45 start. Entombed is at $70 with Hiram. Everybody else is out. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And let's try a Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Not just any Iron Maiden, an OG Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. And this is an 82 Winchester OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Iron Maiden is a $35 start. There's the inner sleeve, $35 start on Iron Maiden. All right, let's show some more in here. First, we got Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, Record Store Day Essential Blue Vinyl. Ozzy is $29.99. I've got Meshuggah, Nothing. Meshuggah's on red and black marble vinyl, sealed. Meshuggah, $29.99. And Gojira, Magma, $27.99. Meshuggah, Gojira, and Ozzy. There's 3. Iron Maiden, $36. Jet Boy opened at $50. Stephen Parton first on Ozzy. Bark at the Moon. Iron Maiden, $50. Matt Marco second on Ozzy. And what about Entombed? Hiram had it for $70. The previous bidder was Edison Toledo. Haven't heard back from him. I've got to sell it really soon. David Saunders has Iron Maiden at $75. Scott Dwallow on Gojira, and that leaves Meshuggah. Next here is Poison, Flesh and Blood. We sold an OG tonight. This is a sealed reissue on sea glass green vinyl, $29.99 on Poison. Also over here is Lamb of God, Strum and Drang, and that is $27.99 in shrink wrap, a 2LP. One more, Metallica, Load, the most oldest, the reissue before the one that just came out, just $29.99. Iron Maiden has a high bid of $75. John, you were next on Ozzy. Matt Marco on P for Poison. Then Stuck 73. Then Tim Graham. Stephen Parton on Metallica. And nobody else bid on Jet Boy or Entombed. Those are both done. Jet Boy is sold to Gregory Roberts for $50. That one might have just kind of slipped through there, Gregory, for a 1990 album like that. Nice pickup. And Entombed is sold for $70 to Hiram Aponte. All right, that is sold. Who got Bark at the Moon? Bark at the Moon was sold to Stephen Parton. Matt Marco was second. John, you were actually third in line. This is OG Iron Maiden. The most recent bid is $75 with David Saunders. Everybody else is out. Lots of people on Poison. And Lamb of God is sold to Buddy Cordova. The only thing left so far this bin is Meshuggah. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Nasty Savage. And this is a 1988 12-inch single sealed. It's got 4 tracks, more like an EP, but they bill it as a 12-inch single. Abstract Reality, Nasty Savage is a $20 start. And then we got Bathory. And Bathory is a 2003 Swedish reissue. It's on limited edition gray vinyl. It's a $35 start. Are we done on Iron Maiden? I have not heard back from several people, but David Saunders is about to get it for $75. Next auction is, or next record in the bin is Iron Maiden's Seventh Son, sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Also, don't forget, we have LA Guns. Holy moly. I'm going to have to get situated for this one. Let me go ahead and stretch. Let me pop my knees back into place. Oh, wow. Okay. Here we go. LA Guns is a OG top copy. It's original. It's got the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink. It's got the hop sticker. This is out of print. It's everything you would want in an LA Guns album. It's OG. It's got the inner sleeve. It's in shrink. It's near mint. It looks like you just picked it off the store in 1988 and opened it up. It is a $65 start. That's now up for auction. These back here are auctions. These are buy it nows. The last thing I had over here was Bathory 35, Nasty at 20. Nasty at 20. Iron Maiden sold to XJM Stanley X72 on Twitch. Can you remind me or tell me who you are so they'll know in the operations center? XJM Stanley 72. Iron Maiden sold to you. Thank you, Taker Time, for the positive review. Thank you. I might have to treat myself to Waffle House tonight after this. Bathory's at $40. Nasty's at $25. Nasty's at $20. Excuse me, another $20. Bathory, another $35. Shannon Lee on Meshuggah. Bathory, $45. Noah, you were third on Iron Maiden. Brandon just asked the price of Meshuggah. Somebody already sold it. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $78. David Saunders, you were outbid. Now Nasty Savage, $25. Now Bathory at $60. Now Nasty Savage, another $25. Now LA Guns is at $100. Now Nasty's at $26. Now LA Guns is at $115. Mark Stanley is MXM Stanley. There you have it. Now Nasty Savage is at $30. Now LA Guns is at $125. Now LA Guns is at $140. So, to go down the board quickly, Iron Maiden, David Saunders, you're out. The last bid on Iron Maiden is Corey Ross at $78. Nasty Savage is at $30, sealed. Bathory is at $60 with Edison Toledo. He has it. That's a final call. And then LA Guns is at $140. Gojira, Terra Incognita, sealed 2016, $34.99. Opeth, $34.99. Orchid, Opeth. Corey, you've been outbid on Iron Maiden. David Saunders has it for $80. Nasty 31, Nasty 35. Hammers up on Bathory. LA Guns, I haven't heard him back from anybody on that in a while. He's passed on an Opeth, so it's still available. So is Gojira. Dangerous Toys, Pissed, sealed for $39.99. Rebecca said she'll take the Opeth. So did Rebecca Howitt. Next is Mastodon Leviathan, blue vinyl, $22.99. And Slipknot on yellow vinyl for $29.99. Iron Maiden's at $85. Bathory is sold to Edison Toledo for $60. LA Guns has a new bid for $145. I think we're done on Nasty with Jim Cooper going out. Alonzo has that for $35. Sealed with Hop Sticker, original. Dangerous Toys sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Scott Dwallow on Slipknot. Next LP. Whew. Lots to pick from here. Lots to pick from here. Let's do it. It is Thursday Night Metal Night. Holy moly. Anthrax, State of Euphoria. Folks, this is OG. It's a 1988 USOG direct metal mastering. It is EX or better. It has an original on her sleeve. And it has some vintage original fan art. It has some vintage original fan art. That was probably done in high school during algebra class. A kid couldn't wait to get home to listen to his Anthrax record instead of learning about what does X equal. This is now up for bid. Anthrax. Good luck. $55 start. Nasty Savage, 38. Alonzo, you've been outbid. Mastodon sold to Shannon Lee. Jerry Guerrera, you were second. Brandon in Delaware, you were next on Opeth. Susie next on Dangerous Toys. We've already sold Forbidden. Anthrax has already a bid of 100. Anthrax has a bid of 100. Does Anthrax have a damaged cover? No. The cover is fine. I mean, the cover is beautiful. LA Guns is at 190. LA Guns is at 190. Iron Maiden is sold to Corey Ross for $85. David Saunders just went out. Nasty Savage, $45. LA Guns, 190. Decong, 53. Anthrax is at 115. Looks like there's something on the bottom right side of the jacket. Whoop. Oh, this here? It's what's left of a price gun tag. I mean, it has some like these little deals right in here, like those, what I call stress creases. It has a little bit of a bump here, but I wouldn't say it's VG plus. I wouldn't say there's no damage. Man, Justin's got like some, Justin Deckelman has some like eagle eyes. It's still stuck on there. It's some kind of price gun. It looks like what's left of a price gun sticker. Man, Justin, I didn't even see that. I was holding it in my hand. I didn't even see that. Deckelman's got some eagle eyes tonight for these auctions. No one's bought Gorgira. It's still available for $34.99. Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. A 35th anniversary on green vinyl, $29.99. Nice. Cattle decapitation. For those that love decapitating cattle, $22.99. I didn't even get done reading it fast enough, and Deckelman has claimed it. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. For those that love cutting off the heads of cows. Nasty Savage. Where are we at? We're sold to Jim Berg for $45. LA Guns is at $200. $200. T-Bass Energy. Anthrax, $135. John Bergenstrom got warrant. Sold. Fit for an Autopsy, The Sea of Tragic Beast, $24.99. $24.99. Next auction, Manila Road, Open the Gates. Whoa. Manila Road, Open the Gates. A 1985 France OG pressing, 1 LP, 2 LP, vinyls near mint minus, inner sleeve, nice jacket. It has come unglued. That's an easy fix. Manila Road, a $65 start. James Hicks, second on warrant. Vicky Yoshikawa on Fit for an Autopsy. Chris is out on Anthrax, but he will take the Gojira. The last thing I said on LA Guns was T-Bass Energy had it for $200. The bidder before T-Bass Energy was D-Kong 53 at $190. D-Kong, you're out. T-Bass Energy has that for $200. D-Kong, you're out if you're still watching. I got to verify a couple people right quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, so T-Bass Energy has LA Guns at $200. I got to make sure D-Kong's done. We're done on that. Anthrax is at $145. David Saunders, you're out. And now Manila Road has one bid for $65. That's a final call. Let me shift these down because we got to put up another one. Okay? Next auction I have going up right now, or next LP in the crate, is another Deaf Heaven Infinite Granite. Deaf Heaven is $22.99. Don't forget, Laura loves Deaf Heaven, $22.99. And Black Label Society, Catacombs of the Black Vatican, and that is $44.99, a 2 LP. D-Kong is back in on LA Guns at $205. T-Bass Energy, I was waiting for him. He's back in. Anthrax is up to David Saunders, and Manila Road just has one bid for $65. Our next auction is Van Halen, live right here, right now, a 4 LP. Van Halen is sealed, a 2024, an Epic Live 4 LP, $45 start. That's now up for bid. Official release. Matt Marco on Black Label Society. There's another Deaf Heaven. That's available. So is Ozzy live in Montreal 1981 with Randy Rhoads. Red vinyl, sealed, just $32.99 on that. Megadeth, Rust in Peace, sealed, just $29.99. And Ghost, Phantomine, and that's on tan vinyl for $29.99. LA Guns is OG, near mint minus, shrink, hop, inner sleeve, top copy, $210. D-Kong, you're back out. Let's go back to the top to Anthrax. If I get to the bottom and there's no new bids, we're selling Anthrax for $145. We're going to sell Manila Road for $65. And now we got LA Guns at $210. We got Henson in on Ozzy, Henson in on Megadeth. Those are sold and sold. And then Kelly Vloddercheck on Ghost. That's sold to Kelly Vloddercheck. Van Halen's at $45. And now Van Halen's at $50. And now we have M for M, whatever that was. And now that and that. All right. So these two are sold, Anthrax and Manila Road. And the first thing we're going to have is Manila Road. MR Manila Road. And that's sold to Andy Lane, just one bid, the opening bid for $65. That probably should have brought well over 100. Anthrax has no other bids. I think I lost David Saunders somewhere. So let's go back to the top and confirm that. Chase Arnold got that for $145. Thank you, Chase. I lost David Saunders somewhere. That's sold for $145. And now we got quite the back and forth on LA Guns. He's out. And this is sold to T-Bass Energy for $210. Now, T-Bass Energy. I was trying to do some research. I remember that name. Can you confirm that you are a first-time buyer? And if you are, I need you to immediately message our page. I have messages from you the last time. I still got messages from you the last time, but I couldn't remember what happened. I've got a name. I have an email. But let me know, and if you can send everything again, because I haven't heard from you in a while, okay? But that's sold to you, and I got to get you to message our page. All right, and just in case, let's make a note, the backup bidder was D-Kong. And D-Kong, are you the same D-Kong from YouTube? D-Kong 53? I thought you were D-Kong 52. Okay? Are you Mother Lovebone on YouTube? Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out who you are on such a big auction. Let me open up Invoices app here. Or maybe you bought Mother Love. Hold on a minute. I got your real name right here. Hold on a minute. I got your real name right here. I still don't have you, though. Okay, just make sure you message our Facebook page right now, okay? Send us a Facebook message with your email address and mailing address, okay? Just make sure you do that, and that'll take care of you, okay? Okay, it might be under Tom instead of Thomas then. But still go ahead and update them so they have everything. All right, so let's get back to action. We still got a lot of ground to cover. We got about another hour and a half of metal auctions, unless I think things are really slowing down, but it doesn't look like they are. The only thing left unclaimed here is Deaf Heaven. Van Halen's at 155. We got some hardcore Van Halen collectors that always watch, and both of them are bidding right now. Next is Ghost. Let's go ahead and run this. Really cool lenticular on this. Look at that. I don't know if that comes through the camera, but a really cool lenticular. And this is a 2018 Deluxe Edition. They only did 4,000 on Red and Black Smoke. It has a poster and a 7-inch. The songs are It's a Sin and Avalanche. Ghost is a $50 start. Van Halen's at $155. The next auction I'm going to throw up right now. Anybody have any requests? If not, I'm going to knock out all the advertised hot picture stuff. The next one I have the run. We sold one earlier tonight. Here's another opportunity. A 1988 U.S. Hot Pog Original Kingdom Come. VG condition, $20 start on Kingdom Come. And then over here we got Motorhead. And Motorhead is right here. No Sleep Till Hammersmith. No year listed. It's a 180-gram reissue Rainbow Press. $25. It feels and looks like it's, I guess it's a modern press. I don't know. No year listed. It kind of looks older, but it's 180 grams, so it's got to be kind of newer. Motorhead's a $25 start. All right. And then Van Halen is sealed. Oh, so it's sealed. It's at 155. Corey's out. There's Motorhead. Ghost has a bid for 50. And Sean Druin wants on the Paul Di'Anno wait list. You got it. And I'll put up Black Sabbath and Carnivore next. We got Kingdom Come, Motorhead, Ghost, and Van Halen all of a sudden all up for bid. Let's go to our overhead camera right quick. Yep, and there they are. We got Van Halen. We got Ghost. We got Kingdom Come and Motorhead. That's our 4 auctions right now. Plus, we're working out of this new lower crate. And there's about everything in here is going to sell, okay? Everything in here is going to sell. Pantera, live at Dynamo Open Air. Sealed, $29.99. A New Level, Becoming, Walk, I'm Broken, Hostile, Domination, Mouth from War, Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. Lamb of God, a modern masterpiece by New Wave Metal Linchpins. That's what the hype sticker says. I think this one's out of print right now. $49.99 as the Palaces Burn. It is $49.99 sealed, limited edition splatter vinyl. If Oso doesn't bid on Van Halen, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Tim Graham for $155. Kingdom Come has bids for $30, then $28. Motorhead also $30. Motorhead $40. And now we have Ghost at $51. So new bids across the boards. Next thing I have is Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is sealed for $29.99, a 2023 press. And Opeth Incauda Venenum. Opeth Incauda Venenum. Opeth is just $24.99. Ghost is at $51.52. Motorhead's at $40. Kingdom Come is still at the first bid of $38. Ever since then, the bids went down. We had a bid for $30, then $28, then $20. So Steven still has it for $30, and that's now a final call. And we have Slipknot, the Gray Chapter, and that's sealed on pink vinyl for $24.99. Mark Stanley got Iron Maiden. That's sold to Mark Stanley. Buddy Cordova second. William Warner third. Metallica, the Black Album, sealed for $34.99. And Decapitated is $19.99 green vinyl. Van Halen is sold for $155. And Van Halen is sold for $155 to Tim Graham. Thank you on that. Justin Deckelman fast as always on Decapitated. Then Darren Chrisman, Noah Colwell on Slipknot. Noah, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. Make sure you message our page. I need your email address and your mailing address. Send that in a Facebook message. Ghost is now at $52. Deckelman, you've been outbid. Kingdom Come has a new bid for $35. And Motorhead, still just one bid on Motorhead. Now 2 bids, $40 with David Saunders. The other bid on Motorhead was Buddy Cordova. So, Buddy, you're out. And then Darren was next on Slipknot, I think. Jim Berg next on Decapitated. And Stephen Parton says he'll take Metallica. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact our page. And then Laura is going to be very disappointed if we don't sell these last auctions in here. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read through them one more time after I put up another auction. Carnivore. That's going to be me tonight at Waffle House. We have a 2016 embossed cover. It is with insert. It's a 2016, a $25 start. It does have an insert. There's a little bit of a blip right there on the spine. Carnivore is just a $25 start. All right. Bradley Smith from Facebook says he wants Opeth. That is Slayer Guy 79 on Twitch. And Carnivore is at 25. And Ghost is at 50. 5. Kingdom Comes at 40. He's out on Motorhead. That means you're about to get that. David Saunders. Kenny Stanley has Carnivore for 25. My crate's full. Before I try to sell these last 3 records, let me swap out crates. This one filled up in a hurry here. There's that. Let me grab a new empty one. Sold a lot of vinyl tonight, even with the auction block being busy. Sold a lot, even with the auction block being this busy. Tonight, the focus is definitely on the auctions. Carnivore 25.30, Ghost 55, Carnivore 30. The last three records in here, let's get them sold. Deaf Heaven, $22.99, a 2 LP, no condition notes, and you'll even get a note from Laura. Laura loves Deaf Heaven. Next is Pantera, live at Dynamo Open Air, 1998. That is sealed for $29.99. And As the Palaces Burn, Lamb of God, red splatter, sealed for $49.99. Okay? We have Carnivore at 30, 30, 40. Ghost is at 56. Motorhead is sold. And Motorhead is sold to David Saunders at $40. Now, this, to my knowledge, is out of print on this Lamb of God, As the Palaces Burn, and it's the Craft Limited Edition Red Splatter from Record Store Day, $49.99. Matt Marco on Pantera. Shane, you were second. Carnivore's now at 50. Ghost is at 58. What about Kingdom Come? Stephen Lewis Jr. had bid 40. I think it's up to Eric Dog on YouTube. Eric Dog, you're out. The next requested auction was, let's throw up a black, let's see what we have in Black Sabbath. This is actually, well, I mean, I've got a bunch. I've got 2 or 3, but this one here's pretty unique. Here's something you won't see too often. It's called Attention. Attention, Black Sabbath. And this is really cool. It's a German compilation on the official Fontana label. It's a compilation. And let's put this up right now. It is VG Plus or better. And right now there's none for sale in the United States. Paranoid, Sleeping Village, Warning, Evil Woman, Don't Play Your Games With Me, Iron Man, The Wizard, Behind the Wall of Sleeping, NIB. Very cool Black Sabbath. $25 start. There it is. Okay? And Laura said she would do a sticker to anybody who bought the last 2 records. And those are sold to Cosmo Kramer, 02. Remind me who you are on Twitch, Cosmo Kramer. You get those last 2 records and a free commission from Laura. A commission, and she will draw whatever you want. Black Sabbath's now up for bid. Rick Peabody. There you go. I do have a few singles left. I've got 4 left. That's it. I got a Napalm Nazarene, which was a highly requested auction earlier. Whatever that is, and Twisted Sister. That's it. Okay. Now, I think the next thing I'm going to do is Black Sabbath 2730. I really can't auction much more as I try to finish up the LPs because there's already 4 going. I do have a couple guitars and drum sets that come in. Before I do that, let me grab another new crate. I don't know if I want to go through this crate here or go ahead and try to find an older crate to discount. Let me figure out what I want to do. Kingdom Come. Oh man, you just got lucky. I was waiting for you. I lost you. Kingdom Come's at $40. Stephen Lewis Jr. The only reason it's still up because I hadn't heard from you in like 6 minutes. Let me see if I want to go through this last crate. Or actually, because it's late, we might just go through them best offer. It's like a rock, pop, top crate. We'll go through them best offer. That way we can expedite some sales. And I've got a lot of miscellaneous. I might even go ahead and start showing metal CDs. Okay? I might even go ahead and start showing Metal Cities, but let's go through this crate, best offer, and we're going to keep auctions going. Like I said, I'm probably going to run these till midnight, at least till midnight, so we can sell off at least what was advertised. And I told somebody, like, we might not do everything. Like, I still got Zeppelins and Kiss, and we might wait just tomorrow for those. And maybe even some of the other Black Sabbaths, but we'll see. Okay? So the first thing we have here, let's go back up to where I remember leaving off. I remember saying we introduced Black Sabbath for sure, and Carnage got a bid for 60. Black Sabbath 25, Black Sabbath 27, Black Sabbath 30, Black Sabbath 30, Black Sabbath 35. I still have Bandit. Yes, I still have Bandit. Black Sabbath 50. Hiram put Watain for 45. Black Sabbath 50. Then we had a bid for 40.35. Black Sabbath out. Black Sabbath 55. Carnage out. Kingdom Come, $43. All right, so here's what I got to do. We're going to start over here with Ghost, and we're going to say that's a final call. And I might even have the high bidder bid again because it's way up here. Scott Williams is at $60 on Ghost. The other two bidders are out. Kingdom Come, Eric Dog 60 has it for $43. 45 is one of the singles. Okay, thank you. Carnage is not OG. Or excuse me, Carnivore. Carnivore is a 2016. Stephen Lewis Jr. right back in on Kingdom Come. Eric Dog, you're out. Black Sabbath at 65. Attention, Black Sabbath. That's where we're at on all of our auctions. It looks like one's about to sell Ghost. Two are still definitely active biddings, and we got some people thinking on Carnivore before we do any other auction on those or any other activity or put up any other auctions. Let me go ahead and see what guitars and stuff I have over here. I'll go ahead and start doing some stuff, getting some stuff ready. Maybe just a couple drum sets. Maybe just one guitar and a couple drum sets. Not as much as I thought. And everything in here is buy it now or best offer. All right, everything in here I'm going to go ahead and make buy it now or best offer. Michael McDonald, $12.99. Spyro Gyra, shrink wrapped, $9.99. Margie Joseph makes a new impression. A 1971 soul album from the Vault label. Does have some coverware, but nice vinyl, $39.99. $26.99 for Tom Verlaine cover. Tom Verlaine from television. Let's go right over here. It's time for new auctions. Ghost is sold. New stuff going up right now. This is sold to Scott Williams for $60. Kingdom Come is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $45. Carnivore is sold to Chris Gardner for $60. Chris Gardner is watching over in Italy. It's 5:45 a.m. Welcome to Coletco. He's over there in Italy, the boot country. I'm over here in Tennessee. We got an absolute war going on for Black Sabbath. The high bid right now is $100. Attention, Black Sabbath. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. An 87 U.S. Specialty OG. It is got a small cutout here in the cover. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a $50 start. OG, Girls, Girls, Girls. Always desirable. Patrick said he would do $28 on this. I'm going to sell it to you. Sold to Patrick Lear for $28. Next is Frampton Comes Alive. A 1976 UK. Check this out. OG UK, pink vinyl. An original UK pressing on pink vinyl. $49.99. Black Sabbath at $105. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Tesla. Tesla mechanical resonance. Tesla's catalog still is OOP, out of print. Here's mechanical resonance. It is a 2021 record store day on clear blue vinyl, and actually right now there's none in the United States for sale. Still a high demand for Tesla. $40 start on that. The original Badfinger live in Vancouver. An unofficial pressing, a live unofficial Badfinger, $24.99. Black Sabbath's at $130. New Dimensions, the Les Reed Sound, $14.99. New Dimensions, the Les Reed Sound. John Mayall, Looking Back with Eric Clapton, $29.99. Jeremy Bryant says he'll take Tom Verlaine for $20. Sold. No bid on Motley Crue. I can tell it's getting late. OG, we're looking for a $50 start. Black Sabbath's at $150. Tesla has an opening bid of $45. Noah Colwell, make sure if you're bidding, you actually put a numerical. That way I know. These are $14.99. They're from Transformers. It's Ghostbusters ET ECT01. And that is $14.99 from Jada Toys. I sold a lot of those about, 3 weeks ago. We sold 12 of them, I think. I have several still left. They're $14.99 if anybody wants one. Next over here, Tesla is at $45. We have an offer on Badfinger for $17. Let's sell it to Jackie Reynolds. Motley Crue has three $50 bids now. Tesla's at $40. And John Mayall is sold to George Scher. Final call on Black Sabbath for $150. Marshall Tucker Band's self-titled debut. Can't You See What That Woman Is Doing to Me? $14.99. One second, please. Marshall Tucker sold to Stephen Parton. Done. Motley Crue has a three-way tie now. Travis is leading. Michael, you're out, and Corey, you're out. We got to get y'all to break the tie. A nice-looking copy of Moody Blues on the Threshold. That is $12.99 for Moody Blues. Clean copy. And we have Modern English. Nice. A German original. $24.99 After the Snow with I'll Stop the World and Melt With You. Black Sabbath is sold to Shane Devers for $150. Is he live or dead? Tesla, $40. Modern English is $24.99. I'll stop the world and melt with you. What a song. Next, we went from I'll Stop the World, Melt With You to Goat Whore. The Eclipse of Ages into Black. Goat Whore is a 2000 OG, limited to 500 with insert. VG, a $20 start. Stephen, if you don't want Modern English, George Scher does. Sold to George Scher. Motley Crue, that is very weird. 3 people bid $50. The 2 people who tied never bid again. I'm going to put it on a 30-second mental timer, and I have to sell it. They must have bid $50 and then turned off their phone and said, I hope I get it. And then they left the chat and turned off their phone. And then Tesla's at $45. Goat Whore is a $20 start. Next in the bin is Mott the Hoople. Mott, $19.99. Michael Nesmith, $24.99. Michael Nesmith from the Monkees. John Lennon Collection, the QX2 limited edition pressing, gold stamp promo. This is on, it might be on brown vinyl if you hold it up. Yeah, it's on brown translucent vinyl. $24.99. We now have a new bid on Motley Crue for $51. Michael Hamburger has come back in, and so has Pickle. We officially have an auction. Next, Buku of Blues, Ringo Starr, $34.99. $34.99. Goat Whore has one bid for $20. Motley Crue now has a bid for $55. Cheryl Smith's going to get Moth the Hoople for $14. These are new arrivals, best offer. Tougher to get Ringo album there. Badfinger again, rare tracks. This is when they were known as the Ivies. From 1989, a 26-track compilation, $39.99. Bad Company, Desolation Angels, with Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99. The Isley Brothers featuring Fight the Power, $14.99. And the OJ's Love Fever, the OJ's is $14.99. Next, going up for auction right now, Black Sabbath. This time with Ronnie James Dio, Heaven and Hell. In the Misty Morning, a 1980 U.S. Winchester OG, a VG OG, $25 start for Sabbath. Now, we have Goat Whore at 20, 22, 25, 27, Tesla's at 50, Goat Whore 30, Tesla 52, Goat Whore 30, Black Sabbath 25, Goat Whore 35. Now, the question is, Motley Crue, final call, $55 to Travis Woods. Isley Brothers 13. Isley Brothers sold to Eric Dog 60 for 13. Tesla is Mechanical Resonance, the 2021 Euro Record Store Day, or Euro Pressed for Record Store Day, sealed on blue vinyl. Currently, at the time of tagging this auction, none were listed in the United States. And that has a high bid and a final call of $52 with Michael Hamburger. Now 55. Grover Washington Jr. Come Morning, $9.99. Monty Python's Flying Circus, $14.99. Gone with the Wind, the original motion picture score, $19.99. Travis Woods, you get Girls, Girls, Girls for $55. Goat Whore, the last bid that came in, Andy Lane at $35. Everybody else is out. Black Sabbath at $35. Tesla's at $60. Tesla's at $60. Goat Whore 38. Fourth auction, Metallica on colored vinyl. Load on the limited edition Walmart colored vinyl. Poor Twisted Orange, 10,000 were pressed. Colored vinyl, $55 start. Goat Whore 38. Tesla's now at 60. Black Sabbath at 35. I'm about to stretch. Oh my gosh. Chad goes down. Chad's down. Oh. I think this is the first time I've had time to pause and reflect on my life since I got started at 5:30 tonight. Okay, I'm back up. So first thing we have is Monty Python. We got an offer and we got a claim. The claim is with George Scher at $14.99. Scott, this is yours, but it will be $14.99. Did I get Badfinger at 17? You did, and you missed another Badfinger. I've got this one here, Rare Tracks. It's $39.99. Black Sabbath 36, Goat Whore 40. Tesla 62. Tesla 65. Black Sabbath. Everything getting new bids, including Tesla, Goat Whore, and Black Sabbath. Just looking for a load bid, $55 on Metallica load. Information Society, What's on Your Mind? $14.99, 12-inch single. Scott said he will take Monty Python at sticker. Thank you. Enrique featuring Kels. Not in Love radio mix, $9.99. Blue Man Group. Wow, I've never seen that on vinyl. Blue Man Group, $14.99. I Feel Love, featuring Venus Hum. Wow. The Best of the Beach Boys, $19.99. So let's go back to the top. Tesla, $70. Black Sabbath, $38. Jackie offered $27 for this Badfinger. Sold. IS, $10. Is that an offer, Rebecca? IS, $10? Yeah, Information Society. Sold to Rebecca Howitt. Metallica has a bid with Shane for $55. That might be the only bid. Final call. Tesla, $75. Black Sabbath, $40. Tesla, $76. That leaves Goat Whore. What about Goat Whore? I got Mark Stanley at $42. Andy Lane, you're out. Andy Lane, let me know if you want back in. Curtis Marachi wants Blue Man Group for $12. Thank you. You're lucky you got that on my screen in time. I almost charged you full price. Next is Bloodstone, Riddle of the Sphinx. Bloodstone is $14.99. Ice Castle soundtrack. Ice Castles is in Shrink, $19.99. And Spyro Gyra, Stories Without Words, $9.99. Black Sabbath is with John Bergstrom for $40. You have it, John, at $40. Black Sabbath is now at $41. Shane, you get Metallica for $55. He's out on Goat Whore. This is sold to Mark Stanley at $42. All right, and we still got bids going on Black Sabbath and Tesla. $45 on Black Sabbath. Noah came in first. Now Tesla's at $78. Okay, next auction is this. Dio. This is really cool, actually. Have y'all played any of these Zoetropes yet? It's really cool. It looks like literally the vinyl, the disc is animated. It's a Zoetrope picture disc. It's Dio. It's sealed from 2024 Record Store Day. Dio, a $35 start. Also, we have Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. Twisted Sisters in shrink wrap. A 1982 Italian original, near mint minus and shrink. Let's go ahead and start that for $25. Let's finish up this crate. We got Bryan Adams Reckless, Run to You, Heaven, Summer of '69, $19.99. These are new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Sherb's The Skill, $9.99. And A Spoonful of Lovin', the Artie Schrock Impulsion, 67 mono, $19.99. Black Sabbath's now at $50. Tesla's at $80 with Oh So Adventure. Dio already has an opening bid for $40 with Buddy Cordova. Twisted Sister is an Italian pressing, OG, Italian. Grover Washington Jr., Wine Light. It has that great song with Bill Withers, Just the Two of Us. No condition notes, $9.99. Bad Company 10 from 6, a great compilation, $24.99. Can't Get Enough, Feel Like Making Love, Shooting Star, Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, Ready for Love, $24.99. Vicky on A Spoonful of Lovin'. So to Vicky Yoshikawa. Badfinger Say No More, $19.99. And we got Bradley Smith from Facebook saying he'd do $14 on Bryan Adams, sold. John Durden, you're first on Bad Company. But if you want it, it'll be $20 because right behind you is Stephen Parton. Are we done? And then right behind Stephen Parton is somebody paying full price. So I just shot myself in my foot for $5, okay? I just literally dropped a concrete block on my foot. That is sold to John Durden for $20. Black Sabbath, he's out. I think we got our high bidders. First Tesla sold to Oso Adventure for $80. Sold. Jackie got Badfinger for $13. Sold. Twisted Sister has two $25 bids. Jerry Rock and T-Bass Energy. Michael Rudolph gets Grover for $7. Black Sabbath, just make sure everybody's done. Noah Colwell has that for $50. It was pretty high activity. Dio just has one bid for $40. And now Twisted Sister's tied. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Next auction is Def Leppard High and Dry. It's OG with the original on her sleeve and VG condition. Def Leppard is a $15 start. Solid album there from the old Def Leppards. Bob Dylan with the Heartbreakers. Band of the Hand, $14.99. We have the Eagles Live, a 2 LP, 1980. Eagles Live, $39.99. Now Twisted Sisters at $26 with T-Bass. Jerry Rock, you're out. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, $39.99. The Doobie Brothers, $14.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Black Sabbath is sold. BS, Noah Colwell, new buyer tonight, $50, sold to him. Buddy Cordova got Dio for $40, sold to him. Brent Robley got the Bob Dylan, sold to him. Now, we got a bidding war going on officially with Twisted Sister and Def Leppard. Guess what? Oso, you might be able to score another Tesla. Here's another Tesla, a 2020 Record Store Day, limited edition of 1,000 on translucent violet purple vinyl. It's near mint, a $75 start. This should bring well over $100. Tesla, $75 start. And we have a new arrival crate from Laura on the way. Holy moly. We're about to sell even a lot more tonight. Goodness gracious. Glenn Fry, no fun allowed. Glenn Fry is $19.99. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, $19.99. Tom Johnston, Everything You've Heard Is True, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, $14.99. Whoa, China Grove. I Have Not Heard Back from Jerry Rock on Twisted Sister. Final call. Def Leppard has hit 25. Now Tesla is at 75, 75, 75, and somebody bid 40. The bid's already 75 with Vicky. Oso, you're out. Scott Dwallow, you're out. Regina, there's two Doobie Brothers. There's Stampede or Captain and Me. Your pick for $10. That was then the early recordings of Michael McDonald. Never seen this before. In shrink wrap, $14.99. Laura just dropped off a crate. Hope you are ready to sell out everything. I'm ready to sell out everything. The next thing I have is Stimpy on DH for Don Henley. That is sold to Stimpy. Adam Bernardi got Michael McDonald. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Tesla, 85, 86, now 90, now 91. Twisted Sister is sold to T-Bass Energy for $26. Unfortunately, never did hear back from Jerry Rock. Now, over here, Regina wants Stampede for $10. Stimpy said pass on Don Henley. Let's bring that back. Building the Perfect Beast with the Boys of Summer. Jerry just set out Twisted Sister. Great price. That's what we call a late night deal there. Wow. 91 on Deckelman with that, and Def Leppard still getting bids. Next auction, Rat. Rat is called Dancing Undercover. It's an 86 US Specialty Original EX, a $30 start. Dancing Undercover. One second, please. Tesla's at 92. Def Leppard's at 26. Barbara's Watch Out, $19.99. Bay City Rollers, $9.99. Van Morrison Into the Music, $34.99. Herman's on Tour, $9.99. Amy Grant, Heart in Motion, a 1991 album. Wow. $39.99 on Amy Grant. And Badfinger Straight Up, a German unofficial, $39.99. Next auction. You wanted it, you got it. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. A 1976 USOG, Winchester Press, VG Plus. Does have an old name tag on it. A little bit of cover damage. Just a $25 start on that. So on the left is Def Leppard. Noah has it for $26. Scott's out. The next record is Tesla. Oso Adventure has that for $92. The next record's Rat. That's at $30. And $30 is with Darren Chrisman. The next thing is Don Henley Price, $19.99. Yes, I Sold Bryan Adams. George Sambarez gets Amy Grant. Badfinger is $30, so did Jackie Reynolds. Tesla's at $94. Steve, you're going the wrong way on the bids. If I put something up for auction and I say $30, that's the starting bid. That's an auction. They're going to go up from there. So if I say Rat's a $30 start, that is the minimum bid. And then everybody starts bidding from there and going up. You've been going down. It's that bid and then it goes up. So if I say $30, you might want to go ahead and just bid $50. Jerry, I'll take $30 for Van Morrison. Def Leppard is at $30. That's still getting bids. Now Black Sabbath's at $26. Let's sell Stephen Parton, Don Henley for $14. Now Tesla's at $95. Now Tesla's at $100. Now Rat's at $34. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. It's early for the West Coast people. It's only like noon out there for them. Transformers is $14.99. It's a Ghostbusters Transformers. I got a bunch of them for $14.99. All right. $9.15. Okay. It's basically, that's lunch for me. Let's go through this lower crate. I hope y'all ready. It's going to get pretty crazy. I got more of these if anybody else wants one. There's one sold to him, and I'll go ahead and get another one out of the box. I think I got 12 of them. Rob's already asleep. Dang. Wow. You can bid and buy for him. They transform. Lower crate sticker. Uh-oh. Snoopy heading out into another mosh pit. He's listening to Shredding Skin by Pantera. That's what the mosh pit got started to. Oh, man. That's been my song of the week. That's been my song of the week. Let's update all these auctions before we show a single record in here. We got 4 live auctions. Okay? Def Leppard. Def Leppard, High and Dry. Def Leppard, High and Dry. The high bid on Def Leppard, Buddy Cordova had it for $30. Buddy Cordova had it for $30. It's a 1981 USOG PRC Richmond original under sleeve VG. 1981 US PRC Richmond OG VG. We're going to put that right over here. The next thing is this. Tesla Mechanical Resonance 2020 limited edition purple vinyl. 2020 limited edition purple vinyl. Tesla. Michael Hamburger 105, Oso 110. Michael Hamburger, you're out. Michael Hamburger, you're out. Rat, Dancing Undercover. An 86 US Specialty OG EX or better. The last bid on Rat that came in was Darren Chrisman at 34. Jeff Hallsworth said he was out. Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy, a 1976 OG Winchester press. VG cover, VG plus vinyl. The last bid over here on Black Sabbath, Josh Brown 30. Anybody else? I got Josh Brown at 30. If you're in higher or you want to be in higher, let me know. Okay? Let's move those back there. Tesla's at 118. Y'all know the drill. I'm going to show two records. The first one to claim that one gets this sticker. I'm going to show three records. No putbacks. Sleep Token, $32.99. LA Guns, Hollywood Raw, sealed, $29.99. Halloween, Walls of Jericho, sealed, $29.99. Okay? Let's go over here and say that Def Leppard, after that final warning, Def Leppard did not get another bid. Def Leppard, DL, Def Leppard. This is why I got to end these. They're so buried now. They've been up for so long, and there's been so many comments. Buddy Cordova, $30. Golly, that was like 20 minutes ago. Buddy Cordova, $30. Tesla. Oso Adventure has this for $120. Michael Hamburger just went out. Rat. Sold to Darren Chrisman for $34. Tesla. Black Sabbath. William Warner, $37. William Warner, $37. Next. Stephen Parton first, and he gets Sleep Token. Sold to Stephen Parton. And the Laura Crate Hype sticker. Sleep Token, sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. Next. Kelly Vlodarchek on LA Guns. Kelly Vlodarchek on LA Guns. Wes Wilt next on Sleep Token. Nick Bargeron next on LA Guns. Scott Markheim next on LA Guns. Oso Adventure next on LA Guns. Michael Rudolph got Halloween. Black Sabbath 43. Black Sabbath 40. Black Sabbath 45. Tesla is sold to Oh So Adventure for $120. Black Sabbath's at $45. Next auction's going up right now. I don't know if y'all are ready for this. I hope you are. This is a 1986 OG Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. An SRC pressing that is EX condition with the original inner sleeve. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. OG Iron Maiden, $55 start. Black Sabbath is now at $45. Next auction. Do what? Bullet Boys. Bullet Boys is a 1988 USOG. Once again, EX or better with the original inner sleeve. OG vinyl. VG Plus cover. It does have a little bit of corner and edge wear. $45 start on Bullet Boys. $45 on Bullet Boys. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. Black Sabbath's at $47. Everything in this crate is going to sell. Exodus, Bonded by Blood, sealed for $34.99. Are you kidding me? Next, A Perfect Circle, the music on vinyl pressing, $34.99. Great price. Great price. White Zombie, La Sixta Resto, unopened, $29.99. Great price. Black Sabbath, he's out. Bullet Boys is at $45 and now $60. Looking for a $55 start on Iron Maiden. First question is Exodus color. Black. Assumed it's black. Stephen Parton on White Zombie. Sold. Scott Dwallow, second. William Warner wants Exodus if Justin Deckelman doesn't get it. Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. Sealed for $34.99. Rob Zombie, The Lunar Injection Kool-Aid Eclipse Conspiracy, $19.99. William Warner, you get Exodus. Vicky Yoshikawa on Dangerous Toys. Stephen Parton gets another Rob Zombie. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm moving Iron Maiden to a final call, an 86 OG EX original inner sleeve. There's no bid on Iron Maiden. I'm looking for a $55 start. How much is Perfect Circle? It's unopened for $34.99. If you don't want it, Adam Bernardi does. Buddy Cordova, next on Dangerous Toys. Mike Torres, second on Rob Zombie. Kenny Stanley, next on Dangerous Toys. Weasel, next on Dangerous Toys. Bullet Boys 55. Bullet Boys 50, Iron Maiden 55. Black Sabbath is officially sold to William Warner for $47. Next auction. You may say at this point, Chad, what else could you possibly be putting up for auction? What about an OG US original debut first press of Black Sabbath's debut first album, OG first pressing? Black Sabbath is a 1970 Terre Haute OG VG++ or better, pretty dang clean Black Sabbath record. There is some writing right up here. It's pretty camouflaged in the trees. But there's the D and the T. Somebody wrote their initials. $45 start. We're talking Black Sabbath debut right here. Now Iron Maiden has three $55 bids. I knew something was wrong. Now we have three people tied. Let's go ahead and take it to 100. 55 on that. 28 for the pink vinyl Peter Frampton from the last crate. Pink vinyl Peter Frampton from the last crate. We might be way too far apart on this one. This was an OG UK pressing on pink vinyl. $49.99. I'll do $45 on it. $45 on it. Perfect Circle is sold. And that's sold to Jeremy Rourke. Next, Mastodon Crack the Sky on blue vinyl. Mastodon, $32.99. Lamb of God, self-titled, sealed, $19.99. Queensryche Empire, Green vinyl from Friday Music, $37.99. What does 1871 stand for? I'm not for sure what you mean. Iron Maiden, 57. Stephen Parton on GR. Stephen Parton on GR, which was for what? Stephen, what was GR? That was for Queensryche. All right, so he got Queensryche. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera got Mastodon. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, make sure you've reached out to us and we have your email address and mailing address. John Bobing, second on Empire. Does Lamb have song 520 on it? No. Let me know if you want this. If not, Buddy Cordova does. Bullet Boys is at 51. Iron Maiden's at 60. Empire's already sold. Let's update all these bids. Iron Maiden. The last bid on Iron Maiden was Scott Williams at 57. JetBlue has it for 60. Okay? JetBlue has it for 60. Lamb of God is sold to Buddy Cordova. Bullet Boys was at $50 at the longest with Nick Bargeron. Nick, you've been outbid. It's with Jeremy Rourke at 41. And I think everybody is fast asleep or this would have had multiple more bids. OG Black Sabbath. William Warner has it for $45 and nobody else has bid. Are you going to do Metallica, Binge, and Purge? Let me see if I can get over here and get to it. If I can get over here and get to it. Give me 1 second. Let me move a few things around. I forgot about it. I've got a rack over here with like miscellaneous metal stuff. Mostly just like a handful of CDs. And I do have Metallica though. This is Metallica. Live SHIT, Binge and Purge. The complete box set. Let's go to the top cam. This is the complete box set with the stencil, the book, and the double pack CD. It's complete. Very nice. Metallica, a $55 start. $55 start. We'll put it right back here. Okay? Let's go back up to the top. Bullet Boys 54. Bullet Boys 55. Michael Hamburger has Bullet Boys at 60. Black Sabbath 46. Black Sabbath 46. Black Sabbath 50. Black Sabbath 55. CDs tonight or no? I have no idea at this point. Black Sabbath 55. Black Sabbath 55. Now 60. Now another 60. Metallica has an opening bid of $55. Now, it's really hard at this point to figure out who has the high bid on Iron Maiden. Because there were so many people bidding, and I think I've lost almost all of them. JetBlue has it for $60. No one has said out. I've got to sell it really soon. Okay? Bullet Boys is now at 61, and Black Sabbath is at 65. That's my last warning on Iron Maiden. I think I lost maybe like 5 people. I lost them all, unfortunately. Because they didn't have a bid for the longest, and then it was like, and then I lost everybody. They might have fell back asleep. Zach Sabbath, Vertigo, purple vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Judas Priest, Painkiller, sealed, 2017, $24.99. Gorgira, L'Enfant Sauvage, Gorgira, $34.99. Tool Opiate, $14.99, 2006. There's one of the Iron Maiden people. And you just got extremely lucky. Scott has woke back up. He's in at $63. JetBlue, you're back out. Black Sabbath has taken off to the level I was hoping it would. It's now at 70. And what about Bullet Boys? It's at 65 with Michael Hamburger. And he had outbid Nick Bergeron. Nick, you have been outbid. I lost you earlier on an auction, a Metallica auction. Nick Bergeron, I called your name about 30 times on a Metallica auction. I was like, Nick, are you out there? I never did hear back from you. Final call on the Bullet Boys now. Judas Priest is sold to Cosmo Kramer. Zach Sabbath is sold to JetBlue. JetBlue, you were outbid on Iron Maiden. Pickle was next on Judas Priest. We got Tool sold to James Hicks. Black Sabbath 75, Metallica 58, Metallica 69. Metallica 59. Final call on Iron Maiden. Scott Williams 63, JetBlue's out. Waiting for Nick Bergeron on Bullet Boys. Bullet Boys is a final call to Michael Hamburger for 65. The Metallica box back here, Nick Bergeron's at 59. Black Sabbath is at 75 of William Warner. Everybody's out. Gorgira, L'Enfant Sauvage. Gorgira is sealed for $34.99. Ozzy, No More Tears, sealed, $29.99. Cradle of Filth, Bittersweets to Scuba, sealed, $19.99. No problem, Nick Bergeron. But I said what I normally said. I was like, we've lost Nick Bergeron. He may be back in 5 minutes. It may be 2 hours before we see him again. Okay? Next over here is Iron Maiden. And it's sold to Scott Williams for $63. I don't think the Facebook chat is so much behind as if maybe the other bids come in before everybody can even adjust to the Facebook chat. I've always said I probably even wouldn't bid until you just watch right here. If you can't see what's right here, you're going to always be behind. Okay? If you can't read this, if it's not large enough for you to read, you're going to miss 90% of tonight's action if you can't see that over here. Bullet Boys. And this is sold to Michael Hamburger. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $65. Black Sabbath is sold for $75 to William Warner. We're ready for all new auctions except for Metallica back there. The last bid on the Binge and Purge box set, the last bid on that was Justin Deckelman at $59. Stephen Parton was first to Ozzy. Justin Deckelman first on Cradle of Filth. Mike Torrey's next on Ozzy. Then Nick Bergeron. Then Eric Dogg. Hobbam next on Cradle. Gorgira is the only record so far left. New auctions after I show Bang Tango. Bang Tango Rock and Roll, $29.99. Bang Tango Rock and Roll. Next auction. Oh, man. OG Warrant. OG Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. A 1989 US OG direct metal mastering with the original inner sleeve. A $55 start on Warrant. OG VG Plus. We still got some crazy auctions. There is 240 people still watching on all platforms. Next, an OG 1980 US Iron Maiden debut. This is the debut album from Iron Maiden. It does have some cover damage right here on the lip. It's a OG Winchester, VG++, nearly EX vinyl, a $35 start on Iron Maiden. Wow, Warrant, Iron Maiden, both going up at $11.30. What is wrong with me? What else is going up at $11.30? I don't know if y'all are going to be ready for this one. Holy moly. Rat, in shrink wrap, still hasn't seen a reissue. A 1984 U.S. Club, VG Plus or better, in shrink, a $45 start. Wow. Bang Tango sold to Nick Bargeron. T-Bass Energy was next. Metallica St. Anger, sealed, just $24.99. 2 LP. Dream Widow, Dave Grohl, $24.99. Wow. Warrant has like 7 $55 bids. Nick Bargeron was first. Everybody else is out. Iron Maiden's at $35.40. Warrant is at $60. Iron Maiden's at $37. JetBlue first on Metallica. Also, Justin Deckelman, almost forgot about your Metallica box back here. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. And Deckelman, that is sold to you for $59. Okay? Thank you on that. Dream Widow is just $24.99. We got a lot of ties across the board. Dream Widow's $24. Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses. Purple Vinyl, $24.99. The last bid on Warrant that came in was Matthew Sherrick at $60. Iron Maiden is now at $40 with Clay Moore. And Rat is at $45. This is the 84 U.S. Club. It's not the first label. Those are very difficult to find. This is the 84 U.S. Scott Dwallow on Slipknot. Warrant has a new bid for $65. I have filled up another crate over here, so let me first take all this into the operations room, and let's start filling up another crate. This crate is full. Thanks everybody for staying late tonight for Thursday Night Metal Night. It's been an epic. That just filled up 6 full crates, which is pretty incredible being that all the time has mostly been spent on the auction block. If we've had straight price metal tonight, it's literally all sold. So, I mean, what's left in this bin that hadn't been shown and the 2 back there? Let's start filling up another crate. Let's go left to right. Warrant 65. Nobody else bid on Iron Maiden, so that's a final call then. $40 for OG Iron Maiden. That's pretty crazy. And then Rat got 2 $45 bids. And I have not heard back from Matthew Sherrick. William Warner bid $45 first. Matthew Sherrick has not bid again. Okay, now Warrant's at $75. Next is LA Guns, right on the Sunset, the best of LA Guns. Sealed, $29.99. Sealed, $29.99. JetBlue wants Dream Widow, sold. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $41. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2. Sealed, a 2015, $29.99. Exodus, Another Lesson in Violence. Music on Vinyl, limited edition 1000 on yellow and black. Unopened, Exodus, $44.99. Iron Maiden's at $41. JetBlue on LA Guns. So to JetBlue. What is the Warrant? What is the Rat? Justin Deckelman got Exodus. Iron Maiden's at $45. MT Matt next on Exodus. Warrant is at $77. Rat's at $50. Scott Dwallow on Halloween. Alonzo next on Exodus. Steven next on Halloween. Clay next on Halloween. Rat. It has a new bid for $50. William Warner, you're out. It's an 84 US club in shrink. 84 US club. Still not in print. VG Plus or better vinyl, covers in shrink. Iron Maiden is now at 45 of Clay Moore. Jerry Rock, you're out. The last bid on Warrant over here, the last bid that came in on Warrant was Kristen Driscoll at 77. Rat's now at 55. Poison, look what the cat dragged in. Sealed for $34.99. Sealed for $34.99. Warrant, greatest and latest. Sealed, $29.99. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $29.99. And this, I've had a spill. Mastodon, Blood Mountain, $27.99. Dead Bird, 3, The Frost Within the Tree, $22.99. I left off by saying Rat got a new bid for 55. Warrant got a new bid for 80. Scott Markheim got Poison. Stephen Parton on Rob Zombie. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 47. Rat has a new bid for 60. Hiram Aponte on Mastodon. James Hicks second on Poison. Next auction. Twisted Sister, I'm Me. Plus live marquee recording of Mark 5th and 6th, Sin After Sin. Twisted Sister, a 7-inch UK release, is going to go up for a $7 start. Twisted Sister, a $7 start. Rats at 65. Twisted Sister has a bid for 7. We got to sell these last 3 records. That means everything we've marked tonight out of these crates would have been sold. Warrant has a new bid for $86. That means Stephen Tuttle, you're out. The last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was Curtis Marachi at 47. The bidder before that was Clay Moore at 45. So Iron Maiden's at 47. And now it's at 50. And the last bid on Rat that came in was Matthew Sherrick at 60. William Warner, 65. William Warner, 65. Okay? The next thing in here was Gorgira. Somebody asked the color. Black vinyl, $34.99. Once again, a great price. These new, like MSRP, are closer to $50. And you can get this one sealed right now for $34.99. Gorgira. The next thing I have is Warrant, greatest and latest. Red splatter vinyl. That is sealed for $29.99. And this is a deep cut to me. Dead Bird, the Forest Within the Tree. I think I said Frost earlier. The Forest Within the Tree. Really cool colored vinyl. $22.99. Stephen Tuttle's out on Warrant. Kristen Driscoll, that is a final call to you for $86. Twisted Sister has 2 $10 bids. John Durden, you're out, and John Yarborough, you're out. His 10 came in first. And Bradley Smith, which is Slayer Guy 79 on Twitch, does want Gorgira. And then the last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was Clay Moore at $50, which means that Curtis Marachi's outbid. Michael Rudolph on Dead Bird. So we just need somebody to get the warrant for an air horn out of this bin. John Yarborough, let me know if you want to bid more than 10 on Twisted Sister. Shane's 10 came in first. And then Rat. William Warner had it for 65. Matthew Sherrick's out. Final call on that. Final call on that. John Yarborough's out on Twisted Sister. We got a lot of final calls across the board. Scott Markheim gets the bin. Sold. Everything in that crate was sticker price. Here comes the air horn. Thanks, everybody. Laura's also very happy. Congratulations. What a medal night. And we're not done. Kristen Driscoll sold on warrant. Sold to Kristen Driscoll, $86. Sold. Iron Maiden. Sold. Clay Moore, $50. Twisted Sister. Sold. $10. Shane Devers. Details on Rat. Details on Rat. 1984 U.S. Club. Columbia House Club. VG Plus vinyl. Covers and shrink. Vicky, it's all up to you. If you say pass, I'm immediately selling it to William Warner for 65. Before you say pass, if you or somebody else has bid, it's still up for auction. $65. Next auction, going up right now. It's awfully late, but let's do it. Let's see who's paying attention. This is a OG Anthrax Among the Living. Rad is sold to William Warner for $65. This is OG Anthrax Among the Living. A 1987 USOG SRC press with the original inner sleeve. The corner has been clipped and so has the inner sleeve. It was probably a cutout record or maybe an unmarked promo. It's in VG Plus condition. Anthrax is a $55 start. $55 start on Anthrax Among the Living. That's now up for bid. You may ask, what's next? How about a Vinyl Me Please? A Vinyl Me Please Stone Temple Pilots number 4. Lacquers cut by Barry Grant at Air Mastering, and it's on exclusive clear Cornetto vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots. It looks like it's unopened. It's a Vinyl Me Please edition of Stone Temple Pilots 4. $30 on that. Next over here is going to be Metallica. The Walmart exclusive. The Walmart exclusive to Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Sealed for a $35 start. Sealed for a $35 start. Anthrax already has bids. Sold to Stone Temple Pilots. And there's Metallica. Okay? 3 new auctions. Let's get into some like half-off crates if we can find them. Let's do some vintage or other type crates. How about actually, we got a lot of new people on. Let me breeze through some of tonight's newest arrivals that was brand new. I forgot to show these figures too a second time. Let me do that right quick. First, let me move some stuff around. All right, so Anthrax has 1 bid, and that's now a final call to MT Map for $60. STP's at 40, now 45. and looking for a $35 start on Metallica. Here's something else that came in, and I wonder if Deckelman's still watching because this was a special order for him. This is $79.99. I have one extra if anybody else wants it. This is from our distributors, the same distributor we get the mini guitars from. This is Axhaven Tommy Lee. Tommy Lee from Motley Crue, his miniature drum set, $79.99. We've got one sold. We got one sold to Justin Deckelman. Awesome miniature drum set here. I've got one more if anybody else wants it. It's a miniature Tommy Lee drum set. One available there for $79.99. I'm going to go ahead and take this one in the operation room for Justin Deckelman. Thank you on that. A lot of cool stuff being obliterated tonight. Let's go over these auctions again. Let me show a few records in here. Unto Others, Strength. I still got two of those for $29.99. Also, Yusef Lateef, Into Something for $24.99. And we got more copies in of Reload. Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire. Awesome to see that live. Metallica sold to Buddy Cordova for $35. Anthrax, nice late pickup there, MT Matt. That usually sells closer to $100. That sold to MT Matt for $60. The STP is colored vinyl, yes. It is, and it's at 55 with Josh Brown, the Vinyl Me Please edition. I've got two copies here of Chelsea Wolfe, She Reaches Out, $29.99, and Cryptasy, $29.99, as Gorama Burns. That's on copper vinyl. We did sell one. There's one left. Next auction is Quiet Riot, Condition Critical. Quiet Riot is an 84 USOG Carrollton press. It is EX or better, and it's going to go up for just a $25 start. Quiet Riot. That's now up for bid. The next auction is going to go up right now. And at this point, you may say, my God, what else do you still have to put up for auction, Chad? And I'm like, don't you worry about it. Just sit back and relax. Here's an OG Cinderella Long Cold Winter in shrink with the hop sticker and the original on her sleeve. And it's nice. EX or better. And it's going to go up for a $55 start. Cinderella. There's the original on her sleeve. In shrink and hop. Has old sticker residue on it. It does have a punch hole. That's now up for bid. STP's at 60. Josh Brown, you're out. Okay? Also in the new stuff tonight was Hellstorm. The Strange Case of Hellstorm for $29.99 clear vinyl. Metal Massacre, one left, red vinyl, $38. Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil, transparent green vinyl, $36.99. From Rat, Stephen Pearcy, a solo album on red marble vinyl, $29.99. Never had that before. Sonny Rollins, Saxophone Colossus, clear vinyl, $24.99. And Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason, remaster, $33.99. STP's at 65. Queensryche is at $25.25. And I'm looking for a $55 start on Cinderella. Angela Ledbetter says, I'm in at 70. All right, let's throw up a couple cassettes. Anthrax, Sound of White Noise, an original cassette tape. Anthrax is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on Anthrax. That's now up for bid. Over here, I got a waiting list for a guitar, a mini guitar. Anthrax is a $7 start. Now I'm starting to bring out the cool stuff. Hopefully everything else up until this point was not labeled as cool. So hopefully you're still waking up. I'm just now bringing out the cool stuff. We do that late, really late. Let's see what's going on over here with the guitars. Brent Robley. Brent Robley was on a waiting list for this guitar. I don't know if Brent's even still awake. But this is sold to Brent Robley for $39.99. And that is the Axhaven Billy Gibbons Axhaven signature guitar from Billy Gibbons. Let's take a look at it. And let me confirm the price on that too. I've got one left if anybody else wants it. $39.99 on Billy Gibbons. I don't think I have much metal CDs, but I'll try to show you what I have. Let me make sure this one is $39. I think it is. No. That's why I was questioning. This one's $59. This one's $59. I thought that was different. Make sure this one goes in for $59, please. $59 on this one, okay? I'm actually going to give Brent this one that hadn't been opened, so it's easier. So that goes to Brent for $59, okay? Make sure on that, okay? That goes to Brent. I'm going to go ahead and take it in here. That's so to him. Let's go back to the top. We left off, I said STP 60, Queensryche 25, 26, STP 65, and then Angela bid 70 on Cinderella. Clay Moore got a Stephen Piercy. William Warner on a Burning Witches. We've sold all the Queensryche records already. Anthrax got a bid for 7. And then how much was Crypto C? $29.99. Tommy Lee is $79. It does have the double bass, yes. And so let's run down a final call here. This is Pink Floyd. It has Learning to Fly. Great song on there, Todd. Great album. Yet Another Movie, On the Turning Away. It's a great one. STP, JetBlue's out. Final call to Josh Brown for $65. The last bid on Queensryche was Cosmo Kramer at $26. The original bidder of $25 was Matthew Sherrick. I don't know if Matthew Sherrick has said out or he didn't want to bid again. Cinderella is at $70, final call. And Anthrax has one bid for $7, and that's with Darren Chrisman. We're about to sell it. All right? And then we had Metallica Master of Puppets for $29.99. Jethro Tull, the new Steven Wilson remix of Living in the Past. The compilation, combined US and UK track list, 2 LP half-speed master, $39.99. Megadeth Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? That's $38.99. Iced Earth, Bang Your Head, 2 LP green vinyl, $44. The Better Life, 3 Doors Down, that's $33.99. Gruesome is $33.99. Typo Negative, The Origin of the Feces, with a scratch and sniff butthole cover, $69.99. And we have Iron Maiden, Seventh Son, $33.99. Okay? Over here, we have Quiet Riot at $30. We have Todd Sauce says he'll take Pink Floyd. Sold. Ron Duffield claimed a Stephen Piercy earlier. He wants to put it back. Quiet Riot has a bid for $31. Anthrax is at $9. Hiram wants a Tommy Lee drum set. Thank you. That's Quiet Riot, not Queensryche. Thank you for the information. You put QR. You know what my brain says when you put QR? Queensryche. I probably would not mispronounce it if we got a full typed out bid. But sometimes I see QRs. You know what I say? Queensryche, because it's QR. I do realize this is a Quiet Riot album. And the high bid's $35. This is sold for $70. $70. And this is sold to Angela Ledbetter for $70. The last bid that came in on Anthrax is $9 to Darren Chrisman. And then Stone Temple Pilots is sold to Josh Brown. And this is sold to Josh Brown. Josh Brown has this for a high bid of $65. Quiet Ride Out. This right here is at $35 of Matthew Sherrick. And he wanted to make sure this was a Quiet Ride album. Yes, that is Quiet Ride, Condition Critical. And you have it for $35. The last bid that came in on Anthrax was Darren Chrisman at 9. I have not heard back from Justin Deckelman. We have a wait list for the Tommy Lee drum set, Scott Markheim. Put Scott Markheim down for the Tommy Lee drum set. Over here, we have an out on Quiet Riot. How much was Three Doors Down? That's the Better Life. Kryptonite, $33.99. I don't have any more Tommy Lee drum sets, but I can put you on a waiting list. I do have another drum set over here to show, though, along with the mini Transformers Ghostbusters cars I have. Let me go ahead and show you the other one I have over here. I think there was a waiting list. Let's go ahead and double check it. This one's also really cool. It's the most expensive of all of them. Of course, it's Led Zeppelin's John Bottom. It's $89.99. If anybody else wants on a waiting list for Tommy Lee, let me know. John Bottom's $89.99. I think there was a waiting list for it. Miniature drum kit. Let me check my waiting list right quick. And this one, John Bonham, was Tony McDaniel. Tony McDaniel. I have one left. I have one left. There's always some sort of waiting list for the guitars or the drums. And Brent, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but Brent, your Billy Gibbons came in, $59.99. I have one extra if anybody else wants it. So this is so to Tony McDaniel. Vicky Yoshikawa was first on this. Brent, I'm going to put you on a waiting list if that's okay. Anybody else on Tommy Lee? Anthrax is sold to Deckelman for $10. And this is sold for $35. And this is sold for $35 to Matthew Sherrick. Our next auction is going to go up right now. At this point, you may say, what else could you possibly have to put up for auction tonight, Chad? And I'm like, y'all just sit back and relax. Here's a 1988 USOG Iron Maiden. Seventh son of a seventh son. It is a strong VG, nearly VG plus copy. And these have been heavily conservatively graded. I look at some of these grades, especially from Seth. I'm like, dude, this is like an EX record. But he's pretty picky. This is going to go up for a $50 start. Now up for bid, seventh son. Really nice copy. This is not on colored vinyl. No, it's not. That is what's left of 4 crates of new vinyl that came in tonight. Let's see what else I can put up for auction. There's Iron Maiden, a $50 start. The next auction is Brittany Fox. Brittany Fox is a 1988 USOG. It is VG Plus. It has the original on her sleeve. And Brittany Fox is going to go up for a $35 start. Anybody else on this crate? If not, let's try to knock out a half-off bin. I'm going to try to get to 8 full crates. We're at 6.5 right now. So we're about to, no, we're at 2, 4, 6. We're at 7.5. Yeah, we're at 7.5. No, we're at 6.5. This will make 7, and then we'll have yeah, we're at 6.5. I can't do math. All right, there's those, and let's try to find a half-off crate. So we're sold out of all the miscellaneous stuff I showed tonight, except these right here. $14.99. Transformers Ghostbusters. Really cool die cast. Really nice. $14.99 on those. There's those and there's those. All right. Now, Iron Maiden 50, Iron Maiden 50, Iron Maiden 50. Noah Colwell on Three Doors Down. I'm also going to try to flash what I think is some metal CDs right over here to try to get some of those sold. So don't go anywhere, please. Let me go pick out this crate. Let me pull the Three Doors Down for Noah first. Let me figure out what I just done with it. What did I just do with those? Wow, what the heck did I do with them? Oh, they're right here. All right, thank you. That's the newest reissue of that. So Brittany Fox with two $35 bids and about three $50 bids on Iron Maiden. Let's see if we can find a great vintage crate to do some half-off LPs on. I will try to grab this blue file crate over here that I think has had, quote, metal CDs in it for quite some time. And let me find what maybe is the next best half-off crate to read through. What's this? You know, actually, this is a pretty good one. I think this is pretty recent, though. Well, I tell you what went well last night is us going through these $6.99 crates. We might can do one of those, too. That was pretty fun. It was like new arrivals for $6.99. It was like Fred stuff, but I mixed in, like, I didn't pull anything out, and every once in a while you'd hit something like there was some Rolling Stones in there. So obviously they were at Steele's. I've got way too much stuff stacked up over here. I think we can find a great half-off crate, though. Yeah, here's a good one. Let me see what we got in here. Yeah, let's do this one. This is going to be a great vintage, late night, kind of a nonsense. Probably only been through once, maybe a month ago. And hopefully we can empty it out right now, while we continue to put up auctions and maybe even some cool miscellaneous stuff like compact disc. Man's best friend, compact disc. All right. And now we have 5 $55 bids on Iron Maiden. No, okay, no, never mind. That was a new bid. What is everybody talking about? The scratch and sniff cover got everybody, didn't it? We might have to show that again. I think somebody wanted to see it again. Maybe Todd. The only reason I ordered it, I'm pretty positive I've never ordered this. It has nothing to do with the cover. It has everything to do with it's a pricey import. Okay? And I'm pretty sure we had this exact same version last week, and we auctioned it for close to $100 because we never get it. And it's an import, and it's expensive. Well, one of my distributors said one in stock, and I was like, wow. I'm pretty sure we just auctioned that last week for nearly $100, and it was opened. And this is from the Runout Groove on green and black colored vinyl. So Runout Groove always does a really good job. Do not take internally, sealed for your protection. Okay? So there it is. And this, it says peel to scratch and sniff. Okay? Everybody take a real good look at it. There it is. It's $69.99. So Iron Maiden, here's what I have on my screen. Iron Maiden 50, Brittany Fox 35, Iron Maiden 50, Iron Maiden 50, Brittany Fox 35, Iron Maiden 51, Brittany Fox 36, Iron Maiden 55, Brittany Fox 40, Brittany Fox 45, Brittany Fox 50. Next is Brittany Fox 55. And anybody else? Chad, what was Stephen Piercy? It was $29.99. So, Brittany Fox is a 1988 USOG. 1988 USOG. Matthew Sherrick has it for $55. Matthew Sherrick has it for $55. Iron Maiden, the last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was Brian Elkins at $55. Seventh son of a seventh son. Let's do some half-off LP. Half-off LPs. Elton John, Blue Moves, $12.50. This is pretty easy. The price I'm telling you is the price. No more, no less. The Beatles Songbook, Volume 2, the Hollywood Strings, $7.50. The Doobie Brothers, $7.50, Stampede. Genesis, In the Beginning. Genesis is $10. The Who, Who's Next, a 2008, $17.50. Michael Hicks on Stephen Piercy. Now, I would say just give James Hicks' copy to whoever. I'll go ahead and put one in the crate just in case, but someone put one back, and I was just going to say give James Hicks that copy, but I'll go ahead and put another one in the crate, and then y'all can bring me the one that was put back. I wanted at least one to show for the flip video in the morning, so we would, if we need to order more, we can. I'm assuming we're done on Brittany Fox. It is at $55, and I'm assuming we're done on Iron Maiden. It's also at $55. Susie Breedlove gets Genesis. We're doing a half-off vintage crate. No more, no less. Loverboy, Get Lucky. Loverboy is $9. Here's some CDs I have for $6.99. And let me see what else Deckelman said here. Can you look into ordering the Dirty Looks live CD? It's called Cool from the Speedway. It features Jason McMaster from Dangerous Toys. Let's look on that for Justin Deckelman. Chad, can you look into ordering the Dirty Looks live CD? Cool from the Speedway. John Durden on Loverboy and Adam Bernardi on Who's Next. These CDs are $6.99. Yep, we have Interpol Antics, In Solitude. This is God Dethroned. This one is Albach. We have Abominant, Triumph of the Kill, Confrontation, Die Monsters Die, Withdrawal Method, and In Solitude. The World, the Flesh, the Devil. Those are all $6.99. Next in the half off, did I get one? Yes, you did. You got one, James Hicks. Thomas Dolby, The Flat Earth. Thomas Dolby is $10. Hall & Oates H2O is $10. And John Cougar, American Fool, Jack and Diane, $10 on that. All right, Iron Maiden is sold $55. And that is sold for $55 to Brian Elkins. Thank you, Brian. That's so to you. And Matthew Sherrick, you get Brittany Fox for $55. Let's put those away. Sold and done. Darren Chrisman on God Dethroned, GD. That was right here, God Dethroned. That's sold to Darren Chrisman. Those CDs are still available for $6.99. Also, The Carpenters, Made in America. $5 on The Carpenters, Made in America. And Rush, A Farewell to Kings. A 1977 Holland press, now $30. And now $30. And now $30. That's a beautiful 77 Holland press. MT Matt said, all right, give me the typo negative. I'm going to give a wife for a gag gift. There we go. Sold to MT Matt, typo negative. It is done. We got Pickle on JC. That's for John Cougar. Matthew Sherrick was second. What's next for auction, you may say? What possibly could we else have up for auction right now? I have actually untagged or This is a 1970 German pressing of Led Zeppelin debut. A German repress. It is a strong VG, maybe VG Plus copy. Led Zeppelin debut. A $35 start. Pressed in Germany, 1970. $35 start on that. Rush is half off of $60. Just want to make sure everybody's awake. Next cassette is Sepultura. Schizophrenia. Sepultura is a $7 start. Abominant CD is sold to Hiram Aponte for $6.99. Shakedown gets Rush. Sold to Shakedown. We're doing a half-off vintage bin. Clarence Clemens and the Red Bank Rockers. $10 on Clarence Clemens. Sepultura, $7 start. Michael Reed's in. Zeppelin's a $35 start. And we have Bob Dylan, New Morning. Dylan is now $12.50. New Morning on Dylan. Also, the Neon Philharmonic. That's now $5. Sepultura has another bid for $7 of Jim Cooper. And the best of Rick Roberts. $5 on Rick Roberts. And the best of Lenny Bruce. $10 on Lenny Bruce. A few more CDs here. These are all $6.99. We have Ruin, Ghost of the Past. Also, Soulfly, Enslaved. This one is Old, Down with the Liars. No, Down with the Nails, Old. October 31, or October 31st, I guess. The Fire Awaits You. And the same group, the Meet Thy Maker. Those are $6.99 each on those. Now the Sepultura cassettes at 10. We also have Lily Tomlin on stage. Lily Tomlin is $7.50. The Marshall Tucker Band Dedicated, that is $6.50. And ELO on the third day. Electric Light Orchestra is $10. Original inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl. ELO, just $10. Also, Tony Orlando and Dawn Skybird, $5. Adam Minardi on ELO. The Sepultura cassettes at 12, and Led Zeppelin has a bid for 40. All right, these CDs here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 CDs there. I'll bundle those together. Maybe somebody wants to buy them to get them a little bit cheaper. And let's go ahead and do them for $45. We'll bundle those together for $45. That's $4.50 each if you want those. Sepultura cassettes at 13. Roger Daltrey, One of the Boys. Roger Daltrey is $7.50. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, no condition notes, now just $20. It is a 2 LP. It's very clean. It's now just $20. Steely Dan. Also, the Vogues, 5 O'Clock World. The Vogues is $5. Adam Bernardi needs to put back ELO. That's still available for $10 if anybody wants it. Strive, Seek, Find, Burton and Kuniko. 1971, that is $5. Stuart Copeland, The Rhythmist. Stuart Copeland from The Police, that's now $15. Nice clean copy of that. Let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin, the Matthew Sherrick, for $40. Now the cassettes at 14, Jim Cooper's out. The next auction is Diamond Head, and that's called Behold the Beginning. And Diamond Head's going to go up for a $7 start. Looking for a $45 bundle price for these metal CDs. And I might bring out more. I'd love to sell all those first. Next is The Kinks, Misfits. That's $7.50. Burt Jordan said he'll take the ELO that was put back and go ahead and give him the Vogues too. Those are sold to Burt Jordan. Sepultura sold to Michael Reed for $7. Excuse me. Michael Reed got that for $14. Diamond Head's a $7 start. I've also got Anthrax going up for a $7 start. Anthrax, Persistence of Time, that's a $7 start. Next in the half-off bin is the best of Michael Martin Murphy. Now just $5. It does have Wildfire. George Benson doing White Rabbit. That is $15. And another Rush, 2112, a 76 Terre Haute, now just $20. Another clean copy. Does have some shelf wear and dings on the jacket. Just $20 on Rush. Foreigner, Inside Information. Foreigner is $13.50. And Ashford and Simpson, $5 on Ashford and Simpson. That's still available. Let's go ahead and see what else we can put up for auction. Travis Wood says he'll take the Kinks. That's sold to him. No bids on those two cassettes. We're talking Anthrax and we're talking Diamond Head. There's no bid. We're looking for a $7 start. Over here, we got Josh Brown getting Rush. This is sold to Josh Brown. Thank you, Josh Brown. That's sold to you for $20. And we have Rush Kings. That's already sold. Shakedown got that one. And Carpenters Now and Then. The Carpenters, just $5. Also, the Carter Family Sings, the country album. Carter Family Sings, that is $5 on the Carter Family. Okay, the only thing I have over here that's not Kiss albums is we actually already sold one of these tonight. We'll try another one. We'll hand out 2 late night Iron Maiden deals since everybody, for those that have stuck with me. But before I do that, let's make these buy it nows for 7 and 7, Diamond Head and Anthrax. And then, what's the CDs in the bundle? They're all metal or close to it. Wet Legs are in. I got them right here next to me, Paul. I think you've already been tagged for one because you requested it. but I've got them right here next to me. Yeah. Okay, so we got October 31, October 31. We have Ode, Down with the Nails, Soulfly Enslaved, Ruin, Goes to the Past. Also, Albach, Ion 1, Confrontation. This was Die Monsters Die, 2 from In Solitude, and Interpol, Antics. And those were $6.99, or I said if somebody wanted to give $45 for the 11. Okay, and then these 2 cassettes are 7 and 7. Kind of surprised those are still there. Here's the record I was talking about. We have Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, and this is an 86 USOG SRC with the original inner sleeve. It's EX condition, a late night Iron Maiden. How much? Now just a $55 start. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. Anthrax is sold to Michael Reed for $7. That leaves Diamond Head if anybody wants it. Now finishing up the half off bin, or at least continuing. The Beatles Story is $25. That's on the green Target label. The green Target label from Capitol. $25. It's a Winchester pressing. Next thing over here is Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. Yes is a Gatefold 2 LP, just $17.50. Yes, 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 that's Yes. And then over here we have The Motions, Electric Baby. The Motions is $20. We do $8 in limited shipping. That means if you buy 100 albums, we only charge $8. If you buy 100 albums and 100 CDs, it's $8. If you buy 190 albums, 9 CDs, and 12 cassettes, it's $8. Anybody interested in PC games? Paul has a whole crate over here of PC games marked. Feel like that's something Paul Brothers would be into. Iron Maiden has one bid for $55. It's $8 in limited shipping. We got Mirth, and Mirth is now $17.50. The Rolling Stones Out of Our Heads is $17.50. That's on this blue London label, $17.50 on that. Nancy Sinatra Sugar. Nancy Sinatra's in shrink wrap for $17.50. Paul Simon, big discount on this, now $37.50. It was $74.99. Negotiations and Love Songs. That probably shouldn't have been in there. Next thing is, that's $8 for everything. If you buy 100 albums, it's $8 shipping. $8 unlimited shipping for everything. Iron Maiden 56, now 58. This is probably going to be the last crate because I think everybody's fell asleep. Even though we still got 207 people watching. I don't think people's buying records anymore. Even though there's 207 people, there's not many people buying records anymore. This is the Rolling Stones, Miss You and Faraway Eyes. Now half off of $49.99. Plus I'm handing out insane deals. I usually like to do this during prime time and everybody's like, holy moly, what is this guy doing? This is sold to Travis Woods for $37.50. We have Iron Maiden at $58 with Paul Brothers. Jerry Rock, you're outbid. Politely, Keely Smith, $5. We also have the Rolling Stones Some Girls for $17.50. 3 Rolling Stones now unclaimed. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Diary. Lou Reed is a German press, $22.50. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Diary, $22.50. Death Metal Crate, it's all sold. You've missed everything. Righteous Brothers, Greatest Hits, $6.50. All that sold hours ago. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, $5. Lacey J. Dalton, $7.50. Joe Walsh, Barnstorm, great album, $10. Iron Maiden's at $60. Next is John Durden on Righteous Brothers and Nat King Cole, sold. Now Iron Maiden's at $63. We also have Dave Mason, Alone Together, for $5. Adam Bernardi got Joe Walsh, sold. Also, Little River Band, $5. Heartbeat of the 80s, $5. Billy Joe Glass House is $7.50. Jory Praven, $5. Jerry Rock, you're out on Iron Maiden. We started live tonight about 5:30 Central Time. 5:30 Central Time. It is now 12:23. Paul had 2 priced full crates of metal. They all sold. Laura had 2 full crates of metal. It's all sold. Right now we're going through a vintage half-off bin. Everything in here is half price. And what doesn't sell, you're going to see in the flip video in the morning. Some may be slightly more. Some may be a lot less. They will sell if I put them in there for sure. 100% they'll sell in there. Jerry's out on Iron Maiden. Final call to Paul Brothers for 63. I will check on cassette, but I don't think I can. The other metal CDs I think I have over here, I don't know. Let me see if I can get to them. We might be transitioning over to CDs for the next maybe little bit. I can tell you this, my brain is drained. I found some waiting list I was looking for. Finally, I misplaced these. Golly. I carry these literally in my wallet. I've got like a wallet, a little flip. I carry essentially credit and debit cards and driver's license. I don't think I've carried cash unless I've went out on a buy in years. Or no, I'm going somewhere to like buy collectibles and records. And I just found these. And the reason I carry them in my wallet, this is literally like money. This is people wanting to buy stuff, waiting list. And I misplaced them. See, earlier tonight, Todd Doris said I was on a wait list for Skid Row. Earlier tonight, he said, hey, I was on a wait list for Skid Row. I ordered some and I couldn't remember. I had lost these. I just found them. Now he don't need one, so let me destroy it so he don't get a second one. Wait list for Skid Row. I know where that is right here behind me. Wait list for Methods of Mayhem. Wait list for Vandenberg Sin. Wait list for Leonard Skinner at the Ryman. Wait list for Megadeth Rust in Peace. Waiting list for Metallica Hammersmith. Look how many people on that one. Wait list for Megadeth Peace Sales. Wait list for Overkill. Wait list for Baby Huey. Wait list for Steel Panther. Wait list for Living Color. And waiting list for Chipmunks. Man. Whew. I'm so glad I found those because I've been trying to remember. I told Ed, I was like, man, people's going to be messaging you saying, hey, I was on a wait list for this. Where's that? And then here's some from the previous night. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of ordering right there. That's the ones from last night. I got to make sure this Metallica. Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Hammersmith. All right. MT Matt. Let me see if they have them right here. I don't think they got them. You tell me right now and I'll write them down, okay? There's Billy. There's Barry Stone. You tell me right now, and I'll write them down, and I'll tell them to write them down too. Okay? Next comment was, I haven't watched tonight because I thought it was only metal. Metal Night is never metal. Okay? Never. Never. Iron Maiden is sold to Paul Brothers for $63. We've actually shown and sold more not metal than metal. It's metal auction night. Metal auction night. It's never metal night. It's metal auction night. We've done new arrival crates from John, Paul, Laura. Now I will say Paul and Laura did mark a lot of metal. But I went through 5 John crates and I've already went through 3 discount bins tonight. Early and then this one here. It's always metal auction night. Metal auction night. Am I on a wait list for jazz CDs? Maybe. Let's write down these requests from MT Matt. And we had an offer on the bundle. Dustin Hodges said he would do $35. Sell these to Dustin for $35. Can I please sell King Diamond to somebody for $7? Behold the beginning. Diamond Head, excuse me, Diamond Head. All right. And then over here, Adam Bernardi on Elton. Is that for Blue Moves, Adam Bernardi? There's a couple other, like one name's Karen Robbins. I've told her 100 times. I don't know if she tuned in tonight, but every night she's like, I know, I got back on and saw all these records I was missing. I thought it was metal night. And then I was like, no, it's Thursday night metal, not auction. Diamond Head is sold to Kenny Stanley. Thank you. So glad. Now my problem is ordering all those waiting lists and hoping that they didn't buy them a second time already from me. And then we invoice them and they're like, wait a minute, I already bought this. So I'm probably going to have to go back through and check invoices now. It's going to be a mess. That's going to keep me busy for hours tonight. All right, who's ready for CDs? I got a half of a crate here. But like I said, well, first let me do this. And then Adam gets this right here, okay? Let me take a drink of water, and let me write this down from MT Matt. All right. Now, MT Matt, let me ask you this. I might message you. Opeth sometimes has different pressings. Like, do you prefer music on vinyl? If you prefer music on vinyl, that's what I'll get you. A lot of people prefer those because they're numbered and colored. Okay, and they're great quality. So Opeth for MT Matt is Ghost, Reveries, Damnation, Last Will, and Testament. Okay. I'll put that in my pocket with these other waiting lists, okay? I'm telling y'all, these are like, I carry these in my wallet, okay? Some of these, it's like the equivalent of having a $50 bill. It's a sale. It's guaranteed. And I want to thank everybody. This has been an amazing, once again, Thursday night metal night. This is another amazing Thursday night metal night. That makes the 7th full crate. I'm moving it off the table right now. And we were just texting earlier today. Deliverance is typically not in stock. Well, there's the reason I hadn't ordered it, it's a music on vinyl pressing that's going through a one stop, so it's kind of pricey. It's like $54.99, which right now $54.99 is about a standard pricing for a 2 LP from Music on Vinyl. So you can get it. It's numbered. It's limited edition. It's colored vinyl, but it's $54.99. There used to be a 2 LP that used to be about $15 cheaper. It is currently out of stock. But I can get one. I almost ordered some tonight for Metal Night, but I try to be careful with expensive records. It's like Typo Negative. Is it Deliverance? Wait a minute. Let me look at some album covers. Hold on a second. Corrosion. Deliverance, yeah. Yeah, that's available through Music on Vinyl. It's limited numbered colored vinyl. If anybody wants one for $54.99. That has clean my, yeah, I mean, the top streaming songs from Corrosion of Conformity, the first 5 all come from that album. So the top 5 songs from Corrosion of Conformity all come from that album. Yeah, that's a great song there, Clean My Wounds. And that's all we get, or we'll get a copyright strike. All right, put down John Durden for one of those. It's MOV. Let me look it up right here. I need to plug my phone up too. Let's see. Still got my website pulled up. Corrosion. Yeah. Yeah, they're in stock. And so is in the Arms of God and America's Volume Dealer and Volume Live. Yeah, Music on Vinyl just repressed all that catalog. Unfortunately, when they did them on 2 LPs. Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately. Because if MOV does it, as a retail shop, I'm like, well, if people want to pay for the quality, they're going to pay the Music on Vinyl price. But also, if like a standard US label does it, they're a lot cheaper. But also, you may not get that nice Music on Vinyl packaging with that jacket, the numbered, the colored vinyl. So it's kind of like, I'll see some stuff comes out and it's going to be like a Music on Vinyl press as a 2 LP. And I usually sell probably 50% less. Some people's not going to pull the trigger on a $55 record. It doesn't matter. But they might for $30. So, but at the same time, I would buy it because it's better quality. But sometimes it's hard to move that stuff at a higher price point like that. So I don't order or stock as much as I usually do because they're usually expensive for me. All right, here's a few miscellaneous things I've been trying to show all night. I've got Lemmy for $24.99. I've got Bon Scott for $24.99. Also King Diamond. King Diamond's $24.99. Some Cool Reaction Super 7s. And I have Ghost, Papa Emeritus III. And I've got Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. And Michael Reed also wants a Corrosion Conformity. Yes. 2 COCs down, okay? And we have Prequel Nameless Ghoul, another Ghost. And those are $24.99. I wish I would have showed those a long time ago. So 2 different Ghost-related deals, Dee Snider, King Diamond, and these are all $24. Yeah. All Super 7 reaction figures, $24.99. Blind. I got their catalog pulled up over here. I'm looking at their catalog right now. Here's what's in stock with COC. Deliverance in the Arms of God, America's Volume Dealer, Volume Live, Wise Blood. Blind is out of stock. Yeah, that one hadn't been available in a while. No Crowns. And Technocracy's out of stock. That's it. That's the only thing in print from COC. Deliverance in the Arms of God, America's Volume Dealer, Volume Live, Wise Blood, No Cross, America's Volume Dealer. Those are actually in stock. Blind and Technocracy are out of stock. Also, those Nikki 6 are out of stock. I've been meaning to tell you that for a long time. Dee Snider is sold to Paul Brothers. Also, those are out of production. They make some new ones, but they're not like the one you need. You're probably going to have to go to like... I usually hate to tell somebody to have to go to somewhere like eBay. But probably to complete your set, you'll probably have to go somewhere else. When I ordered those, they never did put them back in stock, and then they deleted them. There must have been something up with the licensing or something. They're gone. The Ghostbusters is ECTO1 from Transformers. I'm not for sure. We had a discussion about this the last time. These are $14.99. All right, let's start with some CDs. Everybody here? I didn't sell these because probably I need to look them up first. Let me clear off the rest of this table, actually. I've got a couple N64 games here. I've got Killer Instinct, complete with manual, in the box for $99.99. Killer Instinct, an original Nintendo 64 game, complete in the box with manual, $99.99. And Turok, complete in the box for $49.99. Those are available. And I've really thought about keeping this because I like this one. I played this so much. Star Fox 64. In box, complete with the Rumble accessory. Oh man, I spent so much time playing that game. Star Fox 64, complete, $124.99. Nintendo 64 games. They're available. In box. Now, those are on top of this box of CDs. $6.99 for these CDs. First come, first serve. If I get one handful out, we'll get on a run. Bob Seger, The Fire Inside. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Bob Seger, Like a Rock. Seals and Croft, Traces. Seals and Croft's Greatest Hits. Seal Hits. Spyro Gyra. Spyro Gyra, Point of View. Spyro Gyra, Rites of Summer. Spyro Gyra, Stories Without Words. Seeger, Night Moves. Seeger, Beautiful Loser. Neil Sedaka, The Hungry Years. I'm going to take D. Snyder in here on the table. I got to take D. Snyder to the operation room. Put that right there for Paul Brothers. There's the first batch of compact disc. Susie is in on Seal. That was Seal Hit. So does Susie. That officially starts $6.99 CDs. There is an absolute great Seeger collection in there. My goodness. While I'm moving some stuff around, let me play a little cleanup. Melanie Jennings on Night Moves. I only showed one guitar tonight that didn't sell. That was Billy Gibbons. That's $59.99. $59.99 on the Billy Gibbons guitar if anybody wants that. And Paul, you've got dibs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Bob Seger CDs now. What's in this crate? Eternal Void. Unearthed. Desolator, Excluded from Heaven. Revocation, Great is Our Sin. Taking Dawn, Time to Burn. Swordmaster, Postmortem Tales. Within Destruction, Void. Lizzie Borden, Appointment with Death. Usurper, Skeletal Season. Usurper. I guess self-titled. Hailstorm. No disc. Mario Kart 64, Greatest Hits. No. Yeah, Greatest Hits soundtrack. Paul Brothers got all the Bob Segers. Nice. He got all the ones that didn't get claimed, so let's give him the other 5 Bob Segers. Next 5 Bob Segers go to Paul Brothers. We had a stack of metal and some Mario Kart. First is Michael Reed on Rev, which was this. So to Michael Reed. Paul Brothers on PUS. Now, you put POS and then Mario. Now, did you get auto-corrected or was your POS for something else? Was it for Usurper? Or let me know. If not, it goes to Shakedown. And then Michael Rudolph was third. It was for Pussifer. I don't think I had a Pussifer, did I? I had a Usurper. 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 No Pussifer. So that means Shakedown does get Mario, then Paul, then Michael Rudolph. Okay? And I'm going to keep all these metal CDs together. Somebody did a bundle deal earlier. And plus, I can show those actually maybe during Metal Night when it's a lot earlier. I might can sell more of them. Let me grab another handful out of that box then. Could be some other cool stuff down in here. I've been trying to go through this crate of this kind of stuff forever. I don't know what's all in here, but we're about to find out. Earth, Wind, and Fire Greatest Hits. This case has massive jewel damage. The case lid's literally cracked in half. But it's there. Earth, Wind, and Fire. The Commodore's Ultimate Collection. Mark Anthony Mended. John Fogerty. At one time, I sold this for $9.99. Now I'm going to make it $6.99. Peter Gabriel Security. Genesis Self-Titled. Genesis Duke. Genesis Then There Were Three. Genesis Trick of the Tail. And we have Autophobia Malignant. More metal. That one's $6.99. Otophophia. BIA. Boy, I can't spell either. I can't read and I can't spell. And my knees just popped. And I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I got to make a nasal adjustment. All right, I'm a lot better now. Paul Brothers got the Commodores. And then your dibs on actually 4 Genesis CDs. You know, it'd be nice if you go ahead and say take all. And that leaves Peter Gabriel, John Fogerty, Mark Anthony, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Let's grab some from the crate. That's where the first handful came from. And what is in the crate? Golly, we got a bunch of Spyro Gyra. Here's more Spyro Gyra. I got Spyro Gyra Road Scholars. I got Spyro Gyra 2020 with a really cool lenticular cover. Spyro Gyra Love, Another Obsession. Spyro Gyra Heart of the Night. Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits. Spock's Beard. The Oblivion Particle. Spock's Beard. Spock's Beard. Brief Nocturnes. Spock's Beard. Spyro Gyra. Spyro Gyra again, and Spyro Gyra again. Paul Brothers does want all Genesis. Those are sold to Paul Brothers. All Genesis are sold. Donna, you're next in line on Spyro, or you're first on Spyro. You got a lot to pick from there. Anybody interested in Spock's beard? There's Bruce Springsteen. And there's a bunch of Spyro Gyras. And Donna, we had some in the last handful too. Your dibs. And then Susie got Peter Gabriel. And let's put those right there. Let me step back over here to the blue crate. Those came out of the box. The crate. And now let's go back over to the tub. Tubs and crates, everybody. Whoa! Gravity almost got me right there. Laws of motion. I caught it, though. Jeremy Bryan, I see your request. Give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second. And Donna gets all Spyro Gyras. Here's some more right quick. This is EMI Rock and Roll Collection, 24 all-time great hits. More metal here. This is Serpentine Dominion. A Call to Irons, a tribute to Iron Maiden. Hour of Penance, Cast the First Stone. Battlecross, Pursuit of Honor. This is Down Here, Ending is Beginning. And this is signed. I'll go ahead and let it slip through. It's autographed. Halloween, The Time of the Oath. We have Genocide 2, Ad Infinite, and Winter's Night. And those are all $6.99. Okay, and Donna said great hits. That's so, or excuse me, Susie on that. Kenny Stanley on SD. Serpentine Dominion. And Battle, so to Kenny. And that was Battlecross. And I still got the autograph CD in there as well. And Donna, let me show you the other Iron Maidens. Or excuse me, Spyro Gyras. Here's the other Spyro Gyras, Donna. Stories Without Words, Rites of Summer, Point of View, and Fast Forward. And Kenny Stanley wants Halloween. Kenny Stanley on Halloween, okay? Down Here is Gospel? Really? Okay. Wow. Okay, so that don't need to probably go on the metal stack then. Stimpy wants the Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits. And she wants the other Spyro. No, so far, no duplicates. So far, no duplicates. All righty, let's grab some more over here. I think there's going to be more coming up of them. Let's grab this stack right here. All right, we got White Snake, Come and Get It. White Snake, Barry White, The Icon is Love. Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat. Steely Dan, Two Against Nature. Steely Dan, A Decade of Steely Dan. Steely Dan, Aja. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. John Welton, Welcome to Heaven. Corey Stevens, Albertville. The Very Best of Cat Stevens. Spyro Gyra, The Rhinebeck Sessions. Never seen that one. Squeeze, Spot the Difference. St. German Tourist. Jess Stacy, Topaz. Mavis Staples, Will Never Turn Back. And The Who, Face Dances. Those are all $6.99. First, Donna in on Barry White. That's so to Donna. We got Christina Curtis came in first on Whitesnake, then Angela. And Mary, you got dibs on some Steely Dan. And those are 1, 2, 3, 4 there on those. And then Jeremy Bryant, you asked me about Uni and the Urchins. Let me look that up on over here while I'm live. If not, can y'all make a note of that? I guess G's probably going to watch this tomorrow. Uni, Urchins. I think is how he spelt that. It's a pre-order. It's a pre-order. It comes out. Well, I don't know when it comes out. It says December 31st, 2050. But it's a pre-order. Okay? And Mary got all 4 Steely Dans. Next handful. Let's do it. And then I'm 80% done with this crate. Sleep Canyon Rangers, Love and Pretty Woman. Steel Pulse, African Holocaust. Steel Pulse. Ringo Starr, Choose Love. Oh man, almost freaked out. I thought Ringo signed that. Ringo Starr, Ringo Rama. Spyro Gyra, A Foreign Affair. Spyro Gyra, Original Cinema. Spyro Gyra, Got the Magic. Seal, Human Being. Seal, self-titled. Seal, the other self-titled. Randy Scruggs, Crown of Jewels. Screaming Blue Murder, dedicated to Phil Lynott. Phil Lynott's Thin Lizzy. And Tom Scott, One Night, One Day. All right. Michael Reed on SP. That's probably for Steel Pulse. Is that right, Michael Reed? And then next is Donna on Seal. Now, Donna, I think there's literally two called Seal. And they're different albums, aren't they? Yeah, they're different albums. You got Seal and you got Seal. And then Mary Miles is next on Seal. And Donna, there's a bunch more Spyro Gyra. I don't know if you want all those other ones too. And I'm assuming maybe, we'll see if she wants those too. And then Mary Miles, that's going to leave Human Being. And if Mary passes on that, then it goes to Susie. Seal with Body and Human Being. Okay, this one, and she wants this one. All right, let's go ahead and take these in the Operations Center. I got it. And then Steep Canyon Rangers, so to Mary Miles. She said no the other. Okay, so this one, got it. And then Steep Canyon Rangers. Sorry, that was confusing. It's hard to sell albums, different albums, if they have the same name and the same artist. So those are different albums by Seal, and they're both called Seal. It's kind of like Peter Gabriel. His first solo album was called Peter Gabriel. The second solo album was called Peter Gabriel. The third solo album was called, you guessed it, Peter Gabriel. So, Mary, I'll confirm again. If you want that, just say sold. Clay Moore on the Blue Murder. All right, we'll go ahead and tag that right now for Clay. I'm going to lay those right there. We got more coming up right now. Spyro Gyra, Dreams Beyond Control. Spyro Gyra, Three Wishes. Spyro Gyra Collection. The 77s, Drowning with Land in Sight. Mary Miles does want this seal. 77s, Tom Tom Blues. 77s, A Golden Field of Radioactive Crows. Classic Blues Volume 1. Shack of Pheasants, Gospel Blues Volume 2. Bob Seger, It's a Mystery. Boy, I don't remember that one. 1995? Well, obviously I don't remember. That's the year I was born, but I've never seen that any other way. Bob Seger's Greatest Hits 2. I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow. Brian Setzer Orchestra, Guitar Slinger. And Brian Setzer, The Dirty Boogle. Or The Dirty Boogie. The Dirty Boogie. Yes, somebody had a heck of a Spyro Gyra collection. There has been no duplicates on these. Pretty amazing. So Donna on these three here. Bert, you're first on Seeger. You got dibs on either one, and then Jeff Brent is next. Oh. Hold on. Chad's got to stretch. Oh, my God. You can do this, Chad. You can do this. You can do this, Chad. Okay. Bert Jordan got both Seegers. All right. The Best of the Who. Brian Setzer Orchestra, The Room. Brian Setzer Orchestra, Dig That Crazy Christmas. Seventh Crystal, Delirium. 77 Sticks and Stones. Schiller Voyage. Schiller Life. Schiller Tag and Knocked. The Best of Seal, 91 to 04. Seal System, there's a crack in the jewel case. And Seal 4, it's got quite a bit of wear on the cover. Any Spyro Gyra? Yeah, I'll give you this Spyro Gyra, that Spyro Gyra, and this Spyro Gyra. These three Spyro Gyras also sold to Donna. Susie Breedlove first on the Who. Donna first to Seal. There's three Seals there, Donna. And then Leslie wants Brian Setzer Orchestra, Christmas. Brian Setzer Orchestra, Christmas. That's sold to Leslie. Donna got these three Seals. And then, let me see what's going on over here. With Spyro Gyra. There was one I didn't pull. Yep, right here it is. The Ryback sessions. Okay. There's those. Claymore wants Seventh Crystal. So to Claymore. All Schiller for 15. How many was there? 3. These three here. Sell these to Boontar for 15. Okay, and then Brian S. Porch. Brian Setzer Porch. The Room. Guitar. I don't see Porch on those. Okay. Boontar, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I try to keep these $6.99 just because it's the first time reading through them. And, but I'll go ahead and do that deal. I usually wait until the end and see if they hadn't sold. But I'm also here to make deals. Tom Scott Target. Scorpions, Moment of Glory. What the heck's that? With the Berlin Philharmoniker. We have John Schofield, A Go-Go. And Tom Schumann, Extremities. $6.99 each on those. Brian Setzer or all remaining, not Porch. Okay, she wants the other Brian Setzers. Whoops on those. Okay. So Brian Setzer over here and here and here. And I think it was just those three. Yeah. Those three are sold to Mary Miles. Boontar's new to the CD Madness. Yeah, they're always definitely $6.99. Scorpions, and so does Susie Breedlove. Kenny Stanley was second. Otherwise, at the end of the sale, I'm like, all right, anything left? And sometimes there'll be, you know, but I mean, at the same time, if you don't grab them now, same thing. First come, first serve. Okay, there's those. Let me knock out. That was that crate. I got to go to the back and get that crate. Donna, we'll work up something else with the next artist. I promise. And let me see if I'm done over here with this. I've got 2, 3, 4 more in here. Donna, funny story. I walk in today, Donna, G, Ed, and I think my sister was helping too. They've got the desk back there. They've got sheets spread out everywhere. And they've got highlighters, and they're going through Donna's order trying to find all of her CDs and make sure they're in the package. And they're like, Ed's like reading off titles. G's like highlighting them as they pull them. And I'm like, this is the kind of stuff customers don't see. There's literally 3 employees here working on one huge order. Thank you, Donna Turner, because Donna purchases about 1,100 CDs a week. So it's quite incredible. So thank you, Donna. But also, I think y'all would appreciate seeing them, everything they have to do to get all these orders together. I mean, I'm just pitching them over here to the side. There's going to be about 7 other people involved in packing your order before it gets to your house. All said and done. It is, and plus the packaging time, how they wrap these and pack them. Oh my gosh. All right, so we got the sounds. We have Disgust. I think that these are some metal in here. Bunny Wailer. Impending Doom. And what is this? It's all completely black. What the heck is this? I don't know. It's all completely black. So did John Durden. And then Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley said earlier, is the Stack to Your Left Seals and Cross greatest hits? Yes, Seals and Cross greatest hits. Right there, Chuck. It's yours if you want it. Robert Warner on Bunny Wailer. That's so to Robert Warner. And those 3 are still available, which is the Sounds, Disgust, and Impending Doom. All right, let me go get that other crate, okay? Let me go get the other crate. All righty. Let me walk back here to the back. It's going to take me a few moments. So yeah, here's for those that are curious, here's what happens after I sell you a CD. After I sell you a CD, it gets crated up over here next to me. Tomorrow morning, probably G will come in and rewatch this sale. She will come in and rewatch this sale. She tags everything that's sold. We tag to everybody that got it. Whoever got what, they tag it. Then somebody keys it in on an invoice. So they take your items and they key them in on an invoice. One at a time. They have to pick up the item, put in under a category what it is. They have to find your profile. Hopefully you have bought from us already, and we have your profile. After that, it gets tagged for sorting. Oh my gosh. Hold on, man. I'm going to have to climb up this shelf to get the. Oh, I got them. I got them, though. I got them. Oh. Forgot where I was at in the process. After they get sorted, we put CDs in one area. They put them all in alphabetical order by the customer name. Then we put records in one area. They get in alphabetical order by the customer's name. We have to generate invoices. We have to generate invoices. And if we generate invoices, you start getting, if you're in our system, you get sent an email. After you pay, they pull back your order. They go and pull your order off. Hopefully it's in alphabetical order, and we can find everything. And then they pack it and ship it. It's a lot of work. I'm out of breath. I just carried a 20,000-pound crate of CDs up here. Burning the Wailers. Bob Marley, African Herbsman. The Wailers Catch a Fire Deluxe Edition. Inner Superhero Marina 5. Marina 5. All signed. Another one. Another one. Another one. All from that same artist. Marillion. Marillion. Tina Marie and Manaheim Steamroller. Jim B, somebody already claimed the black CD. The black CD was sold to John Durden and then Chris Frazier. And then technically you would have been third in line, so it's already gone. Seals and Croft here is sold to Chuck Haley. We'll do it first. That's sold to him for $6.99. And then Grog First on Catch. Grog First on Catch. And that was Catch a Fire. Great price on that for that deluxe Bob Marley. Surprised Jim B wasn't all over that. There's still 2 Bob Marleys left. That one felt light, but it's in there. And then Tina Marie is sold to Donna. This is a great new crate here, just FYI, okay? This is a great new crate we're about to go through. I don't know who that lady is that's signed all those, but they're still available. Okay. Here we go. Manaheim Steamroller to Russia with Love. Chip Davis Impressions. Marillion, an introduction to Marillion. We have Classical Gas. Manaheim Steamroller again. Manaheim Steamroller. Manaheim Steamroller. Classic Christmas Symphony. Manaheim Steamroller. Manaheim Steamroller. Manaheim Steamroller. Manaheim Steamroller meets the Mouse. Walt Disney. There's another signed Marina. There is Renaissance Holiday, Chip Davis, and another Marina 5. Dang it, Jim B. That black CD was a death metal, obscure death metal CD from Finland worth $640. Adam Bernardi says, FYI, folks, I'm cataloging some CDs I got here. a month or so ago in a bundle. Each CD worked about $250 each, and I just found one new that averaged $29 in this cost. High price of $51. They're unveiled, pretty good say. There you go. Jim B beats his desk again. He's like, how did I miss that bundle? I let another one slip through. Jim B's pounding his desk right now. He's like, what is going on? I missed the Swedish death metal. I missed the bundle deal. What is going on? Jim B been sleeping lately, folks. He's going to have his water cut off. He's gonna have his car repossessed. No more Ferraris for him. All right, we got Branford Marcellus Quartet, Crazy People Music. Scotty McCreery, See You Tonight, Deluxe Edition. Michael McDermott, 620W Surf. Scotty McCreery, Clear as the Sky. Michael McDonald, No Looking Back. Michael McDonald, That's What It Takes. The Dale McCurry Band, It's Just the Night. And the Dale McCurry Band, The Family. Those are all available. Those are Nintendo 64 games. Star Fox, $125. Turok, $50. Killer Instinct, $100. All complete in the original box. Oh my God. What have we found here? It's one of my favorite people of all time. I better flip through these. Holy moly. Where did all these come from? All right, let's do a different stack. Let's do a different stack. Oh, wow. Hope Sherry Darnell's watching. Van Morrison, Magic Time. Van Morrison, The Healing Game. The Best of Van Morrison. Van Morrison, Moondance. Sam Miltich, Friends. Sam Miltich and Dave Carr. Stephanie Mills, Greatest Hits. There they are. Millie Vanilli. And Steve Miller Band, Wide River. Who's the artist with the signature? Her name was Marina V. Marina. We've got like 6 autographed CDs from her. And then Mary wants BM, MM, DM. Mary wants BM, DM, MM. Mary wants BM, MM, and DM. Okay, Mary Miles. First coming in on BM was Branford Marcellus. Mary Miles also getting MM. Now, Mary was MM for Michael McDonald or Michael McDermott. Okay? And then your DM was for Dale McCurry. I'm going to go ahead and give you both of them, okay? And then Donna put SM. Donna put SM. And I'm assuming that was for Sam Miltich, or it could be for Steve Miller. And then Mary put BM, but she meant VM. Okay? So you've also got dibs now on 4 Van Morrison. Christina Curtis got Milli Vanilli. Her SM was not for Steve Miller or for Sam Miltich. It was for Stephanie Mills. So did Donna Turner. Mary Miles wanted Michael McDonald. I'm going to go ahead and give you both of them. And then you've got dibs, Mary, on 4 Van Morrisons. So out of those last 2 stacks, the only thing left is Steve Miller, Sam Miltich, Michael McDermott, Scotty McCreery, and Scotty McCreery. Mary gets all 4 Van Morrisons. And he wants the Killer Instinct game. Yep, we got Star Fox 64 complete in box for $124.99. We got Turok, Dinosaur Hunter, complete with manual, $49.99. And Killer Instinct, nice box, complete, $99.99. Whoever's tagging this, let's wrap this in plastic, okay? And we want to make sure it's all pretty secure in there, okay? That box is very important. And that's so to Antonio Villanueva, $99.99. Thank you. I'm going to take that in here with this gigantic stack of CDs. And folks, as you can see, this stack crate I'm working in is a good one. So I hope y'all are ready for this. Let me go ahead and take this stack in here. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. That's 2 stacks. We've got 2 more to go. We got to go fast. We got to do 4 stacks tonight. That's stack 2. I don't know if I can get it done tonight. I'm going to stay optimistic, though. Here we go. What's next for $6.99? Here we go. Steve Miller, Living in the 20th Century. Tim Kilfus, Duet. Sam Miltich. Lori Morgan, The Color of Roses. Lori Morgan, Leave the Light On. Mora La Bombe 2, Sakamoto Casa. Jeff Moore, Million Millar Stranger. Jeff Moore, The Distance. Jeff Moore, All Over the Edge. Jeff Moore, Who Are the Other Nine? We have Gary Moore, Power of the Blues. And Gary Moore, Still Got the Blues. So what's left in there, you may ask? That is Gary Moore, Jeff Moore, Jeff Moore, Jeff Moore, Moreland Baum, Leroy Morgan, Lori Morgan, Tim Kilvis, and Steve Miller Band. And Paul Brothers on Lori Morgan. I have 2 there, your pick, or you can take both. There's that one and there's that one. All right, there's those and there's those. There's those and those. There's these and those. There's this and that. We got these and those and got this and that. Holy moly. To Louis Morgan sold. Marina V bundle. Sure. Gary Moore, Still Got the Blues. Sure. Sold to Grog. Give me 1 second. Hold on a minute. Mary put GM. Mary, is that for Gary Moore or is that for Jeff Moore? Grog is next on Still Got the Blues. Okay, y'all ready? Paul McCartney. We have C.W. McCall. McCartney Ram, McCartney Band on the Run, McCartney Tripping the Live, McCartney Back to the Egg, McCartney All the Best, McCartney 2, McCartney London Town, Wings Greatest Hits, and Wings Over America. Wow! And that one looks like it's sealed. Holy moly, that's the first guy I was talking about earlier. And guess what? There's more coming up. Here's the first stack. Mary, you've got 2 dibs on 2 Gary Moores. Let me know which one. All right? And then Paul Brothers, I guess the only thing in there that wasn't that was C.W. McCall. And one more time, we got Wings Over America, Wings Greatest Hits, London Town, McCartney 2. We got McCartney All the Best. We got McCartney Back to the Egg, Tripping the Live Fantastic, Band on the Run, Ram, and McCartney Self-Titled. And I'll say that Paul's got first dibs, then Shakedown. Mary's got dibs on 2 Gary Moores. I really made sure they weren't autographed. If y'all find an autograph in here, you have to give it back to me. Chuck next on Wings. She got both Gary Moores. And then we have another Wings, and another Wings over that. Paul could help me out exponentially if he said, I'll take them all. I mean, how could you go wrong? Self-titled, Ram, and Band on the Run, okay? So he wants self-titled, Ram, and Band on the Run, the first 3 there. Then we'll go back up front to Shakedown on Wings. So Shakedown, technically the Wings in there is Back to the Egg and Wings Greatest Hits and Wings Over America. So Shakedown, you've got dibs next. And then Chuck Haley's next on Wings, and then Robert, and then Jim B., then Chris. And that means that Paul McCartney Tripping the Live Fantastic is still available. Paul McCartney All the Best is still available. McCartney 2 is still available. And that's Wings 2, London Town. I forgot about that one. That's technically Wings. The rest of these are all just straight McCartneys. He wants the Wings Over America, okay? So that means next on Wings is Chuck Haley. And Chuck, you've got dibs on those 3, or I'll give benefit of the doubt if you want any of the other McCartneys. Okay, those are all still available. Next, let's grab a different handful then. Dang, those are all McCartneys too. All right, let's skip those. Let's do something different here. I wish I knew where these came from. Somebody had a nice collection. They got good taste in music. All right. Chuck's going to let me know on that, and he wants greatest hits, okay? So we'll give him Wings greatest hits. Now, Jeff, Brent, RTO, you're next. Technically, you're next. Everybody else wanted Wings Over America sealed. All right, here we go. Here's some more CDs. Renee Alstad, Unleashed. John Oliva's Pain. That's pricey on vinyl. I used to have a copy. Another John Oliva Pain. And Tubular Bells 2, Mike Oldfield. Moody Blues, Sir Lammer. Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life. Moody Blues, Lost Instant Voyager. This is Eddie Money's Greatest Hits. This is Michael Monroe. And this is Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. And that's Van Morrison, Enlightenment. Chad, the Within Destruction CD in the metal stack was that either Void or Death Wish? Within Destruction. Oh boy, I'm kind of blocked right now. Let's see, I'm CD blocked. Within Destruction. It's not in that stack. Is it in this stack? It's called Void. Within Destruction, Void. Yep. All right, so nobody on anything in there. Nobody claimed anything in there. Van Morrison, Moody Blues, Michael Monroe, Eddie Money, Moody Blues, Michael Field, John Oliva. Those are all still available. He wants Within Destruction, Void. That is sold for $6.99 to Michael Reed. Mary Miles got Van Morrison. Paul McCartney, the second Paul live CD, and can I see the rest of what's left on the wing? Sure. All right, so those are all still available. Here's what's left. I've got you with Tripping the Live Fantastic, okay? And here's what's left. London Town, Back to the Egg, McCartney 2, and McCartney All the Best. That's all that's left there with those. I figured somebody would jump in on the Moody Blues. All right, let's do another handful. I'm about to do some more McCartneys too. Here we have Orantanthi, the Believe EP, Orantanthi Believe, Orantanthi Violent Journey. We have Joanne Shenandoah or Ninda, Class of 55, Roy Orbison, Original Chart Hits, One Bad Pig Smash. This is Renee Olstead, New Shoes Poolside, and Norovo, the Red Norovo. Just the Mood, the Red Norovo small bands. And Jeff got Tripping the Light. I got you down for that one. And how much time's left? 6 minutes? There's more than 6 minutes, isn't it? Okay. More than 6 minutes left. It's got to be. What's my timer say over here? I don't know. Let me refresh it. We got 20 minutes left. 19. We got 19 minutes left. Chuck Haley wants Paul all the best. So did Chuck Haley. There's 20 minutes left. I promise. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm not going to do any more Paul McCartneys right now because it could get complicated. Raising Sand, Robert Palmer, Alison Krauss, Robert Plant, Mighty Rearranger, Robert Plant, Now and Zen, Lonnie Mack, Roadhouses and Dance Halls, Lonnie Mack, Attack of the Killer V, Lonnie Mack, Strike Lightning, Yo-Yo Ma, Yo-Yo Ma, Yo-Yo Ma, Yo-Yo Ma. What's Wings is left? Wings London Town, Wings Back to the Egg, and Paul McCartney 2. That is everything that's left, Paul McCartney, except for ones that I hadn't shown yet, which I'm about to in just a second. Then you better be on your toes and ready to claim. We got Susie first on Robert Plant. Let me know if you want the one of Alison Krauss, if you want that, if you want this. And then next was Mary on the Alison Krauss, but no. It's Susie, and then Mary, then Robert. Dibs on Robert Plant. And then we got Yo-Yo Ma. That's what Kramer was saying after Joe Davola kicked him in the head. Yo-Yo Ma. Tracks on London Town. London Town is London Town, Cafe on the Left Bank, I'm Carrying, Backwards Traveler, Cuff Link, Children, Girlfriend, I've Had Enough, With a Little Luck, Famous Groupies, Deliver Your Children, Name and Address, Don't Let Me Bring You Down, Morse and the Grey Goose, Girl School. And guess what? Every one of those were written by Paul McCartney. Next thing is Robert Plant. She gets all three. Those are sold to Susie Breedlove. What is next over here, you might say? We're about to find out. These are all $6.99. We have Joni Mitchell, Mrs. We have Mingus Big Band, Quavia Vingus. We got Tim Miner. Oh my gosh, it's a Molly Hatchet box set. Molly Hatchet again, Devil's Canyon. Richard Page, Shelter Me. Oh my gosh, it's No Quarter. We also have David Pack, The Greatest Hits of the Outlaws, and Office of Strategy. OSI. OSI is Jim Matthews from Fates Warning, Kevin Moore, Mike Portnoy, etc., etc. Etc., etc. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm getting into too much of a hurry mode. Next comment is Mingus. Sold to Adam Bernardi. John Darden, first on Molly Hatchet. Dibs on box set and Devil's Canyon. Mary Miles on Joni Mitchell. Sold. Kenny Stanley next on Molly. Jim B next on Molly Hatchet. Chuck Haley next on Molly Hatchet. Clay Moore wants Michael Monroe. And Adam Bernardi, I hadn't forgot about your offer on the other one. Michael Monroe. That was right over here. That's from previous stacks. I got it right here, though. Michael Monroe. All right. And then next is Jeff Brent RTO on Page and Plant. And then John Durden got both Molly Hatchets. All right. And that leaves OSI. So that is members of Fates Warning, Chroma Key, and Dream Theater. Also Stephen Wilson and Sean Malone. Outlaws Greatest Hits, David Pack, Richard Page, and Tim Miner. Those are all available. And then Jeff Brent RTO, the London Town and Back to the Egg is still available. Back to the Egg has Getting Closer and Arrow Through Me on it. All right, so those are still available. Let's go ahead and knock this out here. All right. Paul McCartney, Kisses on the bottom. Paul McCartney New, Paul McCartney Freedom, Paul McCartney Chaos and Creation, Paul McCartney Driving Rain, Good Evening New York City, Paul McCartney, Wingspan, nice. Also, The Fireman, that's Paul McCartney Memory Almost Full, Paul McCartney Jeannie Wren, and we have Paul McCartney Fine Line. Wow, that's pretty cool there. That is a great set of pretty tough to get. Almost none of that's available on vinyl. That was out of print, that's not. Law, that is OOP on vinyl. Stimpy, Molly Hatchet's long gone. Shakedown, you've got first dibs on Paul McCartney. You just got really lucky. Let me know which ones you want. And then he says he's going to take them all. These are also to Shakedown. He got all of those. Great call there. Adam second, Robert next, Jeff Brent up WTO. Let me know what W is for. And Angela Lewis wants OSI. What happened to that last stack? What happened to that? OSI? It's right here, isn't it? This is sold to Angela. All right. I think there's at least 2 more stacks like that of Paul McCartney. Maybe 1. Let's do a little bit something different here. Let's bring these over. These are all $6.99. Old Dogs, which is Waylon, Mel Tillis, Bobby Bear, and Jerry Reed. Ohio Players Gold. Ohio Players Everybody's Up. Excuse the nudity. My goodness. Ohio Players Funky on Fire. Wow. Ohio Players Double Pack. Another Ohio Players Double Pack. And we have Klaus Orgamon. We got Poco, Ghost Town, Poco Cowboys and Englishmen, Poco Last Roundup, and Poco Rose of Cimarron. Those are all $6.99 there. Those are all $6.99 on those. Next comment is, wait, I called wings. Are you talking about on the last stack? The last stack was Paul McCartney. There was actually 0 wings in there. It's all billed as Paul McCartney. And Shakedown was first. He bought every single one of them. Then Adam was second, and then Robert was third, and Jeff, you were actually fourth. Those were all Paul McCartney albums. Actually, every one of those was billed as Paul McCartney. Either way, it would be all Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney and Wings, in my opinion, is the same thing. But yeah, these are all Paul. Even Wingspan is called Paul McCartney. The Fireman's Paul McCartney. They're all Paul McCartney. Those are all sold to him. Those are all sold to him. And then next thing we have is Donna Turner on Ohio Players. And Donna, I think there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, Ohio Players. Yes, there's 5 Ohio Players there, including double packs on those. And then Chuck Haley was next, then Jim B. Mary Miles on Poco. You got a lot to pick from there. Hopefully she takes all of them. And then over here is Donna wants all the Ohio Players, and Mary gets all the Pocos. Very nice. And guess what? That really just filled up our third tower there. Let's go take those to the back. I think we can sell out another tower before we are sold before we're done. But Jeff Brandt, he had first dibs on those. If I say Wings and Paul McCartney, that's all the same thing. Either way, he had dibs on all of them. In that situation, plus they were all Paul McCartney's anyway, there was actually nothing in their Wings. Wingspan is technically a Paul McCartney compilation because it has his solo work on it too. Okay? Now, we have Adam Bernardi. You were second on OSI. Next thing we have is this stack right here. We got John Oates, 1,000 Miles of Life. John Oates, Funk Shoe. We have Alexander O'Neill. We have the OJ Super Hits. The OJ's Original Album Classics, 5 CD box set. Over here, we have Ted Nugent, Love Grenade. Boy, I've never seen that cover before. Goodness gracious. Over here is a Mike Oldfield box set. Am I going to let that go for $6.99? I am. What's that, about a $50 box set? Over there. All right, and Clay Moore needs to put back Michael Monroe. I'll leave that up to whoever's tagging these to do that. Okay? And next thing is Donna on AO, and I think she meant for Alexander O'Neill. Donna Turner on OJ's, and Donna, there is 2 different ones there. And then we have Denise next on OJ's. And then over here, we have John Durden on Mike Oldfield. So, John, let me know on Mike Oldfield. I guess there's only one. Yeah, so that's so to you. Then Denise, Kenny Stanley on Ted Nugent, then Jim B, and Donna wants both OJ's. Okay, and then John Oates and John Oates. Those are still available. Let's see what else we have in here. Let's grab this stack. We got Bob Marley Survival. We got Bob Marley Babylon by Bus. Bob Marley Kaya. Bob Marley Exodus. We have Manaheim Steamroller Fresh Air. Also Delbert McClinton. Delbert McClinton again. McCartney 3 Imagine. That is sealed. McCartney 3. That is also sealed. And Paul McCartney Egypt Station. And that one's like in a little baggie. I think it's technically opened. Yep. Okay. Over here. Did Angela put back OSI? I'm going to pass on OSI. Okay, so change OSI from Angela Lewis to Adam Bernardi. Okay. And then over here, we sold those. Michael Reed on EXO. That's for Exodus. That's so to Michael Reed. Shakedown was first to Paul McCartney. There's McCartney 3 Imagine, McCartney 3, both Target exclusives, and Egypt Station. So those are dibs to Shakedown. And then Robert and Jim B's next. And that stack left Bob Marley, Manaheim Steamroller, Delbert McClinton, and Delbert McClinton. Shakedown takes these 3 Paul McCartneys. Those are all sold, okay? Those are all sold. And I just want to confirm with Jeff Brent RTO, the name of that album is called Paul McCartney Wingspan. That's what that album's called. Paul McCartney Wingspan. But just like I did the last stack, it was all Paul McCartney. Just like those and the last. Every one of those was billed as Paul McCartney. That's what that album's called. Paul McCartney Wingspan. It's a compilation of Wings and solo hits of his. I've had it many times. We have Ray Milton. This is a specialty compilation. We have Sam Miltich. We have Mike Morgaw and the Crawl. This is Manaheim Steamroller Yellowstone, The Music of Nature. Also Jeffrey Osborne Ultimate Collection. Orin Tonti, Heaven in This Hell. Pillow Lips, Modern English, Moby Wait for Me, Moby Hotel, Moby Play, and Moby Animal Rights. Those are all $6.99. And we got Bob Marley Natty Dread. We got Bob Marley Rastaman Vibration, Bob Marley Greatest Hits, Bob Marley, and Michael McDonald. Those are all $6.99. First, Donna Turner on J.O. And that was for Jeffrey Osborne. And then Shakedown, you got dibs on Moby. I don't know if I've ever seen a Moby CD. I don't know why. I just don't think I've ever seen them. There's 3 of them there. Shakedown, you got first dibs, and then John Durden was next. And we have 7 minutes left. Thank you for my official timekeepers. That's very helpful. So we still got Roy Milton. We still got Sam Miltich. We got Mike Morgan. We got Manaheim Steamroller, Orantanti, Modern English, Moby. Oh, there's another Moby. There's 4 Mobys there, actually. There's a 4th Moby, my bad. And then we have Michael McDonald. I'm going to go ahead and give that one to Mary Miles. And wow, so many Bob Marleys. Mannheim Steamroller. Mannheim. Really? Mannheim? I think I've been saying Mannheim, and if that is correct, Mannheim, I think nobody have ever told me that's 2 syllables. I think I've always said Mannheim Steamroller. Play is over here. He's taking that one out. So these 3 are sold, and these are sold to Shakedown, and John Durden. Play still left if you want it. Okay? That's still left if you want it. All righty. Let's see what we got here. He's passing, so Play is up for grabs if anybody wants it. Paul McCartney, Run Devil Run. Paul McCartney, Flamin' Pie. Paul McCartney, Flowers in the Dirt. Paul McCartney, Off the Ground, Japanese. Paul McCartney, Unplugged. Paul McCartney, Trippin' the Live, Highlights. The McCartney of, and this is that other one, The Fireman. And he's, once again, under a Sioux name. This one looks like a different version than the last one. I don't know if it is, but it looks different. And I'm sure if this all came from the same people, they probably had a difference on that. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then these Art of McCartneys. What's the deal with these? Why is there 2 of them? Are they different? They got different barcodes. I have a feeling, even if it looks like there's a duplicate in this collection, this guy collected different stuff for different reasons. But Shakedown, you're first. They're all different one way or another, it looks like. Modern English is Pillow Lips. Yes, it is. Mary Miles wants Moby. Jeff next on Paul McCartney. Robert next on Paul McCartney. It's up to Shakedown on those. And I have a few more in here, and this is the last of the crate. Okay? So we'll see what Shakedown wants out of there. We got Poco, The Forgotten Trail. We have Wynton Marsalis, The Majesty of the Blues. We got Venus and Mars by Wings. And Venus and Mars, Wings Again. And this one is some sort of, it feels heavier. And Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Okay? And Modern English Pillow Lips. That is sold right here. Modern English Pillow Lips. And that is sold to Antonio Villanueva. And Shakedown's going to take all of these. So he had first dibs on all these and all these. And those are all sold to Shakedown. You just got an instant Paul McCartney collection. That is amazing. And then Donna on Wynton Marsalis. And then Mary Miles on Poco. I'm assuming you're going to want both. Wow, we filled up 4 stacks there. My crate's empty. So that was pretty incredible. And I know there's another crate just like that we'll do tomorrow, and there's another box behind it. But first, we got 3 minutes left. If Facebook happens to end, thanks everybody for watching. What I'm going to do now is there were some people that asked for some stuff earlier, like a bundle deal on the Morena for him. I'm going to go find those. And Chris Frazier, what was VM? And if there's anything left somebody wants to see again, we still got, let me organize some of these. I'm going to try to put all these Bob Marleys together. I'm kind of surprised those didn't get claimed. Orantanti, and then there's Mannheim and Mike Morgan and Sam Milch, Roy Milton. I'll probably say Mannheim Steamroller 30 times a night, probably every night. And then Delbert McClinton, another Mannheim. There's another Bob Marley, another Bob Marley, another Bob Marley. There's John Oates, Claus Orgeman, and there's O-Dogs, Waylon Jennings, Mel Tillis. Here's what I was trying to get to. Here's the only Paul McCartney and Wings stuff that didn't sell. London Town, Wings, Back to the Egg, Wings, and McCartney 2. Those are all available. Now, Jeff Breen RTO, you have to be after a certain Wings song because he was asking for Wings songs earlier. There's got to be a song you're after, and I can be on the lookout. There's got to be at least one. And then Tim Miner, Richard Page, David Pack, Outlaws, McCall, Scotty McCready, Michael McDermott, Sam Miltich, and Steve Miller Band. And then a title on the Roy Milton, you can. Roy Milton was, and his Solid Cinders. It is Roy Milton and his Solid Cinders. Specialty series contains 9 bonus tracks. Okay, there's that. And let me start setting a few of these stacks off. And I'm going to try to get to that artist that had some autograph stuff that somebody asked for a bundle. And let's see what else we had here. Randy Scruggs, Tom Scott, Ringo Starr, The Who, Mavis Staples, Jess Stacy, St. Germain, and Squeeze, Spot the Difference. Those are all still available. Also still available is everything in this stack. And that was the very best of Cat Stevens, Corey Stevens, John Wetton, Cat Stevens, Down Here, Neil Sedaka, Seals and Croft, Spock's Beard, John Fogerty, Mark Anthony, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Those are all still available. Grog on Roy Milton. You and Donna's going to have to remind me to go grab a random box of jazz to mix in. Grog gets Roy Milton. That's sold. And then, let's see, these were the metal titles, yeah. Let me take these off the top. Put them back here. All right. And then we got, there's those that John, oh man, who asked for? Adam Bernardi asked for. I got several here, though. Let me get to them all. Steve Miller Band sold to Sherry Darnell. Let me pluck that out. Of course, it's on the very bottom, but it's hers. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. And let me put these over here. Mannheim Steamroller, Marillion, Chip Davis, Mannheim, Marillion, there's another Marina, another one, there's another Bob Marley. I'm going to put that over here with the other Bob Marleys. All right, and then we got John Schofield, Tom Schumann, Tom Scott, 77s, Gospel Blues Volume 2, and Classic Blues Volume 1. These were by the 77s, the 77s, and the 77s. There's that. Clay Moore wants both Ringos. Clay Moore on both Ringos. You got them. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to explain to him I was being fair. I asked him, I think Facebook already shut down, but I was trying to explain to him I was being very fair. I mean, you know, it's just one of those deals. If you got a whole stack of Paul McCartney and Wings, but at the same time, that album was called Paul McCartney. That's what it's called. It's called Paul McCartney Wingspan. So I was like, I'm not like cheating the system or anything. He was first and he has dibs. So I think everybody would agree. And that's the correct title of it too. Okay, and then these are all the Marinas. And this is One of these is in Rush. She must be Russian because she wrote, whoever Jonathan is, she wrote her name in Russian. And Adam Bernardi, I think you're the only one that was interested in these. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, $25 bundle. About $3 a piece on those. And I think most of them are autographed. 1, 2, 6 of them are autographed. He said he'll take them all for $25. All right. All those are sold. And then I was going to offer Bob Marley as a bundle. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 at 5 is $45. $45 instant Bob Marley collection. $45 on that. $45 on that. And then let's read through these titles one more time. I had Yo-Yo Ma, Yo-Yo Ma, Yo-Yo Ma. Surely somebody needs 4 Yo-Yo Ma CDs for $15. Surely. Let me go ahead and take this sold stack in here before it tumbles. I don't want that to happen. I get up. I get down. I think legally, Wings disbanded in Wings disbanded legally in early 80s. And I think, I don't think there's been anything officially released under Wings in this century. Or I mean in this, what am I trying to say? In the 2000s. I think all that's legally retired. So that's actually a pretty recent compilation, and he called it Wingspan because I think he owns all the Wing stuff. And I don't think you can get anything Wing. I don't think there's anything, quote, Wings in print at all. The 77s. Yeah, so we got... That's what's interesting, actually, about the Wing stuff, is there's nothing really in print. Let's see, there's 4 there. 4 for 25 a piece on those. Yeah, we'll get back into the radio station stuff if y'all remind me. We'll get back into that radio station stuff. And then finishing this up here, we have Moody Blues. I can't believe no one got Eddie Money's Greatest Hits. Eddie Money. Or excuse me, Moody Blues. 4 Moody Blues for 20. Tubular Bells. John Oliva Payne. John Oliva's Payne. Renee Olstad. And then we had Jeff Moore, Moreland Baum, and Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. And this was Tim Kilfus duets. Steve Miller Band. Where's Sherry Darnell at? Clay Moore takes the 477s for 20. Those are sold. Nobody on Bob Marley's. I got them about as cheap as I think I'm willing to before I post them another time. We sell me choice Bob Marley for 5. If you pick out 3. I'll do them at $5 a piece. A minimum of 3. A minimum of 3. Hey, there's the Wings too. London Town. Here we go. Last 3. We'll turn the page on this. $15 for those last 3. We'll turn the page on that. Surely Shakedown will get them. Sorry, had to do a nasal adjustment. All right, these are sold to Shakedown for $15. Not the most critically acclaimed. Probably why they were left behind. Probably out of all of Paul McCartney's work, probably the least most critically acclaimed. Shakedown gets those for $15. The Bob Marley titles that are left: African Herbsman, Burning, Survival, Bob Marley Babylon by Bus, Kaya, Natty Dread, Rastaman Vibration, Greatest Hits at Studio One, and Chant Down Babylon. Chant Down Babylon. Donna, I said I would make up for it. I would make up for it the next time. I'll make up for that because those are already a sold deal. I'll make up for it tomorrow when we're going through jazz, okay? I'll make up for the Spyro Gyra. But the way I always do CDs is they're always $6.99 each because obviously there's usually so many people back up and then somebody might go ahead and take them all. So I always keep them for $6.99. I always keep them at $6.99. And then I think, like at this time, if they hadn't been claimed, then I'm sometimes willing to bundle them. Because also, I made a post in Whole Lot of Records yesterday, and I hadn't tagged those. There was 3 boxes of leftovers last night, and I think I have sold. Let me see if I can pull it up. I got a lot to tag. Why did a post get a comment from 2023? That's weird. Let's go back over here. And, okay. Yeah, I still got to tag. I don't know if I want to do this live right now. Oh my gosh. It would take forever for me to tag all these. Yeah, this is a lot of time. But y'all make sure if you're in the group to watch at noon. Y'all probably already see everything, but oh my gosh. Yeah, some of these, this is going to take forever. That's 23, 33, 40, 44. 44 plus multiple. So yeah, we sold 50 or 60 more CDs. That's another couple stacks from that post. 5 for 25. Burning, Survival, Babylon, and Natty. We got Burning. We got Survival. We got Babylon, Natty, and Rastaman. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are also to Grog for $25. Understood. I want to put it back on. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm always on a thin line when I'm talking to y'all through Facebook. It's like, I got to keep everybody happy because I've done a few things just by the book, and then people get mad sometimes, and they're like, well, okay, I'm just not going to buy from you again. And I'm like, oh my gosh, and trust me, it is like my worst fear to lose a customer, especially as good as y'all are. Y'all that are still watching right now, Grog and Donna and Shakedown and Clay Moore, who else? Adam Bernardi. It's just like I've got, and then sometimes I'm like, oh man, but I've got to do stuff by the book because if I show one treatment better than something else, then everybody's going to be like, why didn't you do that for me or this? And it's like, oh, it's the most stressful thing I have to deal with. Is making sure I keep everybody happy, but also keep it all fair. It's my biggest challenge. It's not keeping up with the bids. It's not reading titles. It's not figuring out who bought it. It's my biggest thing every night is trying to make sure I'm fair, but also by trying to keep everybody happy. But I've had some stuff I've had to do by the book, and then I mess up and I do something different for somebody else. And I'm like, oh no, now I've got to go back and fix this. Now I've got to call them. So it's like, if I think one of y'all have got mad at me about something, I would probably be awake thinking about it. I'd be like, oh my gosh, what have I got to do to get that person back on here because they feel like I shouldn't have done that or whatever. So, but it's really hard to do when there's like, earlier tonight, when there's like 350 people watching, and there's like, everything else I can do. I can keep up with who bought what. Like I said, everything's easy. I've done it for so long every night, 8 hours a night, but it's just like, that's why I have certain rules. Half off, no more, no less. These are always this price until maybe we show them again. Otherwise, the rules and, oh man, yeah. So that's the hardest part. Yeah, that's what I told my friend Moose that was here. I said, Moose, I'm in the spotlight 8 hours a night. I've got to be really careful about keeping everything balanced and doing the same stuff over and over the same way. Otherwise, it gets really confusing. Yeah. And some of y'all buy so much, I want to like cut you deals and stuff, but it's just like, now's not the time. There'll be some people be like, Chad, will you do 15 on that record you showed earlier? And I'm like, well, yes, but not right now, because if I start discounting this crate, then everybody's going to want a discount and everything's sticker price. And it'll be like a really good customer. And I'm like, I wish you'll ask me this 5 hours from now. But also, if they don't grab it, then somebody else could buy it for $5 more later. So that's always why I keep them sticker price. But at the same time, it'll be like a really good customer. And I'm saying, yes, I would, but I just can't right now. And that's usually what I tell people. Yeah, I probably will do that, but just not right now. Okay, I better stop talking. It's 2 a.m. Wow, it's already 2 a.m. I better, Donna, you're going to keep me awake all night. I'm going to be like, oh no, hope I didn't. I got to keep Donna happy. I'm going to have to like send you some flowers tomorrow. Let me go get something to eat. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get something to eat. I'm going to clean up my table. I'm going to flip through some crates. I'm going to video it. I'm going to schedule it for the group. Hey, the 6 o'clock flip video is only 4 hours away. The 6 o'clock flip video is only 4 hours away. Some of y'all will probably be still awake then. I've got to do the vintage flip crate. I got to clean up, and we got to keep up for Friday night. And if y'all convince me to do a part 2, if we do a part 2, you know what? We can go really late, and we can make Donna happy. Okay? And my phone's on 5%. There's Tiger Woods. That's been my lock screen since 2019. Since that day he won the Masters, that's been my lock screen. That's kind of like you can accomplish anything if you put your mind to it. Who would ever thought he'd win another major? All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night from Coletco. I will be back here tomorrow about 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Good night. Y'all are the best customers in the world. 105 still watching. Wow. 105 still watching. Thanks, everybody. It's weird seeing everybody just on Twitch. Everybody's on Twitch. That's it. All right. Good night. And let me find this button, and I'm ending this thing.